Outline Narrative of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Outline Narrative. Tracing briefly the causes, connections, and consequences of the great events, from Voltaire to Washington. Charles F. Horne. During the 18th century, a remarkable change swept over Europe. The dominant spirit of the time ceased to be artistic, as in the Renaissance, or religious, as in the Reformation, or military, as during the savage civil wars that had followed. The central figure of the world was no longer a king, nor a priest, nor a general. Instead, the man on whom all eyes were fixed, who towered above his fellows, was a mere author, possessed of no claim to notice but his pen. This was the age of the arisen intellect. The rule of Louis XIV, both in its splendor and its wastefulness, its strength and its oppression, its genius and its pride, had well prepared the way for what should follow. Not only had French culture extended over Europe, but the French language had grown everywhere to be the tongue of polite society, of the educated classes. It had supplanted Latin as the means of communication between foreign courts. Moreover, the most all-pervading and obtrusive of French monarchs was succeeded by the most retiring, the one most ready of all to let the world take what course it would. Louis XV chanced to reign during this entire period, from 1715 to 1774, and that is equivalent to saying that France, which had become the chief state of Europe, was ungoverned, was only robbed and bullied for the support of a profligate court. So long as citizens paid taxes, they might think and say well nigh what they pleased. The elder Louis had realized something of the error of his own career, and had left as his last advice to his successor to abstain from war. We are told that the obedient legatee accepted the caution as his motto, and had it hung upon his bedroom wall, where it served him as an excellent excuse for doing nothing at all. His government was notoriously in the hands of his mistresses. Pompadour and the others, and their misrule was to the full as costly to France as the wars of the preceding age. They drained the country quite as deeply of its resources and renown. They angered and insulted it far more. Meanwhile, the misery of all Europe, caused by the continued warfare, cried out for reform, demanded it imperatively, if the human race were not to disappear. The population of France had diminished by over 10% during the times of the Grand Monarch. The cost of the 30 Years' War to Germany we have already seen. Hence we find ourselves in a rather thoughtful and anxious age. Even kings begin to make some question of the future. Governments become, or like to call themselves, benevolent despotisms, and instead of starving their subjects, look carefully, if somewhat dictatorially, to their material prosperity. England, to be sure, but England alone, stands out as an exception to the prevalence of despotic rule. There the Commons had already won their battle. King George I, the German prince whom they had declared their sovereign after the death of Anne, 1714, did not even know his subjects' language, communicated with his ministers in barbaric Latin, and left the governing wholly in their hands. The cabinet system thus sprang up. The ministers were held responsible to Parliament and obeyed its will. The exiled Stuart kings made one or two feeble attempts to win back their throne, but the tide of progress was against them, and their last hope vanished in the slaughter of Culloden. By that defeat Great Britain was finally and firmly established as a parliamentary government, and the most marked of all the physical changes of the century was the rapid expansion of her power under this new form of rule. She grew to be really mistress of the seas, extended her scepter over distant lands, ceased to be an island, and became a world-wide empire. Her trade increased enormously, her manufactures developed. By his invention of the spinning jenny, Arkwright placed England's cotton manufacture among the most giant industries of the world. The land grew vastly rich. It was her reward for political progress, for having been able so to get the start of the majestic world. Social development. At the opening of this period, the talk of the town, both in Paris and in London, ran on colonies and the tremendous wealth to be gained from them, as the Spaniards and the Dutch had done. During the minority of Louis XV, even the Prince Regent of France dabbled in colonial investments. The stock market became suddenly a prominent feature of politics. John Law planned his dazzling Mississippi scheme, by which all Frenchmen were to become millionaires. Only, unfortunately, the bubble burst and the industrious were ruined instead. England had its South Sea bubble, with the same madness of speculation, vanishing fortunes, and blasted reputations. The nobility, having been driven by gunpowder from their ancient occupations as warrior chiefs, having lost to kings and people their rights as governors, became traders instead. We approach a period in which they cease to be the leading order of society. We approach the reign of the middle classes. From England, according to the English view, sprang also the great intellectual movement of the age. Voltaire visited the England of Addison and Pope. Montesquieu studied the English Constitution of 1689. And these two men were the writers who overthrew absolutism in Europe, who paved the way for the epoch of revolution that was to follow. Montesquieu's Persian Letters, satirizing French society, appeared as early as 1721. Voltaire's sarcasms and witty sneers got him into trouble with the French government as early as 1715. He was imprisoned in the Bastille, but released and at last driven from his country. A firebrand cast loose upon Europe to spread the doctrine of man's equality, to cry out everywhere for justice against oppression, and to mock with almost satanic ingenuity against the religion in whose name Europe had plunged into so many wars. By 1740, Voltaire was the most prominent figure of his world, if we except perhaps the quarreling sovereigns, Maria Theresa and Frederick the Great. He dwelt for a time with Frederick in Berlin, but the two disagreed as great potentates will, and Voltaire withdrew to Geneva, 1755, the little independent city republic which had served as a refuge to so many fugitives on France's border. From Geneva, Voltaire corresponded with most of the crowned heads of Europe. His advice was eagerly sought by benevolent despotism. The aid of his mighty pen was claimed by every victim of oppression. In Paris, Diderot and his companions brought out the famous Cyclopedia, a mighty monument of human learning indeed, but even more a mighty sermon against tyranny, a scornful protest against Christianity, a teacher spreading over all the earth the preachings of Voltaire. If there was evil in this movement, there was also good. Thought was aroused, was stimulated, and everywhere the products of awakened genius began to appear. The marvelous development of modern music had its origin in this period with the creations of Bach. The modern novel began its tremendously important career with Richardson and Fielding. Inventive genius achieved the first great triumph of modern mechanicism in Watt's steam engine. Even across the ocean spread the intellectual impulse, and the New World had its Franklin to astonish and delight the old with his experiments in electricity. Childish experiments at first, as man reached out slowly, shudderingly, toward control of this last and most marvelous of his servants. Philanthropy awoke also. Serious folk began to have vague self-questionings as to the righteousness of human slavery. The prison system was investigated. In England there were vague attempts at its reform. The noble Oglethorpe did what he could to arouse public sentiment against imprisonment for debt, and in his own person led to America a colony of the unfortunate victims of the system. They founded Georgia, the latest of the colonies, and the chain of settlements along the Atlantic coastline was complete. Who would find wasteland to live on after that? Must journey farther west. must seek the interior of the new continent, a simple fact, but one that was soon destined to produce tempestuous results. In this age also, as if in answer to the spiritual apathy of which Voltaire was only the expression, not the cause, there arose Methodism, which in externals at least showed itself the most passionate and the most expressive form of devotion to Christianity. Wesley and Whitefield, the celebrated preachers, spread their doctrines over England in the face of insult and persecution. They penetrated the American colonies. Their doctrines reached even beyond their language and affected the entire European continent. The revival of devotion may have been hysterical, yet a vast revival it assuredly was. It has been called by some critics the most important religious movement since the Reformation. Wars of Europe and Asia. In face of such events as these, we learn to attach less importance to the schemes of kings and their selfish territorial wars, horrible as they may be in their exhibitions of human heartlessness and blood guilt, destructive as they have ever been in their consequences of suffering and degeneration. The Turks were now finally beaten back from their conquests in Hungary. The war which they had begun with the siege of Vienna was continued by the celebrated Austrian general, Prince Eugene, the companion of Marlborough against Louis XIV. Eugene won victory after victory, and finally by the capture of Belgrade, 1717, drove the Mahometans forever from Hungarian territory, reduced them from a universal menace to become an ever-fading Eastern question. Russia also, at first under Peter the Great and later under Catherine II, began to reach out for Turkish territory. The Turks had risen by the sword, and now, as other nations progressed and they stood still, the power of the sword was failing them. Russia expanded toward the Black Sea as before she had expanded toward the Baltic, feeling out from her boundaries everywhere, moving along the line of least resistance, already looking toward Poland as her next tempting mouthful. In Asia, too, the Turks had troubles to encounter Asia, the vastly productive, multitudinous though unprogressive, could still raise up conquerors of the Turkish type to stand against them. The last of those sudden waves of temporary, meaningless, barbarian conquest swept over the Asian plains. Nadir Shah, a Persian bandit, freed his country from the yoke of its Afghan tyrants, assumed its throne, and by repeated battles enlarged his domains at Turkish expense. He subdued Afghanistan, and then extending his attention to India, made a sudden invasion of that huge land, overthrew the forces of the Great Mogul, and, having captured both him and his capital, permitted him to continue to reign as a sort of subject prince. Returning from this distant expedition, Nadir Shah was beginning to push his conquests over northeastern Asia, when he was slain by a conspiracy among his Persian followers. Driven to desperation by his savage tyranny, his dominion fell to pieces with his death. Europe, meanwhile, was going through a series of wars which seem small improvement over those of Nadir, except that they have had more polished historians. The selfish principles of Louis XIV had not lost their influence. The passion for territorial aggrandizement had not disappeared. In all history it would be hard to find a war more brazen in the avowed selfishness of its beginning, more utterly callous in its persistence, than that into which all Europe plunged in 1740. The astonishing turmoil is known as the War of the Austrian Succession. We have seen how the extinction of the line of the Spanish Habsburgs had given rise to kingly jealousies and strife in 1700. Next, the Austrian Habsburgs, or at least the male line of them, became extinct in 1740. Their surviving representative was a daughter, a young and energetic woman, Maria Theresa, the Empress Queen. Her father, the Emperor Charles VI, foreseeing the difficulties she must encounter, had during his lifetime made treaties with every important court of Europe, by which he yielded them valuable concessions in return for their guarantee that on his death his daughter should succeed to his throne and his possessions undisturbed. Her husband was to be made emperor. The moment Charles was gone, every treaty was thrown to the winds, and every hand seemed extended by a common impulse to clutch what it could from a woman's weakness. The first to move was Frederick II, King of Prussia, he whom his admirers have called the Great. He was a young man. He had just succeeded to the Prussian kingdom, which his father had left peaceful and prosperous, guarded by a powerful and well-trained army, made secure by a well-filled treasury. Young Frederick was undoubtedly great in intellect and in cynical frankness. He saw his opportunity. He made no pretense of keeping his promises. Marching his army forward, he seized the nearest Austrian province, the rich and extensive land of Silesia. The other kingdoms rushed to get their share of the spoils. France, Bavaria, Saxony, Sardinia, and Spain formed an alliance with Prussia. Only England, in her antagonism to France, made protest, purely diplomatic. Austria was assailed from every side. Her overthrow seemed certain. A French army was within 3 days' march of Vienna. It captured the Bohemian capital, Prague. It was then that Maria Theresa made her famous appeal to the Hungarians, and the impressionable Magyars swore to die in her defense. She gathered armies, Austrian and Hungarian. She made a desperate alliance with Frederick, consenting to give him Silesia so as to save her other domains. The members of the coalition quarreled among themselves. The French were driven to a disastrous retreat from Prague. Louis XV remembered his disapproval of war as soon as it became disastrous, and the whole assault on the Empress Queen faded away as selfishly as it had risen. The only result was that Frederick had Silesia, and Maria Theresa intended to have it back, and so they plotted and plotted, fought and fought. War followed war, and battle, battle. Silesia became a desert at last, and of little value to either party. As to the Silesians who had once existed there, a few of them escaped starvation and massacre, not many. Some 100,000s, a mere matter of figures, this in the kingly game, and not accurately kept count of. The 7 Years' War. The upshot of this Silesian argument was the 7 Years' War. Maria Theresa made friends with the mistress of Louis XV, and so secured a French alliance. Frederick offended the Empress of Russia by his witty tongue, and she also joined in the ladies' war against him. Saxony, the nearest state to Prussia, was ever on the side of the strongest. So here was the European coalition hurled against Frederick in his turn. He proved the ablest general of his age, one of the master minds of military skill. For 7 years he withstood all his enemies, Austria and Russia mainly, for Saxony he soon conquered, and France showed no great military powers, disgraced herself if further disgrace were possible to her condition. Over the military details of the contest we need not pause. Prussia had always been regarded as one of the lesser European states, Austria and France as the chief powers. Russia now proved herself of equal weight with the greatest, so that even the genius of Frederick began to fail against the enormous odds which crushed him down. His land was laid waste, his capital seized by a sudden attack and held for ransom. He was saved by the death of the Russian Empress. Her son and successor, an admirer of Frederick, promptly changed sides in the war. By degrees everyone abandoned it but Maria Theresa, and she, finding her single strength insufficient against Prussia, was compelled to yield at last. Frederick kept his dear-bought desert of Silesia. This 7 Years' War caused what that of the Austrian succession had attempted, a complete redistribution of the balance of European power. England, Russia, and Prussia rising to at least equality with Austria and France. Even before the opening of the formal war, France and England had been engaged in a colonial strife, which had caused England to declare herself Frederick's ally. And, while in Europe the grapple between England and France did not assume serious proportions, it was of enormous consequence to their colonies in India and America. In India, both countries had trading stations, but the French were popular with the natives and the English were not. The weakness of the native support was not realized by either party. The conquests of Nadir Shah were scarcely known to them. The name of the great Mogul at Delhi was one of vagueness and mysterious power. It seemed to the French that with Indian aid they could easily drive the English into the sea, and the attempt was made. It must have been successful but for Clive. That remarkable young warrior rose from his subordinate desk, laid aside his clerkly pen, and gathering a little band of fighters round him, defeated both French and natives in the remarkable siege of Arcot. Then came the hideous tale of the Black Hole of Calcutta, and Clive achieved revenge and completed his work of conquest at Plessis, 1757. Centuries had elapsed since Europeans had encountered in serious battle any Asiatics except the Turks, and these had proved quite equal to the strife. Hence the vast superiority which the more progressive civilization had attained was little realized. The American aborigines had indeed fallen an easy prey to Europe, but the conquest of Asia and Africa had not yet begun. Thus the victories of Clive seemed to his contemporaries even more marvelous than they were. They won for England not only an empire in India, but a high prestige in Europe also. War in America. In America, the British success was equally decisive, though more dearly bought. Here the war had originated in the Ohio Valley. Finding no more room upon the coast, the English colonists were pressing westward, and there met the French. The vast wilderness which had lain unoccupied for centuries, even though men knew of its existence, now became suddenly of importance. Frenchmen needed it for their fur trade, Britons for colonization. They fought for it. Here, as in India, the natives had been won by the diplomatic French, but their aid proved of no avail. The British Parliament sent over General Braddock in 1757, and he perished with a large portion of his army in the celebrated ambuscade from which Washington escaped. For a time French energy made the war seem not unequal, but the number of French in America was small. The home government of Louis XV seemed wholly lost in sloth and indifferent to the result. The English government was doggedly resolute. Its unwilling subjects, the French colonists of Acadia, were driven from their homes. Troops were poured into America, and in 1759 Wolfe won his famous victory at Quebec. The next year Montreal also fell into the hands of the British, and the conquest of Canada was complete. The Treaty of 1763, which ended the 7 Years' War for Prussia, brought peace also between England and France. The latter surrendered her colonial pretensions, partly in India, wholly in America, without having really exerted herself to retain them. Perhaps her experience in the Mississippi scheme of law had convinced her they were but of little worth. Supremacy of Frederick the Great. The latter half of the reign of Frederick the Great was very different from its beginning. He had encountered war sufficient to satiate even his reckless appetite, and he clung to peace. Prussia became for a while the center of European government and intrigue, and Frederick, by far the ablest sovereign of his time, remained until his death, 1786, the leader in that system of paternal government, of kindly tyranny, which typifies the age. He husbanded the resources of his country with jealous care. He compelled his people to work and be provident and prosper, whether they would or no. Maria Theresa treated her subjects with much the same benevolence, and her son and successor, Joseph II, became the most ardent of the admirers of Frederick. Russia also came under a ruler of similar ideas, Catherine II, a German princess by birth who wedded a czar, deposed him, and ruling in his stead, became the most Russian of the Russians. She ruled her land wisely and well, with a little more than Frederick's tyranny, a little less than his benevolence. She was cynical, as was the fashion, and her moral life shocked even that easygoing age. Also, she was a philosopher, and invited Diderot, chief of the French cyclopedists, to dwell at her court, much as Voltaire had dwelt at Frederick's. French literature was still the literature of Europe, and both Frederick and Catherine openly despised the tongue of their own lands. It was among these three congenial rulers of Russia, Prussia, and young Joseph of Austria that the scheme arose of dividing Poland among themselves. This has been termed the crime of the century, but it was in strict accordance with what the rest of Europe had attempted to do to Austria and then to Prussia. Only the first two victims had proved unexpectedly capable of resistance. The third was more shrewdly selected. Kindly, benevolent despotism had also a voice in the matter, for Poland was wretchedly misgoverned, a source of constant danger to herself and to her neighbors. It was really a kindness, as those neighbors explained, to relieve her of half her territories. So well were their successors of the next generation pleased with the results, that they took each another slice, and then, fully convinced of the ancestral wisdom and goodwill, divided what was left. Shadow of coming changes. The new cynicism and philosophy which was thus spreading even among monarchs was soon destined to have most explosive results. It found expression first in a further revolt against the dominion of the Roman Church. Most of the sovereigns joined in a determined attack against the Jesuits, the enthusiastic and devoted priests who had become the mainstay of the papal power. After a long resistance, the Jesuits succumbed. Their order was abolished by Pope Clement XIV in 1773. The next startling symptom of the changing times was the rapid literary development of Germany. Its young men had been left free to think and talk. Frederick half contemptuously declared that his people might believe what nonsense they pleased so long as they remained orderly. The poet Lessing, by his books, roused the ancient spirit of liberty long dormant in the German mind. Goethe and Schiller became the foremost of a crowd of younger men whose revolt at first took the form of an extravagant devotion to romance, as opposed to the dull workaday world about them. Pestalozzi, a Swiss, conceived the idea of reforming the world through its children, encouraging the little ones by constant, loving example to develop all the strength and goodness that was in them. Yet the first open defiance given to despotism by the fast-growing spirit of freedom came not from Europe, but from America, was a revolt not against the lazy tyranny in France or the kindly tyranny of Eastern Europe, but against the constitutional government of England. When the French minister signed the treaty surrendering to England all his country's possessions in America, he justified himself with the well-turned phrase, "I give her all on purpose to destroy her." The words seem prophetic. England's loss came through her gain. The Indians, devoted to the French, refused to submit peacefully to the change of rule. Pontiac, often regarded as the ablest statesman of his fading race, gathered them into a widespread confederacy, and for years held the English at bay in the region of the Great Lakes. The expenses involved both upon England and upon her American colonists by this strife and by the French war itself were a constant source of friction. England insisted that she had spent her substance in defense of the colonists and should be repaid by them. They, on the other hand, asserted that she had fought for her own glory and had been well repaid by her vast increases of territory both in India and America, that they had become impoverished while she had now the richest trade in the world, and stood upon the topmost pinnacle of national grandeur, with wealth pouring into her from every quarter of the globe. Neither side being able to convince the other by abstract argument, England exerted her authority and passed the Stamp Act, laying new taxes on the colonists. They responded with protests, argumentative, eloquent, fiery, and defiant. They refused to trade with Great Britain and became self-supporting. Thus the obnoxious laws, instead of bringing money to the mother country, caused her heavy losses. English merchants joined the Americans in petitioning for the repeal of the offensive acts of Parliament, and soon every tax was withdrawn except a tiny one on tea, so small that the money involved was trifling. But it was not the money, it was the principle involved, which had aroused the Americans, and their resistance continued as vigorous as against the previous really burdensome taxation. The tea which King George commanded should be sent forcibly to the colonists they refused to receive. In Boston it was dumped into the harbor. The English Parliament drew back in amazement. Its members found themselves dealing, as one of them put it, with a nation of lawyers. They were wrong. They had encountered a force far more potent, a nation of free men who had been permitted for a century and a half to rule themselves, who had reached the fullest measure of self-reliance and self-assertion. America had become earliest ripe for the age of revolution, toward which the European middle classes, more lately left to themselves, were more slowly, but not less surely, developing. End of outline narrative.
Section 1 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. John Law promotes the Mississippi Scheme, A.D. 1716, Louis Adolphe Thiers. Known under the various titles of the Mississippi Scheme, the Mississippi Bubble, and the System, the financial enterprise originated by John Law under the authority of the French government proved to be the most disastrous experiment of the kind ever made by a civilized state. Louis XIV ended his long reign in 1715, leaving his throne to his great-grandson, a child of 5 years, Louis XV. The impoverished country was in the hands of a regent, Philippe, Duke of Orleans, whose financial undertakings were all unfortunate. John Law, the son of a Scotch banker, was an adventurer and a gambler who yet became celebrated as a financier and commercial promoter. After killing an antagonist in a duel in London, he escaped the gallows by fleeing to the continent, where he followed gaming and at the same time devised financial schemes which he proposed to various governments for their adoption. His favorite notion was that large issues of paper money could be safely circulated with small security. Law offered to relieve Orleans from his financial troubles, and the regent listened with favor to his proposals. In 1716, Law, with others, organized what he called the General Bank. It was ably managed, became popular, and by means of it, Law successfully carried out his paper currency ideas. His notes were held at a premium over those of the government, whose confidence was therefore won. 2 years later, Law's institution was adopted by the state and became the Royal Bank of France. The further undertakings of this extraordinary new light of finance, the blowing and bursting of the Great Bubble, are recorded by Thiers, the French statesman and historian, himself eminent as his country's chief financier during her wonderful recovery after the Franco-German War. Law was always scheming to concentrate into one establishment his bank, the administration of the public revenues, and the commercial monopolies. He resolved, in order to attain this end, to organize separately a commercial company to which he would add, one after another, different privileges in proportion to its success, and which he would then incorporate with the general bank. Constructing thus separately each of the pieces of his vast machine, he proposed ultimately to unite them and form the grand whole, the object of his dreams and his ardent ambition. An immense territory discovered by a Frenchman in the New World presented itself for the speculations of Law. The Chevalier de la Salle, the famous traveler of the time, having penetrated into America by Upper Canada, descended the river Illinois, arrived suddenly at a great river half a league wide, and, abandoning himself to the current, was borne into the Gulf of Mexico. This river was the Mississippi. the Chevalier de la Salle took possession of the country he had passed through for the King of France and gave it the beautiful name of Louisiana. There was much said of the magnificence and fertility of this new country, of the abundance of its products, of the richness of its mines, which were reported to be much more extensive than those in Mexico or Peru. Law, taking advantage of this current of opinion, projected a company which should unite the commerce of Louisiana with the fur trade of Canada. The regent granted all he asked by an edict given in August 1717, 15 months after the first establishment of the bank. The new company received the title of the West Indian Company. It was to have the sovereignty of all Louisiana on the condition only of liege homage to the King of France, and of a crown of gold of 30 marks at the commencement of every new reign. It was to exercise all the rights of sovereignty, such as levying troops, equipping vessels of war, constructing forts, establishing courts, working mines, etc. The king relinquished to it the vessels, forts, and munitions of war which belonged to the Crozat Company, and conceded furthermore the exclusive right of the fur trade of Canada. Footnote 27, a company headed by Anthony Crozat. It was chartered in 1712 and formed a commercial monopoly in Louisiana. Editor. The arms of this sovereign company represented the effigy of an old river god leaning upon a horn of plenty. Law revolved in his mind many other projects relating to his Western Company. He spoke, at first mysteriously, of the benefits which he was preparing for it. Associating with a large number of noblemen, whom his wit, his fortune, and the hope of considerable gains attracted around him, he urged them strongly to obtain for themselves some shares, which would soon rise rapidly in the market. He was himself soon obliged to buy some above par. The par value being 500 francs, 200 of them represented at par a sum of 100,000 francs. The price for the day being 300 francs, 60,000 francs were sufficient to buy 200 shares. He contracted to pay 100,000 francs for 200 shares at a fixed future time. This was to anticipate that they would gain at least 200 francs each, and that a profit of 40,000 francs could be realized on the whole. He agreed, in order to make this sort of wager more certain, to pay the difference of 40,000 francs in advance, and to lose the difference if he did not realize a profit from the proposed transfer. This was the first instance of a sale at an anticipated advance. This kind of trade consisted in giving earnest money, called a premium, which the purchaser lost if he failed to take the property. He who made the bargain had the liberty of rescinding it if he would lose more by adhering to it than by abandoning it. No advantage would accrue to Law for the possible sacrifice of 40,000 francs, unless at the designated time the shares had not been worth as much as 60,000 francs, or 300 francs each. For having engaged to pay 100,000 francs for what was worth only 50,000, for instance, he would suffer less to lose his 40,000 francs than to keep his engagement. But evidently, if Law did wish by this method to limit the possible loss, he hoped nevertheless not to make any loss at all. And on the contrary, he believed firmly that the 200 shares would be worth at least the 100,000 francs, or 500 francs each, at the time fixed for the expiration of the contract. This large premium attracted general attention, and people were eager to purchase the Western shares. They rose sensibly during the month of April 1719 and went nearly to par. Law disclosed his projects, the regent kept his promise, and authorized him to unite the great commercial companies of the East and West Indies. The two companies of the East Indies and of China, chartered in 1664 and 1713, had conducted their affairs very badly. They had ceased to carry on any commerce and had underlet their privileges at a charge which was very burdensome to the trade. The merchants who had bought it of them did not dare to make use of their privileges, for fear that their vessels would be seized by the creditors of the company. Navigation to the east was entirely abandoned, and the necessity of reviving it had become urgent. By a decree of May 1719, law caused to be accorded to the West India Company the exclusive right of trading in all seas beyond the Cape of Good Hope. From this time it had the sole right of traffic with the islands of Madagascar, Bourbon, and France, the coast of Sofola in Africa, the Red Sea, Persia, Mongolia, Siam, China, and Japan. The commerce of Senegal, an acquisition of the company which still carried it on, was added to the others, so that the company had the right of French trade in America, Africa, and Asia. Its title, like its functions, was enlarged. It was no longer called the West India Company, but the Indian Company. Its regulations remained the same as before. It was authorized to issue another lot of shares in order to raise the necessary funds either to pay the debts of the companies which it succeeded or for organizing the proper establishments. 50,000 of these shares were issued at a par of 500 francs, which made a nominal capital of 25 millions. But the company demanded 550 francs in cash for them, or a total of 27,250,000 francs, inasmuch as it esteemed its privileges as very great and its popularity certain. It required 50 francs to be paid in advance, and the remaining 500 in 20 equal monthly payments. In case the payment should not be fully made, the 50 francs paid in advance were forfeited by the subscriber. It was nothing but a bargain made at a premium with the public. The prompt realization of the promises of law, the importance and extent of the last privileges granted to the company, the facilities accorded to the subscribers, everything, induced a subscription to the new shares. The movement became animated. One could, by the favorable terms offered, by paying out 550 francs, obtain 11 shares instead of 1, and thus, with a little money, speculate to a considerable amount. To this method of attracting speculators, Law added another. He procured a decision that no one should subscribe for the new shares without exhibiting 4 times as many old ones. It was necessary, therefore, to hasten to obtain them in order to fulfill the requisite condition. In a short time they were carried up to par and far above that. From 300 francs, at which they were at the start, they rose to 500, 550, 600, and 750 francs. That is, they gained 150%. These second shares were called the daughters, to distinguish them from the first. Law contemplated at last the completion of his project by uniting the collection of the revenues to the other privileges of the Indian Company and redeeming the national debt. This was the greatest and most difficult part of his plan. The national debt was 1,500 to 1,600 millions, partly in contracts for perpetual annuities, partly in state notes which would soon be due. The interest on the debt was 80 millions, or 1/2 the revenue of the government. Some combination was necessary to meet the state notes at their maturity and to reduce the annual charges which the public treasury could no longer sustain. Law conceived the idea of substituting the company for the government and converting the whole national debt into shares in the Indian Company. To accomplish this, he wished the company to lend the treasury the 1,500 to 1,600 millions which he would redeem the debt, and that, to obtain this enormous sum, it should issue shares to that amount. In this manner, the 1,500 or 1,600 millions furnished to the government by the company, and paid out by the government to its creditors, must return to the company by the sale of its shares. Let us see the means which Law had devised to ensure the success of his scheme. The government would pay 3% interest for the sum loaned to it, which would make 45 or 48 millions a year. The Treasury would thus effect an annual saving of 32 or 35 millions in the interest on the debt. In return, the collection of the revenue must be transferred to the company, notwithstanding that it had been actually granted to the brothers Paris. The collection would pay the collectors a net profit of 15 or 16 millions. The company, receiving 3% interest on the capital invested, and reaping from another source a profit of 15 or 16 millions, would be in a position to pay 4% on the 1,600 millions of the debt converted into shares. The profits from commerce and its future success might soon enable it to increase this dividend. According to the prevailing rates of interest, which had fallen to 3% since the establishment of the bank, this was a sufficient remuneration on the shares. They had, besides, the hope of increasing their capital. The shares having in fact doubled in value during the opposition of the anti-system, they ought to increase still more rapidly since they were relieved from this opposition. The expectation that the 15 or 1,600 millions of the debt would be invested in the shares was well founded. There was even a certainty of it, for this immense capital, forcibly expelled from its investment in state securities, could find no other place for investment than in the company. This plan of Law's was vast and bold. Its success would liquidate the state debt and diminish the annual charges on the Treasury, reducing the interest from 80 millions to 45 or 48 millions. The annual charges from which the Treasury was to be relieved were to be paid from the profits on the collection of the revenue and the contingent profits of commerce. The whole operation was to pay the creditors of the state 3% per annum, and the profits and monopolies heretofore granted to farmers of the revenue and commercial companies. This 3% interest, these profits, and these monopolies, as we shall soon see, might easily amount to the sum of 80 millions annually, which the creditors were formerly paid. Thus far, they were not defrauded by this forced conversion of securities. A credit entirely new was substituted for one which was worn out. An establishment had been created which, combining the functions of a commercial bank and the administration of the finances, must become the most colossal financial power ever known. The first subscription having been taken up in a few days, Law opened a new one on September 28th for the same amount and on exactly the same conditions as the preceding. The eagerness of subscribers was the same. The creditors passed whole days at the offices of the Treasury to obtain their receipts, and there were some even who had their meals brought to them there so that they might not lose their turn in the ranks. The state notes were, of course, much in demand and had rapidly risen to par. They had even given rise to a most reprehensible speculation. A confidential clerk of law, the Prussian Versinobre, having known in advance of the decree regarding the payment, abused his knowledge of the secret, and caused to be bought by brokers with whom he was associated a large amount of state notes at 50 or 60% below their nominal value, and employed them for the subscriptions when they were received at par. When it is considered that the subscriptions already were sold at a large advance, and that by means of the state notes they were bought at about half price, it will be understood what a profit this company of brokers must have realized. Those who intended to subscribe had accomplished comparatively little by obtaining receipts or state notes. It was still necessary to go to the Hôtel de Nevers, where the subscriptions were received. The entrances there were crowded to suffocation. The hall servants made considerable sums by subscribing for those who could not get through the crowd to the offices. Some adventurers, assuming the livery of law, performed this service, charging and obtaining a very large fee. The most humble employees of the company became patrons who were very much courted. As to the higher officers and Law himself, they received as much adulation as if they were the actual dispenser of the favors of fortune. The approaches to Law's residence were encumbered with carriages. All that was most brilliant among the nobility of France came to beg humbly for the subscriptions, which were already much above the nominal price of shares, and which were sure to rise much higher. By a clause creating the company, the ownership of the shares entailed nothing derogatory to rank. The nobility, therefore, could indulge in this speculation without endangering its titles. It was as much in debt as the king, thanks to its prodigality and the long wars of that century, and it sought to win at least the amount of its debt by fortunate speculations. It surrounded, it fawned upon Law, who, very anxious to gain partisans, reserved very few shares for himself, but distributed them among his friends of the court. This new subscription was also taken up in a few days. If we reflect that 50 millions in cash was sufficient to secure 500 millions of each issue, we shall understand how the state notes which remained in market and the receipts already delivered would suffice to monopolize the shares offered to the public. The creditors, who had not liquidated their claims, and the great number had not, could not avail themselves of the right to subscribe for shares, and were obliged to buy them in the market at an exorbitant price. The shares subscribed for at the Hôtel de Nevers for 5,000 francs were resold in the Rue Quincampoix for 6, 7, and 8,000 francs. To the need of having some of this investment was joined the hope of seeing the shares rise in the market to an indefinite extent, and it is not surprising that the eagerness to obtain them soon increased to frenzy. In order to satisfy this demand, a third subscription was opened on October 2nd, 3 days after the second. Similar in every respect to the first two, it ought to bring in a capital of 500 millions and complete the 1,500 millions which the company needed to redeem the public debt. The concourse of people was as great as ever at the Treasury, where the receipts were given, and at the Hôtel de Nevers, where the applications for shares were received. The occasion of this eagerness is evident, since that which was obtained at the Hôtel de Nevers for 5,000 francs was worth 7 and 8,000 in the Rue Quincampoix. This new issue at 5,000 francs caused the rates in the Rue Quincampoix to diminish. In an instant they were below 5,000 francs, even as low as 4,000, so blind were these movements and, so to speak, convulsive during this period of feverish excitement. There was no possible reason for selling in one place for 4,000 francs that for which they paid 5,000 at another. But this phenomenon lasted only a few hours. The rates rose again rapidly, and the subscription being taken up, the shares sold again for 7 and 8,000 francs. The crafty brokers had already had 2 opportunities of making some profitable operations. Having obtained the state notes at a very small price, they procured shares at the most moderate rates, between 500 and 1,000 francs. Then they sold them for from 7 to 8,000 francs, and October 2nd, the day of the decline, they repurchased them for 4,000, to sell them again the next day for 7 or 8,000. It will be seen how they must have made money with these opportunities. It was no longer a few scattered groups which were seen in the Rue Quincampoix, but a compact crowd engaged in speculating from morning till night. The subscriptions had been divided into coupons, transferable like notes, to the bearer by an endorsement simply formal. During the course of October, the shares had already risen above 10,000 francs, and it was impossible to know where they would stop. The end of December 1719 was the term of this delusion of 3 months. A certain number of stock jobbers, better advised than others, or more impatient to enter upon the enjoyment of their riches, combined to dispose of their shares. They took advantage of the rage which led so many to sell their estates. They purchased them, and thus obtained the real for the imaginary. They established themselves in splendid mansions upon magnificent domains, and made a display of their fortunes of 30 or 40 millions. They possessed themselves of precious stones and jewels, which were still eagerly offered, and secured solid value in exchange for the semblance of it, which had become so prized by the crowd of dupes. The first effect of this desire to realize was a general increase in the price of everything. An enormous mass of paper being put in the balance with the existing quantity of merchandise and other property, the more paper there was offered against purchasable objects, the more rapid the increase became. Cloth, which heretofore brought 15 to 18 francs a yard, rose to 125 francs a yard. In a cook shop, a Mississippian bidding against a nobleman for a fowl ran the price up to 200 francs. From this instant the shares suffered their first decline, and a heavy uneasiness began to spread abroad. The extent of the fall was not measured by those whom it menaced, but people wondered, doubted, and began to be alarmed. The shares declined to 15,000 francs. However, the bank notes were not yet distrusted. The bank was, in fact, entirely distinct from the company, and their fate up to this time appeared in no way dependent the one on the other. The notes had not undergone any fictitious or extraordinary advance. Large amounts had been issued, certainly, but for gold and silver, and upon the deposit of shares. The portion which had been issued upon the deposit of shares partook of the danger of the shares themselves. But no one thought of that, and the banknotes still possessed the entire confidence of the public. Only they no longer had the same advantage over specie, since the latter had been so much sought by the realizers. The notes already began to be presented at the bank for coin, and the vast reserve which it had possessed began to diminish perceptibly. Law did then what governments do so often, and always with ill success. He resorted to forced measures. He declared in the first place, by decree, that the banknotes should always be worth 5% more than coin. In consideration of this superiority in value, the prohibition which forbade the deposits of gold and silver for bills at Paris was taken off, so that notes could be procured at the bank for coin. This permission was simply ridiculous, for no one now wished to exchange specie for paper, even at par. But this was not all. The decree declared that thereafter silver should not be used in payments of over 100 francs, nor gold in those over 300 francs. This was forcing the circulation of notes in large payments, and that of specie in small, and was designed to accomplish by violence what could only be expected from the natural success of the bank. These measures did not bring any more gold and silver to the bank. The necessity of using banknotes in payment of over 300 francs gave them a certain forced employment, but did not procure them confidence. Notes were used for large payments, but coin was amassed secretly as a value more real and more assured. The creditors of the state ceased to carry their receipts to the Rue Quincampoix because they already distrusted the shares. They could not decide to buy real estate because the price had been quadrupled. They suffered the most painful anxiety, and in their turn embarrassed the holders of shares who needed the receipts to pay their installments of 1/10. The catastrophe approached, and nothing could avert it, unless some magic wand could give the company an income of 400 or 500 millions a year, which was now only 70 or 80 millions. Law, adding measures to measures, at last prohibited the circulation of gold, because this metal was, by its convenience, a rival of banknotes infinitely more dangerous than silver. He announced an approaching reduction in the value of coin, which he had raised by a decree in February, only to reduce it again in a short time. The mark in silver, raised from 60 to 80 francs, was reduced to 70 on April 1st and 65 on May 1st. But this measure was utterly insufficient to bring it to the bank. The situation grew worse every day. The issue of notes to pay for the shares presented at the bank had risen to 2,696 millions. Their depreciation increased. and creditors of every description, being paid in paper which was at a discount of 60%, complained bitterly of the theft authorized by law. In this juncture, there remained but one step to be taken. As the necessary sacrifice had not been made in the first place, and the shares abandoned to their fate in order to protect the notes, both must now be sacrificed, shares and notes together, in order to finish this wicked fiction. The falsehood of this nominal value, which obliged men to receive at par what was depreciated 30 or 40%, could not be prolonged. The immediate reduction of the nominal value of the shares and banknotes was the only resource. Sacrifices cannot be too hastily made when they are inevitable. Monsieur d'Argenson, although dismissed from the treasury, still remained keeper of the seals. He had risen in the esteem of the regent as law had declined, and he advised the reduction of the nominal value of the shares and notes as an urgent necessity. Law, who saw in this reduction an avowal of the fiction in the legal values and a blow which must hasten the fall of the system, opposed it with his whole strength. Nevertheless, Monsieur d'Argenson prevailed. On May 21, 1720, a decree, which remains famous in the history of the system, advertised the progressive reduction in the value of shares and notes. This reduction was to begin on the very day of the publication of the decree and to continue from month to month until December 1st. At this last term, the shares were to be estimated at 5,000 francs, and a banknote of 10,000 francs at 5,000, one of 1,000 at 500, etc. The notes were thus reduced 50%, and the shares only 4/9%. Law, although opposed to the decree, consented to promulgate it. Scarcely was it published when a fearful clamor was raised on all sides. The reduction was called a bankruptcy. The government was reproached with being the first to throw discredit upon the values which it had created, with having robbed its own creditors, a number of whom had just been paid in banknotes, even as late as the preceding day, in a word, with assailing the fortunes of all the citizens. The crowd wished to sack Law's hotel and to tear him in pieces. Nothing that could have happened would have produced a greater clamor. But in times like those, it was not only necessary not to fear these clamors, it was even a duty to defy them. The reply to the complaints would have soon been evident to the intelligence of everybody. Without doubt, the creditors of the state and some private individuals who had been paid in banknotes were half ruined by the reduction. But this was not the fault of the decree of May 21st. The real reduction was long before this. The decree only stated a loss already experienced, and the notes were worth still less than the decree declared. Because a number of creditors had been ruined by the falsity of nominal values, was it a reason to continue the fiction that it might extend the ruin? On the contrary, it was necessary to put an end to it, to save others from becoming victims. The official declaration of the fact, although it was known before, must produce a shock and hasten the discredit, but it was of little importance that it was hastened, since it was inevitable. The public thought Law, the author of this measure, advised exclusively by Monsieur d'Argenson, and he became the sole object of hatred. The Parliament, making common cause with the public, thought it a good opportunity to take up arms. It did not perceive, in its blind hatred of the system, that it was going to render a service to its author, and that to declare itself against the reduction of the banknotes was to maintain that the values created by law had a solid foundation. It assembled on May 27th to demand a revocation of the decree of the 21st. At the very moment when it was deliberating, the regent sent one of his officers to prohibit all discussion, announcing the revocation of the decree. The regent had the weakness to yield to the public clamor. Had the decree been bad, its revocation would have been worse. To declare that the shares and notes were still worth what they purported to be availed nothing, for no one believed it, and their credit was not restored by it. A legal falsehood was reaffirmed, and, without rendering any service to those who were already ruined, The ruin of those who were obliged to receive the notes at their nominal value was ensured. The decree of May 21st, wise if it had been sustained, became disastrous as soon as it was revoked. Its only effect was to hasten the general discredit without the essential advantage of reestablishing a real legal value. We have just said that the bank was not obliged to pay notes of over 100 francs. It paid them slowly and employed all imaginable artifices to avoid the payment of them. Nevertheless, its coffers were almost exhausted, and it was necessary to authorize it to confine its disbursements to the payment of notes of 10 francs only. The people rushed to the bank in crowds to realize their notes of 10 francs, fearing that these would soon share the fate of those of 100. The pressure was so great that 3 persons were suffocated. The indignant mob, ready for any excess, already menaced the House of Law. He fled to the Palais Royal to seek an asylum near the regent. The mob followed him, carrying the bodies of the 3 who had been suffocated. The carriage which had just conveyed him was broken to pieces, and it was feared that even the residence of the regent would not be respected. The gates of the court of the Palais Royal had been closed. The Duke of Orléans, with great presence of mind, ordered them to be opened. The crowd rushed into the court and suddenly stopped upon the steps of the palace. Leblanc, the chief of police, advanced to those who bore the corpses and said, "My friends, go place these bodies in the morgue and then return to demand your payment." These words calmed the tumult. The bodies were carried away, and the sedition was quelled. Severities against the rich Mississippians were commenced in this same month of October. For a long time it had been suspected that the government, following an ancient usage, would deprive them by means of visas and chambres ardentes of what they had acquired by stock jobbing. A list was made of those known to have speculated in shares. A special commission arbitrarily placed on this list the names of those whom public opinion designated as having enriched themselves by speculation in paper. They were ordered to deposit a certain number of shares at the offices of the company and to purchase the required number if they had sold their own. The realizers were thus brought back by force to the company which they had deserted. 8 days were given to speculators of good faith to make, voluntarily, the prescribed deposit. To prevent flight from the country, it was prohibited under pain of death to travel without a passport. These measures increased still more the decline of the shares. All those whose names were not upon the list of rich speculators, and who could not tell what became of the shares not yet deposited, hastened to dispose of all they retained. The system wholly disappeared in November 1720, 1 year after its greatest credit. All the notes were converted into annuities or preferred shares, and all the shares were deposited with the company. Then a general visa was ordered, consisting of an examination of the whole mass of shares, with the purpose of annulling the greater portion of those which belonged to the enriched stock jobbers. Law, foreseeing the renewed rage which the visa would excite, determined to leave France. The hatred against him had been so violent since the scene of July 17th that he had not dared to quit the Palais Royal. The following fact will give an idea of the fury excited against him. A hackman, having a quarrel with the coachman of a private carriage, cried out, "There is Law's carriage!" The crowd rushed upon the carriage and nearly tore in pieces the coachman and his master before it could be undeceived. Law demanded passports of the Duke of Orléans, who granted them immediately. The Duke of Bourbon, made rich by the system, felt under obligations to Law, and offered money and the carriage of Madame de Prie, his mistress. Law refused the money and accepted the carriage. He repaired to Brussels, taking with him only 800 louis. Scarcely was he gone when his property, consisting of lands and shares, was sequestered. End of Section 1, read by Mary Gabriel, Bethesda, Maryland, July 13, 2023.
Section 2 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2023. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 2. Prince Eugene vanquishes the Turks, A.D. 1717, by Prince Eugene of Savoy. This struggle marked the disastrous end of a determined effort of the Ottoman Empire to recover lost possessions. It also resulted in giving all Hungary, with Belgrade and a part of Servia, permanently to Austria. After their last great invasion of Austrian territory and their crushing defeat by Sobieski and the Imperialists, 1683, the Turks suffered many losses of territory at the hands of various European powers. In 1696, Peter the Great took from them Azov, an important entrance to the Black Sea. By the Treaty of the Pruth, 1711, this, with other Russian possessions, was again ceded to the Turks. The temporary success led them to seek further recoveries. Their aim was chiefly directed against Austria and Venice, which had aggrandized themselves at the expense of the Moslem power. Turkish victories caused the Venetians to call in the aid of Austria. The Austrian intervention not only saved Venice, but once more checked the Turkish arms. The Emperor Charles VI appointed as leader of the Austrian forces Prince Eugene of Savoy, already distinguished through a long series of wars as one of the greatest soldiers of his time, the companion of Marlborough. In 1716, Eugene defeated the Grand Vizier at Temeshvar, and in the following year took Belgrade and destroyed the Turkish army, as told in his own racy and cavalier style. From all sides men flocked to serve under me. There were enough to form a squadron of princes and volunteers. Among the former a prince of Hesse, 2 of Bavaria, a Bevern, a Kullenbach, 1 of Württemberg, 2 of Ligne, 1 of Liechtenstein, of Anhalt-Dessau, the Count of Charolais, the Princes of Dombes, of Marsillac, of Pons, etc. The Emperor made me a present of a magnificent diamond crucifix, and strongly assured me that all my victories came, and would come, from God. This was getting rid of gratitude toward me, and I set off for Futtak, where I assembled my army toward the end of May 1717. It was necessary to possess myself of Belgrade, which for 3 centuries had been so many times taken and retaken. Luckily, I did not find there the Cordelier John the Capistran, who, with the crucifix in his hand and in the hottest part of the fire during the whole day, defended the place so well, and Hunyadi, who commanded there against Mahomet II in 1456. Hunyadi died of his wounds. The Emperor lost Belgrade, Mahomet lost an eye, and the Cordelier was canonized. Unfortunately, the Grand Seigneur had but too well replaced the wrong-headed Grand Vizier, who had been killed. It was the Pasha of Belgrade who supplied the vacancy, called Haschi Ali, who made the most judicious arrangements for the preservation of the place, and caused me a great deal of embarrassment. On June 10th I passed the Danube. My volunteer princes threw themselves into boats to arrive among the first, and to charge the Spahis with some squadrons of mercy, which had already passed below Panchova, to protect the disembarkation of some, and the bridge constructed for the others, with 84 boats. On the 19th I went, with a large escort, to reconnoitre the place where I wished to pitch my camp. 1,200 Spahis rushed upon us with unequalled fury and shouted, "Allah! Allah!" I know not why one of their officers broke through a squadron which was in front to find me at the head of the second, where I placed myself from prudential motives, having many orders to give. He missed me, and I was going to obtain satisfaction with my pistol, when a dragoon at my side knocked him under his horse. On the same day we had a naval combat which lasted 2 hours, and our Saix having the advantage, I remained master of the operations on the Danube. On the 20th, I continued working on the lines of contravallation under a dreadful fire from the place. Toward the end of June, I advanced my camp so near Belgrade that the bullets were constantly flying over my head. A storm destroyed all my bridges, and, but for the courage of a Hessian officer in a redoubt, I do not know how I should have been able to re-establish the one upon the Save. Wishing to take the place on the side next the water, I caused a fort at the mouth of the Donawitz to be attacked by Mercy, who fell from his horse in an apoplectic fit. They carried him away, thinking him dead. He was afterwards successfully cured, but, being informed of his accident, I went to replace him, and the fort was taken. The Prince of Dombes narrowly escaped being killed at my side by a bullet which made my horse rear. Marcilly was killed in bravely defending a post which I had charged him to entrench. He demanded succour from Rudolf Heister, who refused him, and who was deservedly killed as a punishment for his cowardice, by a cannon ball which reached him behind his chevaux de frise. I arrived, accidentally at first, with a large escort. I sent for a large detachment. I halted, and completely beat the Janissaries, leaving, indeed, 500 men killed upon the field, Taxis, Visconti, Suger, etc. The Pasha of Rumelia, the best officer of the Mussulmans, lost his life also. On July 22nd, my batteries were finished. I bombarded, burned, and destroyed the place so much that they would have capitulated if they had not heard that the Grand Vizier had arrived at Missa on the 30th with 250,000 men. On August 1st, we saw them on the heights which overlooked my camp, extending in a semicircle from Krotzka as far as Dedina. The Mussulmans formed the most beautiful amphitheatre imaginable, very agreeable to look at, excellent for a painter, but hateful to a general. Enclosed between this army and a fortress which had 30,000 men in garrison, the Danube on the right and the Save on the left, my resolution was formed. I intended to quit my lines and attack them, notwithstanding their advantage of ground, but the fever which had already raged in my army did not spare me. Behold me seriously ill and in my bed, instead of being at the head of my troops, whom I wished to lead the road to honour. I can easily conceive that this caused a little uneasiness at the court, in the city, and even in my army. It required boldness and good fortune to extricate one's self from it. The general who might have succeeded me would, and indeed almost must, have thought that he should be lost if he retreated, and be beaten if he did not retreat. Every day made our situation worse. The numerous artillery of the Turks had arrived on the heights of which I have spoken. We were so bombarded with it, as well as with that from the garrison, that I knew not where to put my tent, for, in going in and out, many of my domestics had been killed. In the small skirmishes which we often had with the Spahis, my young volunteers did not fail to be among them, discharging their pistols, though cannon-balls intermingled also. And one day Desrad, the governor of the Prince of Dombes, had his leg shot off by his side, and one of his pages was killed. All our princes, whom I have enumerated above, distinguished themselves, and loved me like their father. I had caused the country in the rear of the Grand Vizier's army to be ravaged, but these people, as well as their horses, and especially their camels, will live almost upon nothing. Scarcely an hour passed in which I did not lose a score of men by the dysentery, or by the cannon from the lines, which the infidels advanced more and more every night toward my entrenchments. I was less the besieger than the besieged. My affairs toward the city went on better. A bomb which fell into a magazine of powder completed its destruction, and occasioned the loss of 3,000 men. At length I recovered from my illness, and on August 15th, notwithstanding the ill advice of persons who were not fond of battles, the matter was fixed. I calculated that listlessness and despair would produce success. I did not sleep, as Alexander did before the battle of Arbela, but the Turks did, who were no Alexanders. Opium and predestination will make philosophers of us. I gave brief and explicit instructions touching whatever might happen. I quitted my entrenchments 1 hour after midnight. The darkness first, and then a fog rendered my first undertakings mere chance. Some of my battalions, on the right wing, fell, unintentionally, while marching, into a part of the Turkish entrenchments. A terrible confusion among them, who never have either advanced posts or spies, and among us a similar confusion, which it would be impossible to describe. They fired from the left to the centre on both sides, without knowing where. The Janissaries fled from their entrenchments. I had time to throw into them fascines and gabions, to make a passage for my cavalry who pursued them, I know not how. The fog dispersed, and the Turks perceived a dreadful breach. But for my second line, which I ordered to march there immediately, to stop this breach, I should have been lost. I then wished to march in order. Impossible. I was better served than I expected. La Colonie, at the head of his Bavarians, rushed forward and took a battery of 18 pieces of cannon. I was obliged to do better than I wished. I sustained the Bavarians, and the Turks, after having fled to the heights, lost all the advantages of their ground. A large troop of their cavalry wished to charge mine, which were too much advanced. A whole regiment was cut in pieces, but 2 others, who arrived opportunely to their aid, decided the victory. It was then that I received a cut from a sabre. It was, I believe, my 13th wound, and probably my last. Everything was over at 11 o'clock in the morning. Villard, during the battle, retained a garrison of Belgrade, which capitulated the same day. I forgot that there was no Boufflers there. I played the generous man. I granted the honours of war to the garrison, who, not knowing what they meant, did not avail themselves of them. Men, women, and children, chariots and camels, issued forth all at once, pell-mell, by land and by water. At Vienna the devotees cried out, "A miracle!" Those who envied me cried out, "Good fortune!" Charles VI was, I believe, among the former, and Guido Starhemberg among the latter. I was well received, as might have been expected. Here is my opinion respecting this victory, in which I have more cause for justification than for glory. My partisans have spoken too favourably of it, and my enemies too severely. They would have had much more reason to propose cutting off my head on this occasion than on that of Zenta, for there I risked nothing. I was certain of conquering, but here, not only I might have been beaten, but totally ruined and lost in a storm, for the enemy's artillery to the left, on the shores of the Danube, had destroyed my bridges. I was indeed superior in saics and in workmen and artillerymen to protect or repair them. I had a corps also at Semlin. Could I anticipate the tardiness or disinclination of the authorities who engaged in this war, where there were so many vices of the interior in administration, and so much ignorance in the chiefs of the civil and commissariat departments? Hence it was that I was in want of everything necessary to commence the siege, and to take Belgrade before the arrival of the Grand Vizier, and which hindered me afterward from checking him on the heights. This, however, I should have done, but for my cursed fever, before his artillery arrived. And then that unlucky dysentery, which put my army into the hospital, or rather into the burying ground, for each regiment had one behind its camp. Could I anticipate that also? These were the 2 motives which induced me to attack, and to risk all or nothing, for I was as certainly lost one way as another. I threw up entrenchments against entrenchments. I knew a little more upon that subject than my comrade the Grand Vizier, and I had plenty of troops in health to guard them. I obliged him for want of provisions, for, as I have already said, I caused all the country in his rear to be ravaged, to decamp, and consequently Belgrade to surrender. Thus, if this manuscript should be read, give me neither praise, my dear reader, nor blame. After all, I extricated myself, perhaps, as Charles VI said, his confessor, and the pious souls who trust in God, and who wished me at the devil, by the protection of the Virgin Mary, for the battle was fought on Assumption Day. Europe was getting embroiled elsewhere. Some charitable souls advised the Emperor to send me to negotiate at London, reckoning that they might procure for another the easy glory of terminating the war. I was not such a fool as to fall into this snare, and I set off for Hungary at the commencement of June, with a fine sword worth 80,000 florins, which the Emperor had presented to me. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Bursting of the South Sea Bubble, A.D. 1720, by Louis Adolphe Thiers. Never, perhaps, was there a time when rash monetary speculation seized with a firmer grip upon people and governments than during the early part of the 18th century. Concurrently with the delusive Mississippi scheme of John Law, 1717, which resulted in financial panic in France, a similarly disastrous enterprise was carried on in England. This was the attempt to turn the South Sea Company into a concern for enriching quickly both its private and its governmental investors. The collapse of this scheme in the same year as that of Law's caused even more serious and widespread ruin. Thiers' relation of the origin and development of the South Sea Company, of the forming and collapse of the bubble, and of the spread of the speculative mania, which manifested itself in so many other extravagant projects, makes a fitting counterpart to this historian's narrative of the rise and fall of the contemporary scheme in his own country. The South Sea Company was originated by the celebrated Harley, Earl of Oxford, in the year 1711, with the view of restoring public credit, which had suffered by the dismissal of the Whig ministry, and of providing for the discharge of the Army and Navy debentures, and other parts of the floating debt, amounting to nearly 10 millions sterling. A company of merchants, at that time without a name, took his debt upon themselves, and the government agreed to secure them for a certain period the interest of 6 per cent. To provide for this interest, amounting to £600,000 per annum, the duties upon wines, vinegar, India goods, wrought silks, tobacco, whale fins, and some other articles were rendered permanent. The monopoly of the trade to the South Seas was granted, and the company, being incorporated by Act of Parliament, assumed the title by which it has ever since been known. The minister took great credit to himself for his share in this transaction, and the scheme was always called by his flatterers the Earl of Oxford's masterpiece. Even at this early period of its history, the most visionary ideas were formed by the company and the public of the immense riches of the eastern coast of South America. Everybody had heard of the gold and silver mines of Peru and Mexico. Everyone believed them to be inexhaustible, and that it was only necessary to send the manufactures of England to the coast, to be repaid 100-fold in gold and silver ingots by the natives. A report industriously spread that Spain was willing to concede 4 ports on the coasts of Chile and Peru for the purposes of traffic increased the general confidence, and for many years the South Sea Company's stock was in high favor. Philip V of Spain, however, never had any intention of admitting the English to a free trade in the ports of Spanish America. Negotiations were set on foot,
but their only result was the asiento contract, or the privilege of supplying the colonies with the negroes for 30 years, and of sending once a year a vessel, limited both as to tonnage and value of cargo, to trade with Mexico, Peru, or Chile. The latter permission was only granted upon the hard condition that the King of Spain should enjoy 1/4 of the profits, and a tax of 5% on the remainder. This was a great disappointment to the Earl of Oxford and his party, who were reminded, much oftener than they found agreeable, of the parturient Montes, nascitur ridiculus mos. But the public confidence in the South Sea Company was not shaken. The Earl of Oxford declared that Spain would permit 2 ships, in addition to the annual ship, to carry out merchandise during the first year, and a list was published in which all the ports and harbors of these coasts were pompously set forth as open to the trade of Great Britain. The first voyage of the annual ship was not made till the year 1717, and in the following year the trade was suppressed by the rupture with Spain. The name of the South Sea Company was thus continually before the public. Though their trade with the South American states produced little or no augmentation of their revenues, they continued to flourish as a monetary corporation. Their stock was in high request, and the directors, buoyed up with success, began to think of new means for extending their influence. The Mississippi scheme of John Law, which so dazzled and captivated the French people, inspired them with an idea that they could carry on the same game in England. The anticipated failure of his plans did not divert them from their intention. Wise in their own conceit, they imagined they could avoid his faults, carry on their schemes forever, and stretch the cord of credit to its extremest tension without causing it to snap asunder. It was while Law's plan was at its greatest height of popularity, while people were crowding in thousands to the Rue Quincampoix and ruining themselves with frantic eagerness, that the South Sea directors laid before Parliament their famous plan for paying off the national debt. Visions of boundless wealth floated before the fascinated eyes of the people in the 2 most celebrated countries of Europe. The English commenced their career of extravagance somewhat later than the French, but as soon as the delirium seized them, they were determined not to be outdone. Upon January 22, 1720, the House of Commons resolved itself into a committee of the whole House to take into consideration that part of the King's speech at the opening of the session which related to the public debts, and the proposal of the South Sea Company toward the redemption and sinking of the same. The proposal set forth at great length and under several heads the debts of the state, amounting to £30,981,712, which the company was anxious to take upon itself, upon consideration of 5% per annum, secured to it until midsummer 1727, after which time the whole was to become redeemable at the pleasure of the legislature, and the interest to be reduced to 4%. It was resolved on February 2nd that the proposals were most advantageous to the country. They were accordingly received, and leave was given to bring in a bill to that effect. Exchange Alley was in a fever of excitement. The company's stock, which had been at 130 the previous day, gradually rose to 300, and continued to rise with the most astonishing rapidity during the whole time that the bill, in its several stages, was under discussion. Sir Robert Walpole was almost the only statesman in the House who spoke out boldly against it. He warned them, in eloquent and solemn language, of the evils that would ensue. It countenanced, he said, the dangerous practice of stock jobbing, and would divert the genius of the nation from trade and industry. It would hold out a dangerous allure to decoy the unwary to their ruin, by making them part with the earnings of their labor for a prospect of imaginary wealth. The great principle of the project was an evil of first-rate magnitude. It was to raise artificially the value of the stock by exciting and keeping up a general infatuation, and by promising dividends out of funds which could never be adequate to the purpose. The bill was 2 months in its progress through the House of Commons. During this time every exertion was made by the directors and their friends, and more especially by the chairman, the noted Sir John Blunt, to raise the price of the stock. The most extravagant rumors were in circulation. Treaties between England and Spain were spoken of, whereby the latter was to grant a free trade to all her colonies, and the rich produce of the mines of Potosi-La Paz was to be brought to England until silver should become almost as plentiful as iron. For cotton and woolen goods, which could be supplied to them in abundance, the dwellers in Mexico were to empty their golden mines. The company of merchants trading to the South Seas would be the richest the world ever saw, and every £100 invested in it would produce hundreds per annum to the stockholder. At last the stock was raised by these means to near 400, but after fluctuating a good deal, settled at 330, at which price it remained when the bill passed the Commons by a majority of 172 against 55. Contrary to all expectation, South Sea stock fell when the bill received the royal assent. On April 7th the shares were quoted at 310, and on the following day at 290. Already the directors had tasted the profits of their scheme, and it was not likely that they should quietly allow the stock to find its natural level without an effort to raise it. Immediately their busy emissaries were set to work. Every person interested in the success of the project endeavored to draw a knot of listeners round him, to whom he expatiated on the treasures of the South American seas. Exchange Alley was crowded with attentive groups. One rumor alone, asserted with the utmost confidence, had an immediate effect upon the stock. It was said that Earl Stanhope had received overtures in France from the Spanish government to exchange Gibraltar and Port Mahon for some places on the coast of Peru, for the security and enlargement of the trade in the South Seas. Instead of one annual ship trading to those ports, and allowing the King of Spain 25 per cent out of the profits, the company might build and charter as many ships as it pleased, and pay no percentage whatever to any foreign potentate. Visions of ingots danced before their eyes, and stock rose rapidly. On April 12th, 5 days after the bill had become law, the directors opened their books for a subscription of £1 million, at the rate of £300 for every £100 capital. Such was the concourse of persons of all ranks, that this first subscription was found to amount to above 2 millions of original stock. It was to be paid in 5 payments, of £60 each for every £100. In a few days the stock advanced to 340, and the subscriptions were sold for double the price of the first payment. To raise the stock still higher, it was declared in a general court of directors on April 21st that the midsummer dividend should be 10 per cent, and that all subscriptions should be entitled to the same. These resolutions answering the end designed, the directors, to improve the infatuation of the moneyed men, opened their books for a second subscription of 1,000,000 at 4 per cent. Such was the frantic eagerness of people of every class to speculate in these funds, that in the course of a few hours no less than 1,500,000 was subscribed at that rate. In the meantime, innumerable joint stock companies started up everywhere. They soon received the name of bubbles, the most appropriate that imagination could devise. The populace are often most happy in the nicknames they employ. None could be more apt than that of bubbles. Some of them lasted for a week or a fortnight, and were no more heard of, while others could not even live out that short span of existence. Every evening produced new schemes, and every morning new projects. The highest of the aristocracy were as eager in this hot pursuit of gain as the most plodding jobber in Cornhill. The Prince of Wales became governor of one company, and is said to have cleared 40,000 pounds by his speculations. The Duke of Bridgewater started a scheme for the improvement of London and Westminster, and the Duke of Chandos another. There were nearly 100 different projects, each more extravagant and deceptive than the other. To use the words of the political state, they were set on foot and promoted by crafty knaves, then pursued by multitudes of covetous fools, and at last appeared to be, in effect, what their vulgar appellation denoted them to be, bubbles and mere cheats. It was computed that near 1,500,000 sterling was won and lost by these unwarrantable practices, to the impoverishment of many a fool and the enriching of many a rogue. Some of these schemes were plausible enough, and had they been undertaken at a time when the public mind was unexcited, might have been pursued with advantage to all concerned. But they were established merely with a view of raising the shares in the market. The projectors took the first opportunity of a rise to sell out, and next morning the scheme was at an end. Maitland, in his History of London, gravely informs us that one of the projects which received great encouragement was for the establishment of a company to make deal boards out of sawdust. This is, no doubt, intended as a joke, but there is abundance of evidence to show that dozens of schemes, hardly a whit more reasonable, lived their little day, ruining hundreds ere they fell. One of them was for a wheel for perpetual motion, capital 1,000,000. Another was for encouraging the breed of horses in England, and improving of glebe and church lands, and repairing and rebuilding parsonage and vicarage houses. Why the clergy, who were so mainly interested in the latter clause, should have taken so much interest in the first, is only to be explained on the supposition that the scheme was projected by a knot of the fox-hunting parsons, once so common in England. The shares of this company were rapidly subscribed for. But the most absurd and preposterous of all, and which showed, more completely than any other, the utter madness of the people, was one started by an unknown adventurer, entitled, "A company for carrying on an undertaking of great advantage, but nobody to know what it is." Were not the facts stated by scores of credible witnesses, it would be impossible to believe that any person could have been duped by such a project. The man of genius who essayed this bold and successful inroad upon public credulity merely stated in his prospectus that the required capital was 500,000, in 5,000 shares of 100 pounds each, deposit 2 pounds per share. Each subscriber paying his deposit would be entitled to 100 pounds per annum per share. how this immense profit was to be obtained, he did not condescend to inform them at that time, but promised that in a month full particulars should be duly announced, and a call made for the remaining £98 of the subscription. Next morning at 9 o'clock this great man opened an office in Cornhill. Crowds of people beset his door, and when he shut up at 3 o'clock, he found that no less than 1,000 shares had been subscribed for and the deposits paid. He was thus, in 5 hours, the winner of £2,000. He was philosopher enough to be contented with his venture, and set off the same evening for the Continent. He was never heard of again. It is time, however, to return to the great South Sea Gulf, that swallowed the fortunes of so many thousands of the avaricious and the credulous. On May 29th the stock had risen as high as 500, and about 2/3 of the government annuitants had exchanged the securities of the state for those of the South Sea Company. During the whole of the month of May the stock continued to rise, and on the 28th it was quoted at 550. In 4 days after this it took a prodigious leap, rising suddenly from 550 to 890. It was now the general opinion that the stock could rise no higher, and many persons took that opportunity of selling out, with a view of realizing their profits. Many noblemen and persons in the train of the king, and about to accompany him to Hanover, were also anxious to sell out. So many sellers and so few buyers appeared in the alley on June 3rd that the stock fell at once from 890 to 640. The directors were alarmed and gave their agents orders to buy. Their efforts succeeded. Toward evening confidence was restored, and the stock advanced to 750. It continued at this price, with some slight fluctuation, until the company closed its books on June 22nd. It would be needless and uninteresting to detail the various arts employed by the directors to keep up the price of stock. It will be sufficient to state that it finally rose to 1,000%. It was quoted at this price in the commencement of August. The bubble was then full blown, and began to quiver and shake preparatory to its bursting. Many of the government annuitants expressed dissatisfaction against the directors. They accused them of partiality in making out the lists for shares in each subscription. Further uneasiness was occasioned by its being generally known that Sir John Blunt, the chairman, and some others had sold out. During the whole of the month of August the stock fell, and on September 2nd it was quoted at 700 only. Day after day it continued to fall, until it was as low as 400. In a letter dated September 13th from Mr. Broderick, M.P., to Lord Chancellor Middleton, and published in Cox's Walpole, the former says, "Various are the conjectures why the South Sea directors have suffered the cloud to break so early. I made no doubt but they would do so when they found it to their advantage. They have stretched credit so far beyond what it would bear that specie proves insufficient to support it. Their most considerable men have drawn out, securing themselves by the losses of the deluded, thoughtless numbers, whose understandings have been overruled by avarice and the hope of making mountains out of molehills. Thousands of families will be reduced to beggary. The consternation is inexpressible, the rage beyond description, and the case altogether so desperate that I do not see any plan or scheme so much as thought of for averting the blow, so that I cannot pretend to guess what is next to be done. 10 days afterward, the stock still falling, he writes, "The company have yet come to no determination, for they are in such a wood that they know not which way to turn. By several gentlemen lately come to town, I perceive the very name of a South Sea man grown abominable in every country. A great many goldsmiths are already run off, and more will. Daily I question whether 1/3, nay 1/4 of them can stand it." At a general court of the Bank of England, held soon afterward, the governor informed them of the several meetings that had been held on the affairs of the South Sea Company, adding that the directors had not yet thought fit to come to any decision upon the matter. A resolution was then proposed and carried without a dissentient voice, empowering the directors to agree with those of the South Sea to circulate their bonds to what sum, and upon what terms, and for what time they might think proper. Thus both parties were at liberty to act as they might judge best for the public interest. Books were opened at the bank for subscription of 3 millions for the support of public credit, on the usual terms of £15 per cent. Deposit, £3 per cent. Premium, and £5 per cent. Interest. So great was the concourse of people in the early part of the morning, all eagerly bringing their money, that it was thought the subscription would be filled that day. But before noon the tide turned. In spite of all that could be done to prevent it, the South Sea Company's stock fell rapidly. Its bonds were in such discredit that a run commenced upon the most eminent goldsmiths and bankers, some of whom, having lent out great sums upon South Sea stock, were obliged to shut up their shops and abscond. The Sword Blade Company, which had hitherto been the chief casher of the South Sea Company, stopped payment. This, being looked upon as but the beginning of evil, occasioned a great run upon the bank, which was now obliged to pay out money much faster than it had received it upon the subscription in the morning. The day succeeding was a holiday, September 29th, and the bank had a little breathing time. It bore up against the storm, but its former rival, the South Sea Company, was wrecked upon it. Its stock fell to 150, and gradually, after various fluctuations, to 135. The bank, finding it was not able to restore public confidence and stem the tide of ruin, without running the risk of being swept away with those it intended to save, declined to carry out the agreement into which it had partially entered. And thus, to use the words of the parliamentary history, were seen in the space of 8 months the rise, progress, and fall of that mighty fabric, which, being wound up by mysterious springs to a wonderful height, had fixed the eyes and expectations of all Europe, but whose foundations, being fraud, illusion, credulity, and infatuation, fell to the ground as soon as the artful management of its directors was discovered. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Bach lays the foundation of modern music, AD 1723, by Henry Tipper. Our first recognized triumph in the marvelous modern development of music, the first great masterpiece which taught the world the beauty of which the art is capable, was Bach's Das Wohltempererte Klavier. The production marks, therefore, the first great climax of musical art. Like the other arts and sciences, the story of music is that of a slow building up. Music, divinest of arts, exactest of sciences. For music is both an art and a science. Has developed from the crude 2 or 3 note scale melody without semitones to the elaborate, ornate lucubrations of the modern oratorio, opera or symphony. From the beginning, the half-sister of poetry has been the handmaid of religion. The ancients ascribed miraculous properties to music. Of the actual system of the Egyptians, our information is very scant, but we learn from the monuments depicting the number and variety of their instruments that they had advanced from childish practice to orchestration and harmony. According to Plato, in their possession are songs having the power to exalt and ennoble mankind. The harp is undoubtedly of Egyptian origin. In Israel, plastic art was discouraged. The natural emotion of the people, therefore, was expressed in poetry and music. Miriam, the daughter of Jephthah, Deborah, and later the Virgin, whose grand chant, the Magnificat, is ever being upraised from Christendom's heart, portrayed the deep emotional temperament of this great religious race. The artistic standard of the music of the Greeks was far behind that of their observation and intelligence in other matters. Their theories on the combinations, of which they never made use, and analysis of their scales show much ingenuity, but their accounts are so vague that one cannot get any clear idea of what these were really like. When art is mature, people do not tell of city walls being overthrown, of savage animals being tamed, as run the stories of Orpheus and Amphion. One Greek there was, Pythagoras, who discerned the association between the distant music of the spheres with the 7 notes of the scale. He discovered the numerical relation of one tone to another. It was about the time of Pythagoras that a scheme of tetrachords, which did not overlap, was adopted. In Persia and Arabia was obtained a perfect system of intonation. The Chinese system is minutely exact in theory, bombastic in fancy. The Hindus sedulously avoided applying mathematics to their scales. The development of the scale is shown in the construction of the ancient Greek scale, the modern Japanese, and the Aboriginal Australian scale, and the phonographed tunes of some of the Red Indians of North America. Here a reference must be made to the scale of the Scotch bagpipe, a highly artificial product, without historical materials available to assist in unravelling its development. It comprised a whole diatonic series of notes, and modes may be selected therefrom. But it is to Rome that we owe the seed of our modern methods of treatment. The Netherlands school had been highly developed there by a long line of distinguished masters, who paved the way for the gifted Palestrina, who exalted polyphony to a secure eminence equal to that attained by the arts of painting and architecture. He brought forth a perception of the needs of which music suffered, adding an earnestness and science to a profound quality of simpleness and grace. It was between 1561 and 1571 that his genius mellowed, and his style took on those characteristics upon which was based the future music of the Catholic Church. It was while he was maestro at the Vatican that he submitted to the Church the famed Missa Papi Marcelli, which determined the future of church music. The culmination of art and music is strikingly shown in the subjoined article from the pen of that great authority, Mr. H. Tipper. The first tonal prophet and poet of the modern era, the era in which reason made tremendous protest against mere dogma, and the best religious instincts of human nature called imperatively for emancipation and for nearer individual contact with God, is Johann Sebastian Bach. We look dazzled at the brilliant victories of the Italian Renaissance, and amid tumultuous beauty, run riot with imagination, we hear the voice of Savonarola at the close of the period uttering his lamentations. The great Italian reformer saw and felt that in his day, and in his own country, the glory and beauty of the movement had vanished in sensuality, that hardness of heart and indifference to primary human needs had diverted the waters of the Renaissance from their main fertilizing channel. The deep need of the epoch was social, not mental. Sociality in its widest sense, the right of the individual, his inherent majesty which the accident of birth should not be able to impair, This and only this was the natural outcome of the new birth which came to humanity. This and only this was the sequel which German profundity and integrity, not Italian brilliancy and carelessness, placed before the mind of Europe. The Reformation, then, this Protestantism, is distinctive of the new era. It was a protest, not only religious, as the word is usually applied, but scientific. It is the basis in the modern Western world of those laws of criticism which have submitted, or will submit, everything to searching analytical investigation. And as in the case of the natural world, so in the moral and ethical, man by the light of revealed truth, or by those higher instincts of nobility which emanate from the eternal love, seek to apply to the reformation of society those principles of love, justice, and recompense, which each would wish applied individually to self. As an inspirer of thought and man of action, the world has seen few such men as Luther. His genius, as it were, discovered and laid bare the inexhaustible treasures of the German language. His sympathy and genial humanity sent a thrill of song, poetical and tonal, throughout the fatherland. He was the great awakener of German emotion. To Luther, a man who cared not for song was without the pale of humanity. But his enthusiasm was practical. In the church, as we have seen, he gathered from all sources whatever was of the best, and gave it to the people. In the schools he advocated the cause of song. In the streets the people needed not advocacy. Wherever 2 or 3 gathered together, song was in the midst of them. And it is not too much to say that the Lutheran hymn was the saviour of German poetry and a font of German song. In the 17th century there was in Germany little poetry worthy of the name, save that inspired by the devotional character of Luther's genius. His heir and successor in the realm of tone was Sebastian Bach. True, 2 centuries had elapsed between the death of the great reformer in morals and the birth of the great reformer in tone. But the work of the latter could not have been without the former. The chorale was introduced by Luther. It was perfected by Bach. To what other influence than the Lutheran can we attribute the growth of Bach? Are there any other resources of German art and thought which can account for the advent of the great musician? In art, Dürer stood by the side of Luther. In him again we find a man. Thought. Help me to express my native thought. Teach me to express in my art the reality of nature, its wonderful beauty, thrice beautiful to me an artist, the pathos of life, its realism, apparently far from the ideal, yet most precious to me as a man. This was the aim of Dürer, and he seems a man after the Lutheran mould. The aim of Dürer may be found in some respects in Bach's work, because both men were men of integrity, great and patient in soul. This, of course, is not to say that Bach was affected by Dürer, but is merely an endeavour to find what was noblest in Germany preceding Bach. One more allusion. In Bach's art we trace the mystic, not shadowy outpourings of hysterical emotion, but beauties of eternal verities disclosed in vision, faint it is true, to none save the noblest of mortals. One such kindred spirit preceding Bach was Boehme, the father of German mysticism, the poor cobbler, whose soul lay far away in the regions of celestial love, and whose utterance is of the realities thereof. These 3 men, Luther, Dürer, Boehme, are those to whom the great musician Bach is akin. But he is truly the child of the former, and the father of the highest aspirations in instrumental music. For confirmatory evidence, we have only to trace the growth of the Bach family. The progenitor, Veit Bach, was born at Weckmar, near Gotha, in 1550, and following his trade as a baker, settled, after considerable wanderings, near the Hungarian frontier. Veit Bach was a staunch Lutheran. Whether the Lutheran services had given him a love of music, or whether they only quickened a constitutional sympathy, it is impossible to say. Certain it is that he was passionately fond of music, and cast for a period among a population whose emotions found constant and ready utterance and tone, he brought back to Weckmar, whither he had returned on account of religious persecution, his beloved Cithringa and the art of playing it. There is evidence that this knowledge afforded him consolation and enjoyment in the quiet monotony of his life. While the mill was working, Weitbach was often playing, and doubtless the peculiar charm and rhythm of old Hungarian melodies, songs of the people which he had learnt from the wandering gypsies, recurred to him, as well as those grand devotional hymns on which he had been nourished from childhood. We have said that Weitbach was a staunch Lutheran. From father to son through generations, the Lutheran doctrine, pure and undefiled, had been handed down, accompanied by the musical gift, until both, uniting in Sebastian Bach, born at Eisenach in 1685, served to glorify the Lutheran chorale and the art which perfected it. Again, the traditions of the great reformer must have been imbibed by Sebastian Bach from infancy. Surrounding his native town lay a circle of wooded heights, from one of which rose the Wartburg, that illustrious shrine of the German nation, whither in medieval and modern times her sons have repaired to exhibit and replenish their lamp of genius. There the Minnesingers gathered in contest a song. Thither as a modern Elijah came the great monk, weary of soul, yet whose immortal genius unfolded the page of sacred writ. And down the wood-clad slope came issuing the melody of the Hebrew psalmist, translated into German speech, and entering into German hearts, mingled with the narrative of the Redeemer's passion, lit by awful and solemn glory of eternal love. Who shall say that young Bach knew not of these things? Who will contend, when his genius matured and ripened, the immortal tones in which the eternal passion was portrayed owed nothing to the sympathy of association, the spiritual life of the great reformer born 2 centuries before? Yet once more, the Bach family was full of affection and sympathy one toward the other. Each year witnessed a reunion of the various members of the family scattered throughout Thuringia, and each came bearing the gift of music. As a child among the elders, we can imagine how the young Sebastian revered his uncles, Johann Christopher and Michael Sebastian, in whom were conserved and developed the Lutheran tonal principles and traditions. How he somewhat feared the austere character of his elder brother, Johann Christopher, to whose charge he was entrusted upon the death of his father. But we need not imagine how the soul of the young boy was filled with inexpressible yearning for the art of music. We know that it was so. His brother, who instructed him, gauged not the nature of the lad. Often and often did the boy's wistful eyes and loving heart covet the possession of a manuscript book kept by his brother in strict reserve, containing a priceless collection of compositions by the great German masters and mediators. The boy extracted them from their resting place, and we see the young tone prophet striving to master the art forms of Reinken, Buxtehude, Frescobaldi, Kerl, Froberger, and Pachelbel, endeavouring to wrest from them their style and inmost meaning by the light of the moon's pale rays, which led, alas, in after years, to blindness. What revelations came to the soul of the young musician we know not, but his genius, thus directed, knew no pause till it had won for ever the freedom of the tonal art, until the last fetter of conventionality had been removed, until in all dignity and beauty music came forth, henceforth to comfort and solace the human heart. But of this anon. We trace the young boy to school. We see him a chorister in the choir of St. Michael's, Lüneburg. Here he entered the gymnasium, studying Greek and Latin, organ and violin playing. Here, too, he exhausted the treasures of the musical library. But at Hamburg, the great Reinken was giving a series of organ recitals. Thither young Bach repaired. At Kelle he became acquainted with several suites and other compositions of celebrated French masters. In 1703 he became violinist in the Saxe-Weimar Orchestra, and in the same year, aged 18, he was appointed organist at the new church of Arnstadt, where other members of his family had held similar positions. Thus already we have ample evidence both of intense activity and catholicity of taste. And now, a mere youth, he enters upon his life work, the perfecting of church music, especially the chorale form, and the emancipation of the art from any influence whatsoever other than derives from contact with nature and emotion. If we ask what equipment he had for his task, we answer enthusiasm, so deep, so tempered in all its qualities, that, though in a few years he became the ablest performer of his time upon the harpsichord and organ, yet never once is the term virtuoso associated in our thought with the purity of aspiration which characterized him. His enthusiasm was religious, deep-seated, his vision far and wide, and no temporary triumph, no sunlit cloud of fame could satisfy the imperative needs of his inmost nature. And this nature was calm, with the calmness of strength, and with that tender purity and homely virtue which characterized the surroundings of his boyhood. This enthusiasm, this religious instinct for what was noblest and best, led him early, as we have seen, to seek inspiration from the works of men who combined in their compositions all that the great previously existing schools had taught. Bach was never weary of learning, if perchance he could attain a more lucid or a more beautiful expression of his thought. We have then this enthusiasm, this capacity for at once discerning what was best. Add to it one more quality, the religious, in its best sense, which young Bach possessed to the uttermost, the feeling that his art was but the medium of expression for the deep things of God. And we have the equipment with which the young musician started on his quest. Young Bach had received no great instruction in the schools of composition. That which he had gathered was a catholicity of taste from all the renowned masters. Not one of his immediate ancestors had stirred beyond the confines of their simple home. Well, for him was it so. No late meretricious Neapolitan tinsel could exist in the quiet, calm beauty of his Thuringian dwelling-place. Nature lay before him. "Come," she said, "seek to understand me. I have treasures that ye know not of, treasures that can only be gathered by the pure in heart and patient in spirit. Here around you, in your quiet German home, are the elements of all your strength. Here there is no distraction. Riches shall not allure you. Honourable poverty will minister to your purity." And young Bach knew that the voice was true. In heeding it, there came to him likewise an inner voice, relating spiritual things, even as the voice of nature related natural things. Comprehending, then, his character, we pass on. His work at this period was formal. He felt, but could not express. But at Lübeck, the noble-hearted Buxtehude was endeavouring to bring home to the hearts of the people the mission of music. Bach went thither, fascinated by the grand organ-playing of the Lübeck master, and listening with heartfelt love to those memorable concerts of which we have previously spoken. Bach forgot both time and engagements. When he returned to Arnstadt, the spirit of Buxtehude was upon him. Henceforth the quiet people of Arnstadt knew no rest. Variations, subtle, beautiful, a refined and fuller contrapuntal treatment mingled with the chorale. The conservatism of Arnstadt received a severe shock, a dreadful experience doubtless to the quiet German town. Such genius could come to no good end, and so the consistory and Bach agreed to part. Bach had married in October 1707. In 1708, while at Mühlhausen, his first considerable work, composed for the municipal elector, appeared. His election at Saxe-Weimar was undoubtedly owing to his playing before Duke Wilhelm Ernst, and we can imagine with what pleasure the young musician, conscious of great power, looked forward to the intellectual and cultured life for which Weimar was renowned. In the course of a few years, Bach was appointed orchestral and concert director to the Duke. The liberal atmosphere of Weimar, the appreciation of men whose opinion was of worth, could but stimulate the mental faculties and widen the range of thought. And there is a breadth of conception and majesty in Bach at this period unknown before. With the assiduity of genius, he laboured for the realization of his ideal. Palestrina, Lozzi, and Caldara were laid under contribution. The master transcribed the works of these composers with his own hands, and arranged the violin concertos of Vivaldi for the harpsichord and organ. It is ever with the greatest artist. They assimilate all the forms of kindred art, yet never sacrifice their individuality. The means enabling them to express their inmost soul must be found, but their soul will alone dictate the form which his expression will assume. But Bach is approaching the close of the first period of his career. An invitation has been given him, 1717, to become conductor of the orchestra at the court of Leopold of Anhalt-Köthen, a prince remarkable for his benevolence and cultured attainments. Here his duties were comparatively slight and his leisure abundant. Hitherto he had been engaged, as it were, in the temple service. At Weimar he had developed into a great tone poet of sacred song. With refined strength and exquisite perception, he had gathered up the related parts of song, weaving them into a unity of impassioned and majestic utterance. But the great poet must have a wider experience. He must enter, as it were, into the great deeps of sacred emotion and things natural. He must perceive in the universe a deeper, a more majestic beauty even than in the temple. Then he will become a great prophet among his fellows, and illumine for all time the pathway of life, giving strength to the weak, consolation to the weary, and song to the blithe and pure of heart. This is what Bach became in tone. His attention at Köthen was directed mainly to instrumental music. We have previously remarked upon the endeavours which certain German masters made to bring home to their countrymen an appreciation of instrumental music. How long the seed lay germinating in Bach's mind we do not know. A new idea had taken possession of him. Or rather, he contemplated the application of the principle of his former labours in polyphony to instrumental music, pure and simple. At Köthen he supplemented his labours at Weimar. At Leipzig, whither we shall presently follow him, he brought them to completion. But we are anticipating. We have seen how patiently, how toilsomely music has broken, one by one, the fetters of conventionality, how she has grown in strength and beauty, anticipating the moment of her final deliverance. It has come at last. With the patience and impatience of genius, Bach strikes in twain the last fetter of conventionality. He has realized his quest. The boy who, far away in future thought, studied the art forms of his great predecessors and contemporaries in the lowly chamber, or by the light of the silent moon, had found his beloved, the tonal muse. She stands free before him to serve his will purified by conception and incessant effort, and he will lead her in her new-found freedom, and place her in the path of progress. Bach's compositions at this time include the early part of one of the greatest of his works, the Wohltemperierte Klavier. In this work, the second part of which was composed at Leipzig, Bach attained the full mastery of form. The strivings and efforts of the great Netherland masters found completion in this work of Bach. In it are compressed the labours of centuries. The works of the masters, Oeghem, Dufay, Josquin de Prez, and others, are but prophecies in tone, announcing a realization of their ideal in the centuries yet to come, that ideal which they felt so particularly, yet could not express. The Wohltemperierte Klavier then marks the first great climax of musical art. The evolution was certain, and it consummated in a kindred mind, the deepest expression of human feeling, the agony of the dire distress and conflict of life, the calm majesty of faith which enables the soul to overcome every obstacle, its pathetic appeal to God for rest and comfort, the strength of victory, are possible in music, are expressed in music as no other art can express them, because of Bach. True to his trust, he extracted all that was best in the works of his predecessors, and vivifying it by his genius, created forms of expression which the greatest that have followed him have utilized and extolled. But as we have said, the great poet must perceive in things natural, in the beauty of the universe around him, in the sacred feelings of human emotion, a sacredness as worthy and as earnest, though less concentrated in character, as that which exists in the more direct function of religious worship. To the great poet, however he works, all things are sacred. It is he who reveals the heaven that lies around us. He opens the portals of nature, and we enter in to find strength and consolation. Bach does all this in the masterly work we are considering. Not to the Italian, but to the German, did nature at length disclose her choicest method of expression, and this because the German had ever lived in close contact with her. In all Bach's works at this period, the work of emancipation goes forward. Take, for instance, the Brandenburg concertos, leading to the combination of the present orchestra. But a new sphere of action here again opens to Bach. His master and friend, the Prince of Culloden, was distracted from the pursuit of music by his wife's want of interest therein, and so Bach sorrowfully looks around him for a more congenial appointment. This he found at Leipzig in 1723, as cantor to the school of St. Thomas. Leipzig, like Weimar, was celebrated for its intellectual life, but the various vexations which the great musician encountered from the action of the authorities reflects but little credit upon them. Bach's labours here were simply titanic. There were 4 churches at Leipzig, the principal being St. Nicholas and St. Thomas. Bach seems to have been responsible for the musical service at each. How innate and healthy was his genius may be inferred from the fact that for these musical services alone 380 cantatas seem to have been composed. Bach entered upon his labours at Leipzig at the age of 38 and continued therein until his death in 1750. Let us examine briefly the nature of these labours and endeavour to glean from them their characteristic principles. When Bach came to Leipzig, he came full of experience and power. As a youth, he had devoted himself to the perfecting of church music. Untiringly, unceasingly, with steadfast love, he had brought the laws of counterpoint and fugue to mingle with the grace of melody and the genius of a noble imagination. At Culloden, his poetic and artistic temperament roamed through the realms of nature, and brought us near to the understanding of their varied utterance. At Leipzig, he finished the education of his life and his career as a tone poet. He seeks again the shelter of the temple, but his genius has matured and ripened. He has examined the mysteries of life. His enthusiasm for the pure and good is stronger than ever, but life is still a mystery. Evil, pain, love deep as hell and high as heaven, the titanic conflict of opposing principles, nature and her decrees, sorrow, remorse, sweet, unaffected joy, and tranquil resignation. What mean they all? The answer, the solution, is on Calvary. There is no other solution. Intellect, deny how it will, is baffled by the complex problem. The solution is of love through trouble and anguish. The passion music of Bach rises to the sublime understanding of this grand mystery. And again the evolution of the old mystery and passion play consummates in a kindred mind. Again the triumph of faith is with the German. Luther frees the understanding from tyranny. Bach raises it to the region of genius and sympathy, and closes the labours of 1,000 years of Christian tonal effort by his passion music of the Redeemer. But while this is so, he initiated the modern period of tonal art, leaving, however, this passion music as his noblest legacy, as if to warn men that no other solution of life exists. But though Bach's genius was supreme, it was not because he was undisturbed by the vexations of daily life. Rarely, if ever, has an artist equally great produced in such boundless profusion the highest works of genius when engaged with men most frequently unable to understand his thought, and immersed in the arduous duties of a teacher in an art noteworthy of producing fatigue and exhaustion of spirit. But his enthusiasm and strength were equal to the task. With grand integrity and desire for the welfare of the congregations of the churches alluded to, he obtained from their respective ministers the texts of their discourses for the ensuing Sundays, and produced, apparently without effort, hundreds of cantatas to convey to the hearers the inner meaning of the words which fell from the preacher's lips. These cantatas frequently opened with orchestral introduction, followed by a chorus, usually very impressive, and imbued with the meaning of the text. The recitatives and solo airs would still further convey this meaning, while a chorale or hymn in 4 parts, with elaborate instrumental accompaniment, served to express the feelings of the whole congregation. To each instrument was assigned a separate part, and the whole accompaniment was separate from the singing. But if Bach in the consummation of the chorale perfected Luther's work in the realm of music, he in his passion music finds worthy expression of a nation's devotion. His genius, as it were, felt the spirit life of the past. His soul vibrated to the yearnings of the unknown millions of his race who had passed away in the centuries preceding him, and whose consolation in their humble toil and the various hardships of their lives was the narrative of this passion music of the Saviour Christ. The rough, dramatic presentation according to this narrative gathered, as time went on, elements of beauty and traditional treatment around it. It was powerfully to affect the drama proper and oratorio, but in its direct and proper functions it was to inspire the first, and in some respects the greatest, of the great musicians of Germany to his utmost effort, to his most lofty flight of genius, as his winged spirit soared through the ages of the past, toward the future ages yet to come. This passion music of St. Matthew is the noblest presentment of the characteristics of the German mind, and is unsurpassed in the realm of religious art. It is an unfolding of the German spirit, and evidences qualities the possession of which makes for national greatness. As we have said, Bach is the great lyric poet of his nation, the first great German genius after the devastating horrors of war. Looming on the sight, or as contemporaries, are Handel, Leibniz, Wolf, Klopstock, Lessing, and Winckelmann. The modern era, with its philosophy and revolution, has arrived. The domain of thought is enwidened, and the Middle Ages blend and fade in the historic vista of the past. But the modern era commences with these great affirmations in art and poetry. Bach takes the narrative of the Passion and erects the cross anew with sympathetic genius of art and love. Handel, as if he had caught Isaiah's prophetic fire, gave to Europe its most beautiful and noble epic, the Messiah. And Klopstock, the first and the great line of Germany's modern poets, devoted his genius and labour to the same subject. But with Bach and Handel, no miserable conflicting elements of theology sully the conception of the Saviour Christ. These great artists rise to the universal and the true. The highest art is absolute and knows no appeal. It is in harmony with universal law, both spiritual and physical. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Settlement of Georgia, A.D. 1732, by William B. Stevens. It was not only the beginning of a new commonwealth, destined to become an important state of the American Union, but also the spirit and purpose which led to it, that made the English colonization of Georgia a great and unique event in the history of this country. Seldom have military and philanthropic achievements been combined in the career of one man. James Oglethorpe was already a distinguished soldier and a member of the English Parliament when in 1732 he sailed with 120 men and founded Savannah. His expressed object was the settlement of Georgia, not only as a home for insolvent debtors who suffered in English jails, but also for persecuted Protestants of the continent. It was not the least of his services that on his second visit to the future Empire State of the South, he took with him John and Charles Wesley, whose influence has been so marked among the American people. Prior to the undertaking of Sir Robert Montgomery in 1717, with which Stevens' narrative begins, few white men had visited the Georgia country, which was the home of various Indian tribes. De Soto traversed it on his great westward expedition, 1539 to 1542, but little was known of it when in 1629 it was included in King Charles I Carolina Grant to Sir Robert Heath, or even at the time of the next Carolina Grant, 1663, when it passed to Monk, Clarendon, and others. Under the later proprietors, it became known to Englishmen through such glowing descriptions as naturally aroused an interest in its settlement. It was not until 1717 that any effort was made to improve the lands between the Savannah and the Altamaha. In that year, Sir Robert Montgomery, Bart., whose father was joined with Lord Cardross in his measures for establishing a Scots colony in Port Royal, published a discourse concerning the designed establishment of a new colony to the south of Carolina, in what he termed the most delightful country in the universe. This pamphlet was accompanied by a beautiful but fanciful plan representing the form of settling the districts or county divisions in his province, which he styled the Margravate of Azelia. In his description of the country, he writes that nature has not blessed the world with any tract which can be preferable to it. That paradise, with all her virgin beauties, may be modestly supposed at most, but equal to its native excellencies. Having obtained from the Lord Proprietors of Carolina a grant of the lands between Savannah and the Altamaha, he issued his proposals for settling this future Eden, but, though garnished with the most glowing descriptions and set forth under the most captivating attractions, they were issued in vain, and the 3 years having expired within which was to make the settlement or forfeit the land, the territory reverted to Carolina, and his scheme of colonization came to an end. The Margravate of Azelia was magnificent upon the map, but was impracticable in reality. The Lords Proprietors of Carolina having failed in their scheme of government, and their authority being crushed by the provincial revolution of 1719, they sold their titles and interest in that province to Parliament in 1729, reserving to Lord John Carteret, one of their number, the remaining 8 shares of the country, as he refused to join the others in disposing of the colony. After the purchase of the territory of Carolina, which then extended from the St. John's to Albemarle Sound, it was deemed too large for one government, and was therefore divided into 2 provinces, under the respective titles of North and South Carolina. The territorial boundary of South Carolina, however, on the south, was the Savannah River, the remaining portion being then held in reserve by the British Crown. The same year that the House of Commons resolved on an address to the King to purchase the rights of the Lords Proprietor to this territory, a committee was appointed by Parliament to inquire into the state of the goals of the kingdom, and to report the same and their opinion thereupon to the House. This committee, raised on the motion of James Oglethorpe, Esquire, in consequence of the barbarities which had fallen under his own observation while visiting some debtors in the Fleet and Marshalsea prisons, consisted of 96 persons, and Oglethorpe was made its chairman. A more honorable or effective committee could scarcely have been appointed. It embraced some of the first men in England, among them 38 noblemen, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Master of Rolls, Admiral Vernon, and Field Marshal Wade. They entered upon their labors with zeal and diligence, and not only made inquiries through the Fleet prison, but also into the Marshalsea, the prison of the King's Bench, and the jail for the county of Surrey. The philanthropy of Oglethorpe, whose feelings were easily enlisted in the cause of misery, rested not with the discharge of his parliamentary duty, nor yet in the future benefit of relaxing the rigorous laws which thrust the honest debtor into prisons, which seemed to garner up disease in its most loathsome forms, crime in its most fiend-like works, humanity in its most shameless and degraded aspect, but it prompted still further efforts to combine present relief with permanent benefits, by which honest but unfortunate industry could be protected, and the laboring poor be enabled to reap some gladdening fruit from toils which now wrung out their lives with bitter and unrequited labors. To devise and carry out such efforts himself, Lord Percival and a few other noblemen and gentlemen addressed a memorial to the Privy Council, stating that the cities of London, Westminster, and parts adjacent do abound with great numbers of indigent persons who are reduced to such necessity as to become burthensome to the public, and who would be willing to seek a livelihood in any of His Majesty's plantations in America if they were provided with a passage and means of settling there. The memorialists promised to take upon themselves the entire charge of this affair, to erect a province into a proprietary government, provided the Crown would grant them a portion of the land bought in 1729 by Parliament from the Lords Proprietors of South Carolina, lying south of the Savannah River, together with such powers as shall enable them to receive the charitable contributions and benefactions of all such persons as are willing to encourage so good a design. This petition, referred at first to a committee of the Privy Council, was by then submitted to the consideration of the Board of Trade, who after a second commitment made their report that the Attorney and Solicitor General should be directed to prepare a draft of the charter. This report, being laid before His Majesty, was by him approved, and he directed the proper officer to make out the charter. The charter thus prepared was approved by the king, but in consequence of the formalities of office did not pass under the Great Seal until June 9, 1732. This instrument constituted 20 noblemen and gentlemen to a body corporate, by the name and style of the Trustees for Establishing a Colony of Georgia in America, giving to the projected colony the name of the monarch who had granted to them such a liberal territory for the development of their benevolence. The charter revealed two purposes as the object of this colonization: the settling of poor but unfortunate people on lands now waste and desolate, and the interposing of this colony as a barrier between the northern colonies and the French, Spanish, and Indians on the south and west. These designs the trustees amplified and illustrated in their printed papers and official correspondence. Oglethorpe, in his new and accurate account, declares, "These trustees not only give land to the unhappy who go thither, but are also empowered to receive the voluntary contributions of charitable persons to enable them to furnish the poor adventurers with all necessaries for the expense of the voyage, occupying the land and supporting them till they find themselves comfortably settled, so that now the unfortunate will not be obliged to bind themselves to a long servitude to pay for their passage, for they may be carried gratis into a land of liberty and plenty, where they immediately find themselves in possession of a competent estate in a happier climate than they knew before, and they are unfortunate indeed if here they cannot forget their sorrows." This was the main purpose of the settlement, and such noble views were worthy to be the source of an American republic. Other colonies had been planted by individuals and companies for wealth and dominion, but the trustees of this, at their own desire, were restrained by the charter from receiving any grant of lands in the province, or any salary, fee, perquisite, or profit whatsoever by or from this undertaking. The proprietors of other colonies were looking to their own interests. The motto of the trustees of this was non sibi sed aliis. The proprietors of other colonies were anxious to build up cities and erect states that should bear their names to a distant posterity. The trustees of this only busied themselves in erecting an asylum, whither they invited the indigent of their own and the exiled Protestants of other lands. It was the first colony ever founded by charity. New England had been settled by Puritans, who fled thither for conscience' sake. New York by a company of merchants and adventurers in search of gain. Maryland by Papists retiring from Protestant intolerance. Virginia by ambitious Cavaliers. Carolina by the scheming and visionary Shaftesbury and others, for private aims and individual aggrandizement. But Georgia was planted by the hand of benevolence, and reared into being by the nurturings of a disinterested charity. But the colony was not to be confined to the poor and unfortunate. The trustees granted portions of 500 acres to such as went over at their own expense, on condition that they carried over one servant to every 50 acres, and did military service in time of war or alarm. Thus the materials of the new colony consisted of three classes: the upper, or large landed proprietors and officers; the middle, or freeholders, sent over by the trustees; and the servants indented to that corporation or to private individuals. Subsidiary to the great design of philanthropy was the further purpose of making Georgia a silk, wine, oil, and drug-growing colony. Lying, as the trustees remark, about the same latitude with part of China, Persia, Palestine, and the Madeiras, it is highly probable that when hereafter it shall be well peopled and rightly cultivated, England may be supplied from thence with raw silk, wine, oil, dyes, drugs, and many other materials for manufactures, which he is obliged to purchase from southern countries. Such were the principal purposes of the trustees in settling Georgia. Extravagance was their common characteristic. From the excited version of its enthusiastic friends, Georgia was not only to rival Virginia and South Carolina, but to take the first rank in the list of provinces depending on the British crown. Neither the El Dorado of Raleigh nor the Utopia of More could compare with the Garden of Georgia, and the poet, the statesman, and the divine lauded its beauties and prophesied its future greatness. Oglethorpe, in particular, was quite enthusiastic in his description of the climate, soil, productions, and beauties of this American canon. Such an air and soil, he writes, can only be fitly described by a poetical pen, because there is but little danger of exceeding the truth. With such blazoned exaggerations, strengthened by the interested efforts of a noble and learned body of trustees, and by the personal supervision of its distinguished originator, it is no matter of wonder that all Europe was aroused to attention, and that Swiss and German, Scotch and English alike pressed forward to this promised land. Appeals were made by the trustees to the liberal and philanthropic, the public-spirited, the humane, the patriotic, the Christian, to aid in this design of mercy, closing their arguments with a noble thought. To consult the welfare of mankind regardless of any private views is the perfection of virtue, as the accomplishing and conscious of it are the perfection of happiness. These preliminaries settled, we are brought to the period when the plan, the charity, the labors of trustees were to be put into efficient operation. Fortunate was it for the corporation that they had among their number one whose benevolence, whose fortune, and whose patriotism, as well as his military distinction, conspired to make him the fittest leader and pioneer of so noble an undertaking. That one was James Oglethorpe, the originator, the chief promoter, the most zealous advocate of the colony, an honor conceded by his associates and acknowledged by all. We are brought now to the dockyard at Deptford to behold the first embarkation of the Georgia Pilgrims. The trustees, having selected from the throng of immigrants 35 families, numbering in all about 125 sober, industrious, and moral persons, chartered the Anne, a galley of 200 tons, Captain John Thomas, and stationed her at Deptford, 4 miles below London, to receive her cargo and passengers. In the meantime, the men were drilled to arms by sergeants of the guards, and all needed stores were gathered to make them comfortable on the voyage and to establish them on land. It was not until the early part of November that the embarkation was ready for sailing. On the 16th they were visited by the trustees to see nothing was wanting and to take leave of Oglethorpe, and having called the families separately before them in the great cabin, they inquired if they liked their usage and voyage, or if they had rather return, giving them even then the alternative of remaining in England if they preferred it, and having found but one man who declined, on account of his wife left sick in Southwark, they bid Oglethorpe and the immigrants an affectionate farewell. The ship sailed the next day, November 17, 1732, from Gravesend, skirted slowly along the southern coast of England, and taking its departure from Sicily light, spread out its white sails to the breezes of the Atlantic. Day after day and week after week, the voyagers seem the center of the same watery circle, canopied by the same bending sky. No milestones tell of their progress. The waymarks of the mariner are the sun by day and the moon and stars by night. No kindred ship answers back its Red Cross signal, but there they float, the germ of a future nation upon the desert waters. Sailing a circuitous route, they did not reach the coast of America until January 13, 1733, when they cast anchor in Rebellion Roads and furled their sails at last in the harbor of Charleston. Oglethorpe immediately landed and was received by the governor and council of South Carolina with every mark of civility and attention. The king's pilot was directed by them to carry the ship into Port Royal, and small vessels were furnished to take the immigrants to the river Savannah. Thus assisted, in about 10 hours they resumed their voyage and shortly dropped anchor within Port Royal Bar. The colony landed at Beaufort on January 20th and had quarters given them in the new barracks. Here they received every attention from the officers of His Majesty's Independent Company and the gentlemen of the neighborhood, and refreshed themselves after the fatigues and discomforts of their long voyage and cramped accommodations. Leaving his people here, Oglethorpe, accompanied by Colonel William Bull of South Carolina, went forward to the Savannah River to select a site for the projected settlement. Winding among the inlets, which break into numerous islands, the low, flat seaboard, their canoe at last shot into the broad stream of the Savannah, and bending their course upward, they soon reached a bold, pine-crowned bluff, at the foot of which they landed to inspect its localities. Reaching its top, a beautiful prospect met their eyes. At their feet, some 14 yards below, flowed the quiet waters of the Savannah, visible for some distance above and traceable through its green landscape till it emptied itself into the ocean. Before them lay a beautiful island of richest pasturage, beyond which was seen the north branch of the Savannah, bordered by the slopes of Carolina, with a dark girdle of trees resting against the horizon. Behind them was the unbroken forest of tall green pines, with an occasional oak draperied with festoons of gray moss or the drusidial mistletoe. A wide expanse of varied beauty was before them, an ample and lofty plain around them, and though spring had not yet garnished the scene with her vernal glories, sprinkling the woods with gay wildflowers and charming creepers, and making the atmosphere balmy with the bay, the jessamine, and the magnolia, yet even in winter were there sufficient charms in the spot to fix on it the heart of Oglethorpe, and cause him to select it as home of his waiting colony. The landscape, he writes, is very agreeable, the stream being wide and bordered with high woods on both sides. On the northern end of this bluff they found a trading house in an Indian village called Yemacraw. The chief of this little tribe was Tomochichi, and the trader's name was Musgrove, married to a half-breed named Mary. By an ancient treaty of the Creeks with the governor of South Carolina, no white settlement was allowed to be made south of the Savannah River without their consent. Satisfied with the eligibility of the situation, Oglethorpe applied to Mary Musgrove, who could speak both Indian and English, to obtain from the tribe their agreement to his settlement. They at first appeared uneasy and threatened to take up arms, but were pacified by her representations of the benefits which would accrue to them, and she gained from them a provisional treaty until the consent of the whole nation could be obtained. The Indians, once made sensible of the advantages they would derive from the erection of a town within their limits, hailed their coming with joy and busied themselves in many offices of service and regard. The land selected, the consent of the tribe obtained, and the services of Mary secured as an interpreter in their subsequent intercourse with the red men, Oglethorpe returned to Beaufort on January 24th, and the Sunday after was made a day of praise and thanksgiving for their safe arrival in America and the happy auspices which clustered round the opening prospects of Georgia. During the stay of the colonists in South Carolina, they were treated with genuine hospitality, and when they departed, they were laden with the most substantial and valuable tokens of interest and benevolence. Leaving the ship at Port Royal, Oglethorpe engaged a sloop of 70 tons and 5 plantation boats, and embarked the colonists on Tuesday the 30th, but detained by a storm, they did not reach their destination until the afternoon of Thursday, February 12, New Style, 1733. The people immediately pitched 4 large tents, being one for each tithing, into which municipal divisions they had already been divided, and landing their bedding and other necessaries, spent their first night in Georgia. As soon as the tents had been pitched, the Indians came forward with their formal salutations. In front advanced with antic dancings the medicine man, bearing in each hand a spread fan of white feathers fastened to a rod hung from top to bottom with little bells. Marching behind this jingling symbol of peace and friendship came the king and queen, followed by about 20 others, making the air ring with their uncouth shouts. Approaching Oglethorpe, who walked out a few steps from his tent to meet them, the medicine man came forward with his fans, declaiming the while the deeds of their ancestors, and stroked him on every side with the emblems of amity. This over, the king and queen bade him welcome, and after an interchange of compliments, they were conducted to Oglethorpe's tent and partook of a pleasant entertainment hastily prepared for the occasion. And now all was bustle upon the bluff, the unlading of goods, the felling of trees, the hewing of timber, the clearing of land, the erection of palisades, all supervised by the watchful eye and directed by the energetic mind of their leader, gave a brisk and industrious air to the novel scene. On the 9th, Oglethorpe and Colonel Bull marked out the square, the streets, and 40 lots for houses, and the first clapboard house of the colony of Georgia was begun that day. On March 12th, Oglethorpe writes, "Our people still lie in tents, there being only 2 clapboard houses built, and 3 sod houses framed. Our crane, our battery of cannon, and magazine are finished. This is all we have been able to do by reason of the smallness of our numbers, of which many have been sick, and others unused to labor, though I thank God they are now pretty well, and we have not lost one since our arrival." The most generous assistance was given them by South Carolina. The Assembly, which met in Charleston 3 days after the arrival of the immigrants, immediately resolved to furnish the colony with large supplies of cattle and rice, to provide boats for the transportation of the people from Port Royal to Savannah, and placed under Oglethorpe's command the scout boats and a troop of 15 rangers for his protection. They further appointed Colonel William Bull, one of the governor's council, and a gentleman esteemed most capable of assisting Oglethorpe in settling the colony by reason of its experience in colonial affairs, the nature of lands, and the intercourse with Indians, to attend him and offer him his advice and assistance. Such was the readiness of all to assist him that the governor wrote, "Had not our assembly been sitting, I would have gone myself." Nor was private benevolence in any way behind public munificence. It is pleasant in looking over the list of individual benefactions to read such records as these. February. Colonel Bull came to Savannah with 4 laborers and assisted the colony for a month, he himself measuring the scantling and setting out the work for the sawyers, and giving the proportion of the houses. Mr. Whitaker and his friends sent the colony 100 head of cattle. Mr. St. Julian came to Savannah and stayed a month, directing the people in building their houses and other work. Mr. Hume gave a silver boat and spoon for the first child born in Georgia, which being born of Mrs. Close, were given accordingly. Mr. Joseph Bryan himself, with 4 of his sawyers, gave 2 months' work in the colony. The inhabitants of Edisto sent 16 sheep. Mr. Hamerton gave a drum. Mrs. Ann Drayton sent 2 pairs of sawyers to work in the colony. Colonel Bull and Mr. Bryan came to Savannah with 20 servants, whose labor they gave to the colony. His Excellency Robert Johnson gave 7 horses, valued at 25 pounds Carolina currency. These, with many other like records, evince their spirit in promoting the settlement of Georgia, and well they might, for the planting of this colony to the south of the Savannah increased their security from invasion by the Spaniards, and from the incursions and massacres of the Indian tribes, and still further operated as a preventative to the enticing lures held out to the Negroes, by which desertion was rendered common and insurrection always dreaded. They were prepared, therefore, to hail the new colony as a bulwark against their Floridian and savage enemies, as opening further opportunities of trade, and as enhancing the values of their frontier possessions, which, according to their best authorities, were raised to 5 times their former value about Port Royal and the Savannah River. The fostering care of South Carolina was to be repaid by the protecting service of Georgia. The labors of the colonists were great, but they had much to cheer them, and the assiduity and attention of Oglethorpe won upon their hearts so that they styled him father, and he exercised his paternal care by unremitting efforts to advance their welfare. He spared not himself in any personal efforts, but took his turn regularly in doing night guard duty as an example to the rest, and at times worked at the hardest labor to encourage their industry. Having put Savannah in a posture of defense, supplied it with provisions, and taken hostages of the Indians, Oglethorpe set out for Charleston, attended by Tomochichi and his 2 nephews, being desirous of cultivating the acquaintance and securing the good offices of the Governor, Council, and Assembly of South Carolina. At Charleston he was met at the waterside by His Excellency the Governor and Council, who conducted him to Governor Johnson's house, where the Speaker and House of Assembly came to present their official congratulations on his arrival. His solicitations for assistance were promptly answered. The Assembly voted 2,000 pounds currency for the assistance of Georgia the first year, and soon after the Committee of Supply brought in a bill granting 8,000 pounds currency for the use of the new colony the ensuing year. The citizens also subscribed 1,000 pounds currency, 500 pounds of which were immediately paid down. Grateful for this munificence, Oglethorpe returned to Georgia to meet the great council of the towns of the lower creeks, whom he had desired to meet him in Savannah to strengthen the provisional treaty already made with Tomochichi, and secure their abiding amity for the future. In answer to this desire, 18 chief men and their attendants, making in all about 50, came together from the 9 tribes of the nation and met him in solemn council on the afternoon of May 18th. Speeches, not lacking in interest, but full of Indian hyperbole and the inflations of interpreters, were made by the chiefs and answered by Oglethorpe through the medium of Messrs. Wigan and Musgrove, and on May 21st the treaty was concluded. The principal stipulations of it were that the trustees' people should trade in the Indian towns, their goods being sold according to fixed rates mutually agreed upon. Thus a white blanket was set down at 5 buckskins, a gun at 10, a hatchet at 3 doeskins, a knife at 1, and so on. Restitution and reparation were to be made for injuries committed and losses sustained by either party. The criminals to be tried by English law. Trade to be stopped with any town violating any article of the treaty. All lands not used by the Indians were to be possessed by the English, but upon the settling of any new town, certain lands agreed on between the chiefs and the magistrates were to be reserved for the former. All runaway Negroes were to be restored to Carolina, the Indians receiving for each one thus recovered 4 blankets and 2 guns, or the value thereof and other goods. And lastly, they agreed with straight hearts and true love to allow no other white people to settle on their lands, but ever to protect the English. The Indians, having received suitable presents, were dismissed in amity and peace, while Oglethorpe left the same day for Charleston, satisfied at having obtained by such honorable means the cession of such a fine country to the crown of England. This treaty was ratified by the trustees the following October. The judicious and honorable conduct of Oglethorpe towards the Indians was of more security to the colony than its military defenses. For a long time he had regarded the Indians with kindly feelings. At his suggestion, Bishop Wilson, one of the bright and shining lights of the English Church, wrote an essay toward an instruction for the Indians, which he dedicated to Oglethorpe, and now that he met them on their native soil, he evinced the same care for their interest, and through life manifested in all his acts his regard for their welfare. He was the red man's friend, showing in his intercourse with him the honorableness of William Penn, without his private interest to subserve the generosity of Lord Baltimore, without a patent of immense tracts to secure to his descendants the compassion of Roger Williams, without his mercantile views to incite him to foster among the Indians kindness and regard. Oglethorpe stands superior to all because he had no private end to gratify, no lands to secure, no property to invest, no wealth to accumulate from or among the tribes whose amity he cultivated. The art of the painter has commemorated the Treaty of Penn with the Lenni Lenapes under the elm tree of Shakamoxon, but neither this scene are on the north edge of the Philadelphia, nor the Treaty of Roger Williams with the old Prince Caconius at Sencoque, nor the alliance of Leonard Calvert with the Susquehannas at Yacamoko excels in any element of philanthropy or in any trait of nobleness the Treaty of Oglethorpe with the tribes of the Muskogees under the 4 pine trees on the bluff of Yamacraw. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Rise of Methodism, Preaching of the Wesleys and of Whitefield, A.D. 1738, William E. H. Lecky. Next to the founders of the world's great religions, the principal figures in religious history are the leaders of its new movements, the founders of sects or denominations. In this subordinate class, few names outrank that of John Wesley, while those of his brother Charles and George Whitefield, the eloquent colleague, are inseparably associated with that of the great founder of Methodism, one of the most striking of the epochal religious movements of modern times. Although not intending to break with the Anglican Church, Wesley and his followers were carried out upon independent lines, which led to the upbuilding of a distinct type of religious faith and organization, whose power has been especially marked in Great Britain and America, and has been increasingly spread throughout the world. Between Whitefield and John Wesley in 1741, a separation occurred on points of doctrine. Whitefield adhering to a rigid Calvinism, while Wesley inclined to Arminianism, and thenceforth they followed their several paths. Although Whitefield founded no sect, he exerted a widespread influence by his presence and voice. Before their separation, both preachers had been in America, and the personality and eloquence of Whitefield not only wrought a spell upon the multitude, but even exercised a degree of fascination over such a philosophical spirit as Franklin. Wesley's work in America was deeper and more enduring, and is still a growing feature of the country's religious development. Nothing could be happier for the present purpose than the treatment of this great religious movement, in its beginnings, as it is here dealt with by the dispassionate historian of England during the century in which the movement arose. The Methodist movement was a purely religious one. All explanations which ascribe it to the ambition of its leaders or to merely intellectual causes are at variance with the facts of the case. The term Methodist was a college nickname bestowed upon a small society of students at Oxford who met together between 1729 and 1735 for the purpose of mutual improvement. They were accustomed to communicate every week, to fast regularly on Wednesdays and Fridays, and on most days during Lent to read and discuss the Bible in common, to abstain from most forms of amusement and luxury, and to visit sick persons and prisoners in the jail. John Wesley, the master spirit of this society, and a future leader of the religious revival of the 18th century, was born in 1703 and was the second surviving son of Samuel Wesley, the rector of Etworth in Lincolnshire. His father, who had early abandoned nonconformity and acquired some reputation by many works, both in prose and verse, had obtained his living from the government of William, had led for many years a useful and studious life, maintaining a far higher standard of clerical duty than was common in his time. His mother was the daughter of an eminent nonconformist minister who had been ejected in 1662, who was a woman of rare mental endowments, of intense piety, of a strong, original, and somewhat stern character. Their home was not a happy one. Discordant dispositions and many troubles darkened it. The family was very large. Many children died early. The father sank slowly into debt. His parishioners were fierce, profligate, and recalcitrant. When John Wesley was only 6 years old, the rectory was burned to the ground, and the child was forgotten among the flames, and only saved at the last moment by what he afterward deemed an extraordinary providence. All these circumstances doubtless deepened the natural and inherited piety for which he was so remarkable, and some strange and unexplained noises which during a long period were heard in the rectory, and which its inmates concluded to be supernatural, contributed to that vain credulity which ran through his character. He was sent to the Charterhouse, and from thence to Oxford, where at the age of 23 he was elected Fellow of Lincoln. He had some years before acquired from his brother a certain knowledge of Hebrew, and he was speedily distinguished by his extraordinary logical powers, by the untiring industry with which he threw himself into the studies of the place, and above all by the force and energy of his character. His religious impressions, which had been for a time somewhat obscured, revived in their full intensity while he was preparing for ordination in 1725. He was troubled with difficulties, which his father and mother gradually removed, about the damnatory clauses in the Ephesian Creed, and about the compatibility of the Articles with his decidedly Arminian views concerning election, and he was deeply influenced by the imitation of St. Thomas à Kempis, by the holy living and dying of Jeremy Taylor, and by Law's serious call. His life at Oxford became very strict. He rose every morning at 4, a practice which he continued till extreme old age. He made pilgrimages on foot to William Law to ask for spiritual advice. He abstained from the usual fashion of having his hair dressed in order that he might give the money so saved to the poor. He refused to return the visits of those who called on him, that he might avoid all idle conversation. His fasts were so severe that they seriously imperiled his health, and extreme abstinence and gloomy views about religion are said to have contributed largely to hurry one of the closest of his college companions to an early and a clouded death. The society hardly numbered more than 15 members, and was the object of much ridicule at the university, but it included some men who afterward played considerable parts in the world. Among them was Charles, the younger brother of John Wesley, whose hymns became the favourite poetry of the sect, and whose gentler, more submissive, and more amiable character, though less fitted than that of his brother for the great conflicts of public life, was very useful in moderating the movement and in drawing converts to it by personal influence. Charles Wesley appears to have been the first to originate the society at Oxford. He brought Whitefield into its pale, and besides being the most popular poet, he was one of the most persuasive preachers of the movement. There, too, was James Harvey, who became one of the earliest links connecting Methodism with general literature. During most of his short life, he was a confirmed invalid. His affected language, his feeble, tremulous, and lymphatic nature formed a curious contrast to the robust energy of Wesley and Whitefield. But he was a great master of a kind of tumid and over-ornamented rhetoric, which has an extraordinary attraction to half-educated minds. His Meditations was one of the most popular books of the 18th century. His Theron and Aspasio, which was hardly less successful, was an elaborate defence of evangelical opinions. And though at this time the pupil, one of the warmest admirers of Wesley, he afterward became conspicuous in the Calvinistic section of the party, and wrote with much acerbity against his old master. There too, above all, was George Whitefield, in after years the greatest pupil orator of England. He was born in 1714 in Gloucester, in the Bell Inn, of which his mother was proprietor, where upon the decline of her fortunes he was for some time employed in servile functions. He had been a wild, impulsive boy, alternately remarkable for many mischievous pranks and for strange outbursts of religious zeal. He stole money from his mother, and he gave part of it to the poor. He early declared his intention one day to preach the gospel, but he was the terror of the dissenting minister of his neighbourhood, whose religious services he was accustomed to ridicule and interrupt. He brought devotional books, read the Bible assiduously, and on one occasion, when exasperated by some teasing, he relieved his feelings, as he tells us, by pouring out in his solitude the menaces of Psalm 118. But he was also passionately fond of card playing, novel reading, and the theatre. He was 2 or 3 times intoxicated, and he confesses with much penitence to a sensual passion for fruits and cakes. His strongest natural bias was toward the stage. He indulged it on every possible occasion, and at school he wrote plays and acted in a female part. Owing to the great poverty of his mother, he could only go to Oxford as a servitor, and his career there was a very painful one. St. Thomas à Kempis, Drelincourt's defence against death and Law's devotional work, had all their part in kindling his piety into a flame. He was haunted with gloomy and superstitious fancies, and his religion assumed the darkest and most ascetic character. He always chose the worst food, fasted twice a week, wore woolen gloves, a patched gown, and dirty shoes. I was subject to paroxysms of a morbid devotion. He remained for hours prostrate on the ground in Christchurch Walk in the midst of the night, and continued his devotions till his hands grew black with cold. One Lent he carried his fasting to such a point that when Passion Week arrived he had hardly sufficient strength to creep upstairs, and his memory was seriously impaired. In 1733 he came in contact with Charles Wesley, who brought him into the Society. To a work called The Life of God in the Soul of Man, was Charles Wesley put into his hands. He ascribed his first conviction of that doctrine of free salvation, which he afterward made it the great object of his life to teach. With the exception of a short period in which he was assisting his father at Epworth, John Wesley continued at Oxford till the death of his father in 1735, when the Society was dispersed, and the two Wesleys soon after accepted the invitation of General Oglethorpe to accompany him to the new colony of Georgia. It was on his voyage to that colony that the founder of Methodism first came in contact with the Moravians, who so deeply influenced his future life. He was surprised and somewhat humiliated at finding that they treated him as a mere novice in religion. Their perfect composure during a dangerous storm made a profound impression on his mind, and he employed himself while on board ship in learning German, in order that he might converse with them. On his arrival in the colony, he abandoned, after a very slight attempt, his first project of converting the Indians, and devoted himself wholly to the colonists at Savannah. They were of many different nationalities, and it is a remarkable proof of the energy and accomplishments of Wesley that in addition to his English services, he officiated regularly in German, French, and Italian, and was at the same time engaged in learning Spanish in order to converse with some Jewish parishioners. His character and opinions at this time may be briefly described. He was a man who had made religion the single aim and object of his life. He was prepared to encounter for it every form of danger, discomfort, and obloquy. He devoted exclusively to it an energy of will and power of intellect that in worldly professions might have raised him to the highest positions of honour and wealth. Of his sincerity, of his self-renunciation, of his deep and fervent piety, of his almost boundless activity, there can be no question. Yet, with all these qualities, he was not an amiable man. He was hard, punctilious, domineering, and in a certain sense, even selfish. A short time before he left England, his father, who was then an old and dying man, and who dreaded above all things that the religious fervour which he had spent the greater part of his life in kindling in his parish should dwindle after his death, entreated his son in the most pathetic terms to remove to Epworth, in which case he would probably succeed to the living, be able to maintain his mother in her old home. Wesley peremptorily refused to leave Oxford, and the reason he assigned was very characteristic. The question, he said, is not whether I could do more good to others there than here, but whether I could do more good to myself, seeing wherever I can be most holy myself, there I can most promote holiness in others. My chief motive, he wrote, when starting for Georgia, is the hope of saving my own soul. I hope to learn the true sense of the gospel of Christ by preaching it to the heathen. He was at this time a high churchman of a very narrow type, full of exaggerated notions about church discipline, extremely anxious to revive obsolete rubrics, and determined to force the strictest ritualistic observances upon rude colonists, for whom of all men they were least adapted. He insisted upon adopting baptism by immersion, and refused to baptize a child whose parents objected to that form. He would not permit any non-communicant to be a sponsor, repelled one of the holiest men in the colony from the communion table because he was a dissenter, refused for the same reason to read the burial service over another, made it a special object of his teaching to prevent ladies of his congregation from wearing any gold ornament or any rich dress, and succeeded in inducing Oglethorpe to issue an order forbidding any colonist from throwing a line or firing a gun on Sunday. His sermons, it was complained, were all satires on particular persons. He insisted upon weekly communions, desired to rebaptize dissenters who abandoned their nonconformity, and exercised his pastoral duties in such a manner that he was accused of meddling in every quarrel and prying into every family. A more unpropitious commencement for a great career could hardly be conceived. Wesley returned to England in bad health and low spirits. He redoubled his austerities and his zeal in teaching, and he was tortured by doubts about the reality of his faith. It was at this time and in the state of mind that he came in contact with Peter Buhler, a Moravian teacher whose calm and concentrated enthusiasm, united with unusual mental powers, gained a complete ascendancy over his mind. From him, Wesley for the first time learned that form of the doctrine of justification by faith which he afterward regarded as the fundamental tenet of Christianity. He had long held that in order to be a real Christian, it was necessary to live a life wholly differing from that of the world around him, and that such renewal of life could only be effected by the operation of the Divine Spirit. He does not appear to have had serious difficulties about the doctrine of imputed righteousness, although the ordinary evangelical doctrine on this matter was emphatically repudiated and denounced by law. From Buhler he first learned to believe that every man, no matter how moral, how pious, or how unorthodox he may be, is in a state of damnation, until, by a supernatural and instantaneous process wholly unlike that of human reasoning, the conviction flashes upon his mind that the sacrifice of Christ has been applied to and has expiated his sins, that this supernatural and personal conviction or illumination is what is meant by saving faith, and that it is inseparably accompanied by a complete assurance of salvation and by a complete dominion over sin. It cannot exist where there is not a sense of the pardon of all past and of freedom from all present sins. It is impossible that he who has experienced it should be in serious and lasting doubt as to the fact, for its fruits are constant peace, not one easy thought, freedom from sin, not one unholy desire, repentance and fruits meet for repentance, such as the forgiveness of those who have offended us, ceasing from evil and doing good may precede this faith, but good works in the theological sense of the term spring from, and therefore can only follow, faith. Such, as clearly as I can state it, was the fundamental doctrine which Wesley adopted from the Moravians. His mind was now thrown, from causes very susceptible of a natural explanation, into an exceedingly excited and abnormal condition. And he has himself chronicled with great minuteness in his journal the incidents that follow. On Sunday, March 5th, 1738, he tells us that Bühler first fully convinced him of the want of that supernatural faith which alone could save. The shock was very great, and the first impulse of Wesley was to abstain from preaching. But his new master dissuaded him, saying, "Preach faith till you have it, and then, because you have faith, you will preach faith." He followed the advice, and several weeks passed in a state of extreme religious excitement, broken, however, by strange fits of indifference, dullness, and coldness. While still believing himself to be in a state of damnation, he preached the new doctrine with such passionate fervour that he was excluded from pulpit after pulpit. He preached to the criminals in the jails. He visited, under the superintendence of Bühler, some persons who professed to have undergone instantaneous and supernatural illumination. He addressed the passengers whom he met on the roads, or at the public tables in the inns. On one occasion at Birmingham, he abstained from doing so, and he relates with his usual imperturbable confidence that the heavy hailstone which he afterward encountered was a divine judgment sent to punish him for his neglect. This condition could not last long. At length, on May 24th, a day which he ever after looked upon as the most momentous in his life, the cloud was dispelled. Early in the morning, according to his usual custom, he opened the Bible at random, seeking for divine guidance, and his eye lighted on the words, "There are given unto us exceeding great and precious promises, even that we would be partakers of the divine nature." Before he left the house, he again consulted the oracle, and the first words he read were, "Thou art not far from the kingdom of God." In the afternoon he attended service in St. Paul's Cathedral, and the anthem to his highly wrought imagination seemed a repetition of the same hope. The sequel may be told in his own words. "In the evening I went very unwillingly to a society in Aldersgate Street, where one was reading Luther's preface to the Epistle to the Romans. About 9:15, while he was describing the change which God works in the heart through faith in Christ, I felt my heart strangely warmed. I felt I did trust in Christ, Christ alone for salvation, and an assurance was given me that he had taken away my sins, even mine, and saved me from the law of sin and death. I began to pray with all my might for those who had in a more especial manner deceitfully used me and persecuted me. I then testified openly to all what I now first felt in my heart." Pictures of this kind are not uncommon in the lives of religious enthusiasts, but they usually have a very limited interest and importance. It is, however, scarcely an exaggeration to say that the scene which took place at that humble meeting in Aldersgate Street forms an epoch in English history. conviction which then flashed upon one of the most powerful and most active intellects in England, is the true source of English Methodism. Shortly before this, Charles Wesley had also fallen completely under the influence of Bowler, had passed through a similar change, and Whitefield, without ever adopting the dangerous doctrine of perfection which was so prominent in the Methodist teaching, was at a still earlier period an ardent preacher of justification by faith of the new birth. It was characteristic of John Wesley that 10 days before his conversion he wrote a long, petulant and dictatorial letter to his old master, William Law, reproaching him with having kept back from him the fundamental doctrine of Christianity, but intimating in strong and discourteous language his own conviction, and that of Bowler, that the spiritual condition of Law was a very dangerous one. It was no less characteristic of the indefatigable energy which formed another and a better side of his nature, that immediately after this change he started on a pilgrimage to Horne, the headquarters of Moravianism, in order that he might study to the best advantage what he now regarded as the purest type of a Christian church. He returned, objecting to many things, but more than ever convinced of his new doctrine, and more than ever resolved to spend his life in diffusing it. In the course of 1738, the chief elements of the movement were already formed. Whitefield had returned from Georgia. Charles Wesley had begun to preach the doctrine with extraordinary effect to the criminals in Newgate, and from every pulpit into which he was admitted, Methodist societies had already sprung up under Moravian influence. The design of each was to be a church within a church, the seed plot of a more fervent piety, the centre of a stricter discipline and a more energetic propagandism than existed in religious communities at large. In these societies the old Christian custom of love feasts was revived. The members sometimes passed almost the whole night in the most passionate devotions, and voluntarily submitted to a spiritual tyranny that could hardly be surpassed in a Catholic monastery. They were to meet every week, to make an open and particular confession of every frailty, to submit to be cross-examined on all their thoughts, words, and deeds. The following, among others, were the questions asked at every meeting. What known sin have you committed since our last meeting? How were you delivered? What have you thought, said, or done, of which you doubt whether it be sin or not? Have you nothing you desire to keep secret? Such rules could only have been accepted under the influence of an overpowering religious enthusiasm, and there was much truth in the judgment which the elder brother of John Wesley passed upon them in 1739. Their societies, he wrote to their mother, are sufficient to dissolve all other societies but their own. Will any man of common sense or spirit suffer any domestic to be in a band engaged to relate to 5 or 10 people anything without reserve that concerns the person's conscience, how much soever it may concern the family? Ought any married person to be there, and as husband and wife be there together? From this time the leaders of the movement became the most active of missionaries. Without any fixed parishes, they wandered from place to place, proclaiming their new doctrine in every pulpit to which they were admitted. And they speedily awoke a passionate enthusiasm and a bitter hostility in the church. Nothing, indeed, could appear more irregular to the ordinary parochial clergyman than those itinerant ministers who break away violently from the settled habits of their profession, who belonged to and worshipped in small religious societies that bore a suspicious resemblance to conventibles, and whose whole tone and manner of preaching were utterly unlike anything to which he was accustomed. They taught in language of the most vehement emphasis, as the cardinal tenet of Christianity, the doctrine of a new birth in a form which was altogether novel to their hearers. They were never weary of urging that all men are in a condition of damnation, who have not experienced a sudden, violent, and supernatural change, or of inveighing against the clergy for their ignorance of the very essence of Christianity. Tillotson, in the words of Whitefield, knew no more about true Christianity than Mahomet. The Whole Duty of Man, which was the most approved devotional manual of the time, was pronounced by the same preacher on account of the stress it laid upon good works, to have sent thousands to hell. The Methodist preacher came to an Anglican parish in the spirit and with the language of a missionary going to the most ignorant heathens, and he asked the clergyman of the parish to lend him his pulpit, in order that he might instruct the parishioners, perhaps for the first time, in the true gospel of Christ. It is not surprising that the clergy should have resented such a movement, and the manner of the missionary was as startling as his matter. The sermons of the time were almost always written, and the prevailing taste was cold, polished, and fastidious. The new preachers preached extempore, with the most intense fervour of language and gesture, usually with a complete disregard of the conventionalities of their profession. Wesley frequently mounted the pulpit without even knowing from what text he would preach, believing that when he opened his Bible at random, the Divine Spirit would guide him infallibly in his choice. The oratory of Whitefield was so impassioned that the preacher was sometimes scarcely able to proceed for his tears, while half the audience were convulsed with sobs. The love of order, routine, and decorum, which was the strongest feeling in the clerical mind, was violently shocked. The regular congregation was displaced by an agitated throng who had never before been seen within the precincts of the church. The usual quiet worship was disturbed by violent enthusiasm or violent opposition, by hysterical paroxysms of devotion or remorse, and when the preacher had left the parish, he seldom failed to leave behind him the elements of agitation and division. We may blame, but we can hardly, I think, wonder at the hostility of all this aroused among the clergy. It is indeed certain that Wesley and Whitefield were at this time doing more than any other contemporary clergyman to kindle a living piety among the people. It is equally certain that they held the doctrines of the Articles and the Homilies with an earnestness very rare among their brother clergymen, that none of their peculiar doctrines were in conflict with those doctrines, and that Wesley at least was attached with an even superstitious reverence to ecclesiastical forms. Yet before the end of 1738, the Methodist leaders were excluded from most of the pulpits of the church, and were thus compelled, unless they consented to relinquish what they considered a divine mission, to take steps in the direction of separation. Two important measures of this nature were taken in 1739. One of them was the creation of Methodist chapels, which were intended not to oppose or replace, but to be supplemental and ancillary to the churches, and to secure that the doctrine of the new birth should be faithfully taught to the people. The other and still more important event was the institution by Whitefield of field preaching. The idea had occurred to him in London, where he found congregations too numerous for the church in which he preached. But the first actual step was taken in the neighbourhood of Bristol. At a time when he was thus deprived of the chief normal means of exercising his talents, his attention was called to the condition of the colliers of Kingswood. He was filled with horror and compassion at finding in the heart of a Christian country, and in the immediate neighbourhood of a great city, a population of many thousands sunk in the most brutal ignorance and vice, and entirely excluded from the ordinances of religion. Moved by such feelings, he resolved to address the colliers in their own haunts. The resolution was a bold one, for field preaching was then utterly unknown in England, and it needed no common courage to brave all the obloquy and derision it must provoke, and to commence the experiment in the centre of a half-savage population. Whitfield, however, had a just confidence in his cause and in his powers. Standing himself upon a hillside, he took for his text the first words of the sermon which was spoken from the mount, and he addressed with his accustomed fire an astonished audience of some 200 men. The fame of his eloquence spread far and wide. On successive occasions 5, 10, 15, even 20,000 were present. It was February. The winter sun shone clear and bright. The lanes were filled with the carriages of the more wealthy citizens whom curiosity had drawn from Bristol. The trees and hedges were crowded with humbler listeners, and the fields were darkened by a compact mass. The face of the preacher paled with a thrilling power to the very outskirts of that mighty throng. The picturesque novelty of the occasion and of the scene, the contagious emotion of so great a multitude, a deep sense of the condition of his hearers, and of the momentous importance of the step he was taking, gave an additional solemnity. His rude auditors were electrified. They stood for a time in rapt and motionless attention. Soon tears might be seen forming white gutters down cheeks blackened from the coal mine. Then sobs and groans told how hard hearts were melting at his words. A fire was kindled among the outcasts of Kingswood, which burned long and fiercely, and was destined in a few years to overspread the land. It was only with great difficulty that Whitfield could persuade the Wesleys to join him in this new phase of missionary labour. John Wesley had left on record in his journal his first repugnance to it, having, as he says, been all my life, till very lately, so tenacious of every point relating to decency and order, that I should have thought the saving of souls almost a sin if it had not been done in a church. Charles Wesley, on this, as on most other occasions, was even more strongly conservative. The two brothers adopted their usual superstitious practice of opening their Bibles at random, under the belief that the texts on which their eyes first fell would guide them in their decision. The texts were ambiguous and somewhat ominous, relating for the most part to violent deaths, but on drawing lots, the lot determined them to go. It was on this slender ground that they resolved to give the weight of their example to this most important development of the movement. They went to Bristol, from which Whitfield was speedily called, and continued the work among the Kingswood colliers and among the people of the city, while Whitfield, after a preaching tour of some weeks in the country, reproduced on a still larger scale the triumphs of Kingswood by preaching with marvellous effect to immense throngs of the London rabble at Moorfields and on Kennington Common. From this time, field preaching became one of the most conspicuous features of the revival. The character and genius of the preacher, to whom this most important development of Methodism was due, demand a more extended notice than I have yet given them. Unlike Wesley, whose strongest enthusiasm was always curbed by a powerful will, and who manifested at all times and on all subjects an even exaggerated passion for reasoning, Whitefield was chiefly a creature of impulse and emotion. He had very little logical skill, no depth or range of knowledge, not much self-restraint, nothing of the commanding and organizing talent, and it must be added, nothing of the arrogant and imperious spirit so conspicuous in his colleague. At the same time, a more zealous, a more single-minded, a more truly amiable, a more purely unselfish man it would be difficult to conceive. He lived perpetually in the sight of eternity, and a desire to save souls was the single passion of his life. Of his labours it is sufficient to say that it has been estimated that in the 34 years of his active career he preached 18,000 times, or on an average 10 times a week. That these sermons were delivered with the utmost vehemence of voice and gesture, often in the open air, and to congregations of many thousands, and that he continued his exertions to the last, when his constitution was hopelessly shattered by disease. During long periods he preached 40 hours, and sometimes as much as 60 hours a week. In the prosecution of his missionary labours, he visited almost every important district in England and Wales. At least 12 times he traversed Scotland. 3 times he preached in Ireland, 13 times he crossed the Atlantic. Very few men placed for circumstances at the head of a great religious movement have been so absolutely free from the spirit of sect. Very few men have passed through so much obloquy, with a heart so entirely unsourced, and have retained amid so much adulation so large a measure of deep and genuine humility. There was indeed not a trace of jealousy, ambition, or rancour in his nature. There is something singularly touching in the zeal with which he endeavoured to compose the differences between himself and Wesley. When so many of the followers of each leader were endeavouring to environ them, in the profound respect he continually expressed for his colleague at the time of their separation, an exuberant gratitude he always showed for the smallest act of kindness to himself, and the tenderness with which he guarded the interests of the inmates of the orphanage at Georgia, around which his strongest earthly affections were entwined, the almost childish simplicity with which he was always ready to make a public confession of his faults. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Conquests of Nadir, Shah. Capture of Delhi, A.D. 1739, by Sir John Malcolm. Part 1. Editor's Introduction. It was the fortune of Persia to be delivered from the Afghan yoke at a time when, under a feeble and corrupt ruler, the national life had been almost crushed out by foreign tyranny. This deliverance was wrought by a man who raised himself from the lowest condition to the head of the kingdom, which he restored. Besides this achievement for Persia, Nadir Shah performed deeds of conquest which placed his name among those who have won lasting celebrity by the subjugation of empires. The Afghans had, in 1722, captured Ispahan, the Persian capital, then an important metropolis with 600,000 inhabitants. They sacked the city and killed all of the royal family except Hassan, the weak ruler, his son Tahmasp, and 2 grandchildren. From this blow, the once magnificent capital of Persia has never recovered. Tahmasp became Shah in 1727. How the brief rule of the conquering Afghans was terminated by Nadir Shah, and how he pursued his own bloody path of conquest, Sir John Malcolm, the historian of Persia, relates in a most graphic and comprehensive manner. Nadir Shah was born in the province of Khorasan. Persian historians pass over the early occurrences of his life, and the first event that these notice is the birth of his eldest son, Riza Kuli, which occurred when he was 31 years of age. He had before that experienced great vicissitudes of fortune, and had given proofs both of valor and talent. When only 17, he was taken prisoner by the Uzbeks, who made annual incursions into Khorasan. But he effected his escape after a captivity of 4 years. His occupation from that period till he entered into the service of Shah Tahmasp can only merit notice, as it is calculated to show that the character of this extraordinary man was always the same. He was at one time in the service of a petty chief of his native province, whom he murdered, and whose daughter he carried off and married. After this, he obtained a precarious subsistence by heading a band of robbers, from which occupation he passed, by an easy transition in such troubled times, into the employment of the Afghan governor of Khorasan, by whom he was at first raised to rank and command, as a reward for his valor in actions with the Uzbeks, and afterward degraded and punished with the bastinado on account of his insolent and turbulent conduct. Irritated at the disgrace he had suffered, Nadir left the city of Mushed and went to the fort of Kilat in the same province, which was in the possession of his uncle, who appears at this period to have been at the head of a small branch of the Afshars. He resided there but a short time before his relation, alarmed at his violence and ambition, compelled him to retire. He appears next to have resumed his occupation of a robber, but his depredations were now on a more extended scale. The Afghans had become masters of Ispahan, and the rule of the Safavian monarchs over the distant provinces of the kingdom was subverted, without that of their conquerors being firmly established. At such a moment, a plunderer of known valor and experience could not want followers, and in the course of a short time we find Nadir, a chief of reputation, as the head of a body of 3,000 men, levying large contributions on the inhabitants of Khorasan. His uncle, alarmed at his increasing power, sought his friendship. He addressed a kind letter to him, and proposed that he should enter the service of Shah Tahmasp, and aid that prince in expelling the Afghans from Persia. Nadir pretended to listen to this overture, and earnestly desired that the king should grant him a pardon for his past offenses. This was easily obtained, and he went to Kilat to receive it. He appears to have always deemed the governor of that place as the chief obstacle to his rise, and at this moment he laid a plan to destroy him and to seize his fortress. He completely succeeded in both, and after having slain his uncle with his own hand, he proceeded to employ the means he had acquired by this crime in overthrowing the Afghan ruler of Khorasan. This popular attack upon the enemies of his country enabled him to obtain a second pardon from Shah Tahmasp, whose service he entered, and to whose cause he brought a great accession of strength and reputation. Shah Tahmasp early entertained the greatest jealousy of Nadir, and upon his disobeying a mandate he had sent him to return from an expedition on which he was engaged, the weak monarch ventured to proclaim him a rebel and a traitor. The indignant chief, the moment he heard of these proceedings, marched against the court, which he soon compelled to submit on the terms he chose to dictate. From the occurrence of this open rupture we may date the annihilation of the little power Tahmasp had ever enjoyed. Nadir continued to treat him with respect till he deemed the time mature for his usurpation of the throne. But we discover that, as early as his first expedition into Khorasan, he began to prepare the minds of his countrymen for his future elevation. Like Ardashir, the founder of the Sasanian race of Persian kings, he had his visions of future grandeur. He saw, we are told, in one of these, a water fowl and a white fish with 4 horns. He dreamt that he shot the bird, and after all his attendants had failed in their attempts to seize the extraordinary fish, he stretched out his hand and caught it with the greatest ease. The simple fact of his dreaming of a bird and a fish, he was informed by flattering astrologers, was a certain presage of his attaining imperial power, and his historian has had a less difficult task in discovering from subsequent events that the 4 horns of the fish were types of the kingdoms of Persia, Khorasan, India, and Tartary, which were all destined to be conquered by this hero. Such trifles are not unworthy of notice. They show the art or superstition of him who uses or believes in them, and portray better than the most elaborate descriptions the character of those minds upon which they make an impression. The expulsion of the Afghans from Persia seemed the sole effort of the genius of Nadir, and no reward therefore appeared too great for the man who was liberating his country from its cruel oppressors. The grant made by Tahmasp to this chief, of the 4 finest provinces of the empire, was considered only as a just recompense for the great services that he had performed. We are told that in the same letter by which Tahmasp conveyed the grant of these countries, or, in other words, alienated half his kingdom, his victorious general was requested to assume the title of Sultan, and a diadem, richly set with jewels, was sent by one of the noblemen of the court. Nadir accepted all the honors except the title of Sultan. That high name, he thought, would excite envy without conferring benefit. He, however, took advantage of this proffered elevation to the rank of a prince to exercise one of the most important privileges which attach to monarchs. He directed that his army should be paid in coin brought from the province of Khorasan, and that it should be struck in his own name, which virtually amounted to an assumption of the independent sovereignty of that country. The armies of the Turks occupied some of the finest parts of the province of Irak and all Azerbaijan. Nadir marched against them as soon as his troops were refreshed from the fatigues they had endured in the pursuit of the Afghans. He encountered the united force of 2 Turkish pashas on the plains of Hamadan, overthrew them, and made himself master, not only of the city, but of all the country in its vicinity. He hastened to Azerbaijan, where the same success attended him. Tabriz, Ardabil, and all the principal cities of that quarter had surrendered. and the conqueror was preparing to besiege Erivan, the capital of Armenia, when he received from his brother, whom he had left in the government of Khorasan, an account of an alarming rebellion of the Afghans of that province. He hastened to its relief, and his success against the rebels was completed by the reduction of the fortresses of Furrah and Herat. An event occurred during the siege of the latter city, which marked the barbarous character of this war. Nadir had obtained a victory over a large division of the Afghan force, and resolved to celebrate it with a splendid feast. Among other guests were several prisoners of high rank. During the festivities, the heads of 300 Afghans, who had been slain in the action, were held up on the tops of spears. At this sight, says the flattering historian of Nadir, the chiefs of our enemies fixed their eyes upon the ground, and never dared to raise them again, notwithstanding the extraordinary kindness with which they were treated by their great and generous conqueror. While Nadir was employed at the siege of Herat, the Persian nobles at Ispahan persuaded the weak Tahmasp to place himself at the head of an army, and march against the Turks, who were again assembling on the frontier. The reverses which the arms of that nation had sustained in Persia had caused a revolution at Constantinople, where the Janissaries had first murdered the vizier, and afterward dethroned Ahmet, and placed his nephew Mahmud upon the throne. To this Prince Nadir had sent an envoy, demanding that the Turks should evacuate the province of Azerbaijan, and Shah Tahmasp had sent another, with what a Persian historian indignantly terms a sweet-scented letter of congratulation upon his elevation to the throne. Before the result of the mission sent by Nadir could be known, Tahmasp had marched to besiege Erivan, had retreated from before that fortress, been defeated by a Turkish army, and had lost in 1 month all that the genius and valor of his general had gained during the preceding season. To render the effects of his weakness complete, the alarmed monarch had agreed to a peace, by which he abandoned the whole of the country beyond the Araxes to the Turks, and ceded 5 districts of the province of Kermanshahan to Ahmet, the reigning Pasha of Baghdad, by whom this treaty was negotiated. The disgrace of this engagement was aggravated by its containing no stipulation for the release of the Persians who had been made prisoners during the war. The moment that Nadir received accounts of the peace, it seems to have occurred to his mind that it afforded an excellent pretext for the consummation of those projects he had so long cherished. But, although bold and impatient, he was compelled to proceed with caution to the extinction of a race of kings, to whom obedience had become a habit, and who were at that moment represented by a prince who, though weak and despicable, was endeared to many of his subjects by his misfortunes. His first step was to issue a proclamation, in which he inveighed with bitterness against a treaty which bounded the great empire of Persia by the river Araxes, and left many of the inhabitants of that kingdom prisoners in the hands of cruel enemies. Such a treaty, he said, is contrary to the will of heaven, and the angels who guard the tomb of the holy Ali call aloud for the deliverance of his followers from the bondage in which they are now held by vile heretics. There is no country, however abject its inhabitants may appear, where the most daring and ambitious can venture to usurp the supreme power, without first obtaining a hold on public opinion. We cannot have a stronger proof of this fact, as applicable to Persia, than what we find in the conduct of Nadir upon this memorable occasion. though that chief had revived the military spirit of his country, and roused a nation sunk in sloth and luxury to great and successful exertion, yet neither this success, the imbecility of Shah Tahmasp, nor a reliance upon his own fame and strength could induce him to take the last step of usurpation, until he had by his arts excited in the minds of his countrymen that complete contempt for the reigning sovereign, and that pride in his glory, which were likely to make his elevation appear more the accomplishment of their wishes than of his ambition. At the same time that Nadir published the proclamation which has been mentioned, he addressed letters to all the military chiefs of the country. In that to the governor of Fars, which has been preserved, he informs him of the great success he has had against the Afghans, and of the conquest of Herat. He then proceeds to state the astonishment and indignation with which he has learnt the particulars of the treaty concluded with Turkey. You will no doubt, he observes, be rejoiced to hear that, as it was to be hoped from the goodness of God, this peace with the Turks is not likely to endure, and you may rest in expectation of my approach, for, by the blessing of the Most High, I will advance immediately, with an army elated with success, skilled in sieges, numerous as emmets, valiant as lions, and combining with the vigor of youth the prudence of age. Let the cup-bearer, he exclaims, quoting from a popular poet, tell our enemy, the worshipper of fire, to cover his head with dust, for the water that had departed is returned into its channel. He concludes this letter by threatening with excommunication and destruction all Shiahs, or, in other words, all Persians who are adverse to the renewal of hostilities. Those Shiahs, he observes, who are backward on this great occasion, and are reconciled to this shameful peace, shall be expelled from the faithful sect, and forever counted among its enemies. To slaughter them will be meritorious, to permit their existence impious. The actions of Nadir corresponded with these declarations. He sent an officer to Constantinople, the duties of whose mission to the Emperor Mahmud were limited to this short message: restore the provinces of Persia, or prepare for war. A messenger was deputed to Ahmed, the Pasha of Baghdad, to apprise him that the deliverer of Persia was approaching. A peace had been concluded with the Russians, by which it was stipulated that they should abandon all the conquests they had made on the shores of the Caspian, and Nadir dispatched 2 officers to that quarter to see that there was no delay in the execution of this treaty. After adopting these measures, Nadir marched to Ispahan. He first upbraided Shah Tahmasp, and then pretended to be reconciled to him. But the scene of his mock submission to this prince drew to a close. Tahmasp was invited to the tents of his general to share in the joys of a feast, which terminated in his being seized and dethroned. He was sent to Khorasan. The Mahometan author who records these events is careful in informing us that the generosity of Nadir desired that Tahmasp, though a prisoner, should be accompanied by all his ladies, and enjoy every other comfort that could be deemed necessary to pleasurable existence. The time did not yet appear to Nadir to be ripe for his seizing the crown of Persia. The officers of his army, and some venal nobles of the court, earnestly requested that he, who was alone worthy to wear the diadem, would place it upon his head. But he rejected their entreaties, from pretended respect for the blood of the Safavian kings. The son of Tahmasp, an infant only 8 months old, was seated upon the throne, and Nadir accepted the name and power of regent of the empire. When the ceremonies necessary at this coronation were over, Nadir marched with a large army to the attack of Baghdad. The governor of that city, Ahmed Pasha, was not more distinguished for his talents as a soldier than a statesman, and the Persian leader had made his preparations in the expectation of an obstinate defense. But neither the valor nor skill of Ahmed would have saved his city had not the Turkish general Topal Osman advanced, at the head of an immense army, to his relief. Nadir instantly resolved to hazard a battle. He left a small part of his army in his lines, and led the remainder to attack Topal Osman, who was encamped on the banks of the Tigris, near the village of Samarra, which is situated about 60 miles from Baghdad. The action that ensued was one of the most bloody ever fought between the Turks and Persians. It was at first favorable to the latter, whose cavalry put the enemy to flight, but the Turkish infantry advanced and restored the battle. A corps of Arabs, from whom Nadir expected support, fell upon one of his flanks. His men, who had been exposed all day to the intense rays of a summer sun, fainted with heat and thirst. He himself twice fell to the ground in the midst of his enemies from his horses being shot, and his standard-bearer, conceiving him slain, fled from the field. All these causes combined to give the victory to Topal Osman, and after a contest of more than 8 hours, the army of Nadir was completely defeated. The moment the news of this event reached Baghdad, the inhabitants of that city fell on the troops left to guard the trenches, who were also routed. The loss of the Persians in this battle was estimated by their enemies at 60,000 men, and it probably amounted to more than 1/3 of that number. The Turks suffered almost as severely, but their triumph was very complete, for Nadir did not reassemble the whole of his broken and dispersed army till he reached the plains of Hamadan, a distance of more than 200 miles from the field of action. There is no period in the life of Nadir at which he appears to more advantage than after this great misfortune. Instead of reproaching his soldiers with their defeat, he loaded them with praises and with favors. Their losses in money and horses were more than repaid, and they were encouraged by the exhortations, as well as the actions of their politic commander, to desire nothing so much as an opportunity of revenging themselves upon their enemies. This conduct increased his reputation and popularity to so great a degree that recruits from every part of Persia hastened to join his standard, and in less than 3 months after this action, Nadir descended again into the plains of Baghdad with an army more numerous than before. His brave antagonist, Topal Osman, had jealous rivals at the court of Constantinople, and these, alarmed at the great fame he had acquired, not only prevented, by their intrigues, his being reinforced with men, but by withholding the supplies of money that were necessary to pay his troops, compelled him to separate his force. He nevertheless made the greatest efforts to oppose this second invasion of Nadir. He sent a corps of cavalry to arrest the progress of the Persians, but the latter, eager for revenge, made such a sudden and furious attack on this body that they completely routed it. On hearing this intelligence, the Turkish general advanced with all the troops he had been able to draw together to his support, but his own army partook of the panic of their flying comrades. Topal Osman endeavored in vain to rally them. He was himself so infirm that he always rode in a litter. His attendants, in the hope that he might escape, lifted him, when the flight became general, upon a horse, but his rich dress attracted the eye of a Persian soldier, who pierced him with his lance, and then, separating his head from his body, carried it to his commander. We are pleased to find that Nadir respected the remains of his former conqueror. His head and corpse were sent by an officer of rank to the Turkish army, that they might receive those honorable rites of sepulture which in all nations are considered due to a great and valiant soldier. After the death of Topel Osman and the defeat of his army, Nadir proceeded to invest Bagdad, but being alarmed at the account of a serious revolt in the province of Fars, he readily listened to the terms which the ruler of the city proposed, which were that the governments of Turkey and Persia should repossess the countries that belonged to them in the reign of Sultan Hassan, before the Afghan invasion. The rebellion which had compelled him to retire from the Turkish territories had hardly been suppressed before he learned that the Emperor of Constantinople had refused to ratify the engagements made by the Pasha of Bagdad, and had sent a general named Abdallah at the head of a large force, with orders either to conclude peace or to continue the war, as circumstances should render it expedient. Nadir hastened to occupy Armenia and Georgia, which were the principal of the disputed provinces. He threw a bridge over the rapid Araxes, and at once invested the cities of Tiflis, Gonja, and Erivan, in the hope that the danger with which they were threatened would lead the Turkish general to hazard an action. Nor was he deceived. Abdallah, encouraged by his superior numbers, left the entrenchments with which he had covered his army, and attacked the Persians on the plains of Bagavond, near Erivan. The Persian leader, when he saw him advancing, addressed his troops in the most animated language. Their enemies, he said, outnumbered them 8 to 1, but that was only an incitement to glorious exertion. He had dreamt on the past night, he told them, that a furious animal had rushed into his tent, which, after a long struggle, he had slain. With such an omen, he exclaimed, success is certain to those who fight under the protection of his great arm, who raiseth the weak to glory, and casteth down the proudest oppressors. If his troops were encouraged by this speech, they were still more so by his example. After his skill had made the most able disposition of his army, he rushed upon the enemy at the head of his bravest men, and wherever he led, the Persians were irresistible. In one of these charges Abdallah Pasha was slain by a soldier, who brought his head to Nadir, and as the battle still raged, he directed it to be fixed upon a spear, and to be displayed where it would be best seen by the enemy. The effect was as he anticipated. The Turks, perceiving their general was slain, fled in every direction, and left the plain covered with their dead. This victory was followed by the submission of the cities of Gonja and Tiflis, and those of Kars and Erivan, with all the former possessions of the Persians in that quarter, were soon afterward ceded to him by the policy of the Ottoman court, who, taught by misfortune, were glad to conclude a peace on the basis which had been before settled by the Pasha of Bagdad. The period was now arrived when Nadir thought he might lay aside the veil which he had hitherto used. An account was brought that the infant sovereign of Persia had died at Ispahan, and consequently that the throne was vacant. It has always been the usage of the kings of Persia to observe the Nowroz, or vernal equinox, as a great festival, and on it all the chief officers, civil and military, of the government appear at court. Nadir issued an order that not only these, but every person of rank and consideration in the kingdom, should meet him on the day of that festival, on the plains of Chowalmogam, where he ordered a number of temporary buildings to be erected, and made every preparation to receive them with splendor and magnificence. We are informed that upward of 100,000 persons attended this celebrated meeting, and if this includes the troops, the amount is probably not exaggerated. Nadir, his historian informs us, assembled the principal nobles and officers on the morning of the festival, and addressed them in the following terms: Shah Tahmasp and Shah Abbas were your kings, and the princes of their blood are the heirs to the throne. Choose one of them for your sovereign, or some other person whom you know to be great and virtuous. It is enough for me that I have restored the throne to its glory, and delivered my country from the Afghans, the Turks, and the Russians. He retired, that their deliberations might seem more free, but was soon recalled to hear their unanimous request that he who had saved his country, and was alone able to protect it, would accept the crown. He refused this offer, protesting solemnly that the idea of ascending the throne of Persia had never once entered his imagination. The same scene was enacted every day for a month, till Nadir, appearing to be subdued by their earnest solicitations, agreed to comply with their wishes, but said, when he made this apparent concession, I must insist that, as I sacrifice so much for Persia, the inhabitants of that nation shall, in consideration for one who has no object but their tranquillity, abandon that belief which was introduced by Shah Ismail, the founder of the Safavian dynasty, and once more acknowledge the legitimate authority of the 4 first caliphs. Since the schism of Shah has prevailed, he added, this country has been in continued distraction. Let us all become Sunnis, and that will cease. But as every national religion should have a head, let the holy Imam Jafar, who is of the family of the Prophet, and whom we all venerate, be the head of ours. After the assembly had consented to this change, and a royal mandate had been issued to proclaim it, Nadir informed them that he would communicate what had been done to the Emperor of Constantinople, and require that monarch to give full effect to this advance to general concord among Mahometans. And he would also insist that, as there were now 4 orthodox sects among Sunnis, the Persians, under the name of the sect of Jafar, should be admitted as the 5th, and that another column should be added to the 4, which already decorated the temple at Mecca, in honor of this new branch of the true religion. The historian of Nadir is careful in informing us that the crown of Persia was placed upon the head of the conqueror exactly at 20 minutes past 8, on the morning of February 26, 1736. The moment, no doubt, had been fixed by the most skilful astrologers. The ceremony was performed in a splendid hall erected for the occasion, and Nadir was seated on a throne covered with precious jewels. Various coins were immediately struck in his name, on which was the following inscription. The impression stamped on this gold proclaims to the world the sovereignty of Nadir, native of the land of Persia, and the monarch who subdues the earth. On the reverse was a short Arabic sentence, which signified, "That which has happened is the best." But even the flatterer who records these particulars confesses that there were malicious wits who made free with the latter sentence, and by the alteration of the position of one letter made it signify, "That which has happened is not the best." Nadir Shah, soon after his elevation to the throne, marched to Ispahan, but the short time he spent in that capital was solely devoted to military preparations. He had resolved on the entire extinction of the Afghans as a separate power, and that could not be effected without the reduction of the city and province of Kandahar, which was then in possession of a prince called Hassan Khan, the brother of the celebrated Mahmud. But before he proceeded upon this expedition, he adopted every measure that could secure the internal tranquillity of Persia during his absence. The peace of the country round Ispahan had been much disturbed by the depredations of a numerous and barbarous tribe called Thiers, who inhabit the mountains that stretch from near this capital to the vicinity of Schuster. The subjugation of these plunderers had ever been deemed possible. Their lofty and rugged mountains abound with rocks and caverns, which in times of danger serve them as fastnesses and dens. But Nadir showed that this fancied security, which had protected them for ages, was a mere delusion. He led his veteran soldiers to the tops of their highest mountains. Parties of light troops hunted them from the cliffs and glens in which they were concealed, and in the space of 1 month the tribe was completely subdued. Their chief was taken prisoner and put to death. But the policy of Nadir treated those of his followers who escaped the first fury of his troops with lenity and favor. He assigned them better but more accessible lands than what they before possessed. He also took a number of them into his army, and this corps, by its extraordinary bravery at the siege of Kandahar, confirmed the wisdom of his generous conduct. Nadir marched with an army of 80,000 men through Khorasan and Sistan to Kandahar. He met with no resistance of any consequence before he reached that city, but he found its defenses were too formidable to give him hopes of its early surrender. His first resolution was to subdue it by blockade, and he not only made permanent cantonments for his army in its vicinity, but ordered the lines of a new city to be traced out, which he called Nadirabad, or the abode of Nadir. He also built towers all around Kandahar, and so connected them with small batteries that it became impossible for the besieged to maintain any intercourse with the surrounding country. Observing, however, that the Afghans were not intimidated by the indications which his conduct gave of his determined resolution to conquer them, and that they had still abundance of provisions, he was compelled, after a year had been wasted in the blockade, to commence a more active course of operations. The city of Kandahar stood on the face of a hill, and was defended by a wall and by a number of small towers. The Persians made themselves masters of some of the most commanding eminences, to which they conveyed, with incredible labor, both cannon and mortars. Aided by the fire of these, they successively assailed the different towers. At some they were repulsed with great loss, at others they succeeded. But the bravery of the corps of Thiers, who have been before mentioned, was successful in carrying a principal tower, which enabled them to enter the citadel and place the whole town at their mercy. The governor, however, with the principal part of the garrison, still held out in a detached fort, but seeing that resistance was vain, he offered to capitulate, and Nadir readily gave him a promise of forgiveness and protection. It appears at this period to have been the policy of the conqueror to conciliate the Afghans. He had, in a very great degree, disarmed the prejudices of that nation by the proclamation which he issued, on ascending the throne, against the tenets of the Shiahs, and he now sought, not merely to soften that resentment, but to attach them to his person and government by favors. he completely succeeded. Some of the tribes of that nation continued during his life to rank among the bravest soldiers of his army, and formed a powerful check upon the discontent and turbulence of his own countrymen. While Nadir was employed in besieging Kandahar, his generals had been successful in reducing the strongholds in its vicinity, and his eldest son, Riza Kuli, had during this short period obtained a fame which seemed to promise that his name would one day equal that of his father. The Afghan prince of Kandahar had expected aid from the chief of Balkh, against whom Nadir detached his son, with a chosen body of 12,000 horse. The prince not only defeated this ruler and took his capital, but passed the Oxus, and did not hesitate to give battle to the monarch of the Uzbegs, who had advanced from Bokhara with an army far outnumbering the Persians. The rash valor of Riza Kuli was crowned with a signal victory, and the career of the young hero was only arrested by a mandate from his father, who desired him to recross the Oxus. Nadir at the same time addressed 2 letters to the king of the Uzbegs, and to the other chiefs of that part of Tartary, informing them that he had sent orders to his son to retreat within the limits of the Persian Empire, and not to disturb countries which were the inheritance of the race of Genghis Khan and of high Turkoman families. This conduct, which was evidently the result of that policy which affects moderation, that it may better accomplish its ambitious purposes, had been ascribed by some to a jealousy which they conceived Nadir, even at this early period, entertained of the rising reputation of his son. But those who impute it to this cause forget that Riza Kuli, when he returned, was not only received with extraordinary favor and affection, but soon afterward was entrusted with all the power of a sovereign, and left to govern Persia, while his father proceeded with his vast designs of subjugating to his authority the distant regions of India. When Nadir Shah marched against the Afghans, he had sent an ambassador to Delhi, requesting the monarch of India would give orders to the governors of his northern provinces not to permit the enemies of Persia to find a refuge from an avenging sword in the territories of an ally. No satisfactory answer had been received to this mission, and while the Afghans were allowed to take shelter within the limits of the Indian Empire, obstacles were thrown in the way of the return of the Persian envoy. Nadir, incensed at these proceedings, pursued the fugitives to Kabul, and not only made himself master of that city, but of all the country in its vicinity. After this conquest, he addressed another letter to the Emperor of India, in which he reproached him in the bitterest terms for his past conduct, but still professed a desire of maintaining the relations of friendship. The bearer of this letter was slain by the Afghan chief, and Nadir perhaps did not regret an event which added to the pretexts that before existed to justify him to the world in undertaking the most splendid of all his enterprises, the invasion of India, 1738. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Conquests of Nadir Shah, Capture of Delhi, A.D. 1739, by Sir John Malcolm. Part 2. The progress of Nadir from Kabul to India was rapid and successful. Almost all the governors of the principal provinces through which he passed anticipated the fate of the empire by their submission. But the conqueror has, in a letter to his son Riza Kuli, given us the most authentic account we could desire to possess of events from the day on which he left Lahore till that on which he resolved to restore the vanquished Mahomet Shah to the throne of his ancestors. After informing that prince of an advantage which his troops had gained over an advanced party of his enemies, and describing an ineffectual attempt he had made to prevent the junction of an army under Sadut Khan with Mahomet Shah, he states that the Indian monarch considered himself so strong from his reinforcement that he left his entrenchments and drew up his troops in order of battle. The result will be best told in Nadir's own words. We, he observes, who wished for such a day, after appointing guards for our camp, and invoking the support of an all-powerful Creator, mounted and advanced to the charge. For 2 complete hours the action raged with violence, and a heavy fire from cannon and musketry was kept up. After that, by the aid of the Almighty, our lion-hunting heroes broke the enemy's line and chased them from the field of battle, dispersing them in every direction. This battle lasted 2 hours, and for 2 hours and a half more were our conquering soldiers engaged in pursuit. When 1 hour of the day remained, the field was entirely cleared of the enemy, and as the entrenchments of their camp were strong, and the fortifications formidable, we would not permit our army to assault it. An immense treasure, a number of elephants, part of the artillery of the emperor, and rich spoils of every description were the reward of our victory. Upward of 20,000 of the enemy were slain on the field of battle, and a much greater number were made prisoners. Immediately after the action was over, we surrounded the emperor's army, and took measures to prevent all communication with the adjacent country, preparing at the same time our cannon and mortars to level with the ground the fortifications which had been erected. As the utmost confusion reigned in the imperial camp, and all discipline was abandoned, the emperor, compelled by irresistible necessity, after the lapse of 1 day, sent Nizam ul Mulk on Thursday, the 17th Zilkadeh, to our royal camp, and the day following Mahomet Shah himself, attended by his nobles, came to our heaven-like presence in an afflicted state. When the emperor was approaching, as we ourselves are of a Turkoman family, and Mahomet Shah is a Turkoman, and the lineal descendant of the noble house of Gurgen, we sent our dear son Nasr Ali Khan beyond the bounds of our camp to meet him. The emperor entered our tents, and we delivered over to him the signet of our empire. He remained that day a guest in our royal tent. Considering our affinity as Turkomans, and also reflecting on the honors that befitted the majesty of a king of kings, we bestowed such upon the emperor, and ordered his royal pavilions, his family, and his nobles to be preserved, and we have established him in a manner equal to his great dignity. At this time the emperor, with his family, and all the lords of Hindustan who marched from camp, are arrived in Delhi, and on Thursday, the 29th of Zilkadeh, we moved our glorious standard toward that capital. It is our royal intention, from the consideration of the high birth of Mahomet Shah, of his descent from the house of Gurgen, and of his affinity to us as a Turkoman, to fix him on the throne of the empire, and to place the crown of royalty upon his head. Praise be to God, glory to the Most High, who has granted us the power to perform such an action. For this great grace which we have received from the Almighty, we must ever remain grateful. God has made the 7 great seas like unto the vapor of the desert, beneath our glorious and conquering footsteps, and those of our faithful and victorious heroes. He has made, in our royal mind, the thrones of kings and the deep ocean of earthly glory, more despicable than the light bubble that floats upon the surface of the wave. And no doubt his extraordinary mercy, which he has now shown, will be evident to all mankind. The facts stated in this letter are not contradicted either by Persian or Indian historians, though the latter find reasons for the great defeat of their countrymen suffered at Karnal, in the rashness of some of their leaders and the caution of others. And they state that even after the victory the conqueror would have returned to Persia on receiving 2 millions sterling, if the disappointed ambition of an Indian minister had not urged him to advance to Delhi. But it is not necessary to seek for causes for the overthrow of an army who were so panic-struck that they fled at the first charge, and nearly 20,000 of whom were slain with hardly any loss to their enemies. And our knowledge of the character of Nadir Shah forbids our granting any belief to a tale which would make it appear that the ultimate advantages to be obtained from this great enterprise, and the unparalleled success with which it had been attended, depended less upon his genius than upon the petty jealousies and intrigues of the captive ministers of the vanquished Mahomet Shah. The causes which led Nadir to invade India have been already stated, nor were they groundless. The court of Delhi had certainly not observed the established ties of friendship. It had given shelter to the Afghans who fled from the sword of the conqueror, and this protection was likely to enable them to make another effort to regain their lost possessions, and consequently to re-involve Persia in war. The ambassadors of Nadir, who had been sent to make remonstrances on this subject, had not only been refused an answer, but were prevented from returning, in defiance of the reiterated and impatient applications of that monarch. This proceeding, we are told, originated more in irresolution and indecision than from a spirit of hostility, but it undoubtedly furnished a fair and justifiable pretext for Nadir's advance. Regarding the other motives which induced him to undertake this enterprise, we can conjecture none but an insatiable desire of plunder, a wish to exercise that military spirit he had kindled in the Persians, or the ambitious view of annexing the vast dominions of the sovereign of Delhi to the crown of Persia. But if he ever cherished this latter project, he must have been led by a near view of the condition of the Empire of India to reject it as wholly impracticable. We are, however, compelled to respect the greatness of that mind, which could resolve, at the very moment of its achievement, upon the entire abandonment of so great a conquest, for he did not even try to establish a personal interest at the court of Delhi, except through the operation of those sentiments which his generous conduct, in replacing him upon his throne, might make upon the mind of Mahomet Shah. Nadir claimed, as a prize which he had won, the wealth of the emperor and a great proportion of that of his richest nobles and subjects. The whole of the jewels that had been collected by a long race of sovereigns, and all the contents of the imperial treasury, were made over by Mahomet Shah to the conqueror. The principal nobles, imitating the example of their monarch, gave up all the money and valuables which they possessed. After these voluntary gifts, as they were termed, had been received, arrears of revenue were demanded from distant provinces, and heavy impositions were laid upon the richest of the inhabitants of Delhi. The great misery caused by these impositions was considerably augmented by the corrupt and base character of the Indian agents employed, who actually farmed the right of extortion of the different quarters of the city to wretches who made immense fortunes by the inhuman speculation, and who collected, for every 10,000 rupees they paid into Nadir's treasury, 40 and 50,000 from the unhappy inhabitants, numbers of whom perished under blows that were inflicted to make them reveal their wealth, while others, among whom were several Hindus of high rank, became their own executioners rather than bear the insults to which they were exposed, or survive the loss of that property which they valued more than their existence. The approach of Nadir Shah to Delhi had filled the inhabitants of that city with dread, but the strict discipline which his troops observed on their first arrival restored confidence to all. This, however, was but of short duration. The monarch himself had occupied a palace in the city, and had sent some troops to different quarters of it to maintain tranquillity and to protect the inhabitants from insult and injury. The conqueror entered the capital on March 8th, and on that and the 2 succeeding days all was quiet. But on the night of the 10th it was reported that Nadir was dead. This report, which was first circulated by some designing persons, instantly spread, and a thoughtless mob made a furious assault upon the Persians, who were scattered about the town as safeguards. These, who were divided into small parties, and quite unsuspicious of attack, were almost all murdered; and we must cease to cherish any general sentiments of pity for the depraved nobles of Delhi, when assured by concurring authorities that most of those at whose palaces troops were stationed for their protection gave them up without effort to the fury of the populace, and even in some instances assisted in their destruction. Nadir, when he first heard of this tumult, sent several persons to explain to the populace their delusion and their danger, but his messengers were slain. He remained with all the Persians he could assemble in the palace, which he occupied till the day dawned, when he mounted his horse and rode forth to endeavor by his presence to quell the tumult. But his moderation only inflamed the insolence and fury of those whom, even Indian historians inform us, it was his desire to spare, and he at last gave his troops, who had arrived from their encampment near the city, orders for a general massacre. He was too well obeyed. The populace, the moment the Persians began to act, lost all their courage, and from sunrise till 12 o'clock Delhi presented a scene of shocking carnage, the horrors of which were increased by the flames that now spread to almost every quarter of that capital. Nadir, after he had issued the fatal orders, went into the small mosque of Rashinu Dalla, which stands near the center of the city, and remained there in a deep and silent gloom that none dared to disturb. At last the unhappy Mahomet Shah, attended by 2 of his ministers, rushed into his presence, exclaiming, "Spare my people!" Nadir replied, "The Emperor of India must never ask in vain," and he instantly commanded that the massacre should cease. The prompt obedience which was given to this command is remarked by all his historians as the strongest proof of the strict discipline which he had introduced into his army. The number of persons slain on this occasion has been differently estimated, and from the nature of the scene it could not be correctly ascertained. An author who has been often referred to conjectures that about 120,000 perished, while another European writer nearly doubles this amount. But an Indian historian of respectability reduces this exaggerated estimate to the moderate calculation of 8,000 persons. And there is every reason to conclude that his statement is nearer the truth than any of those which have been mentioned. 2 nobles who were supposed to have caused the riot fled, with conscious guilt, to a small fortress near Delhi. They were pursued, taken, and put to death with those who were deemed their accomplices, who amounted to about 400 persons. A very few days after the occurrence of these events, a marriage was celebrated between the second son of Nadir and a princess of the imperial house of Timur, and the succession of festivities that attended these nuptials gave a color of joy to scenes which abounded with misery, but the majority of the inhabitants of Delhi appear to have been of a light and dissolute character. We are indeed told by an Indian author that numbers regretted the departure of the Persians. The drolls and players of the capital began, immediately after they went away, to amuse their countrymen with a ludicrous representation of their own disgrace; and the fierce looks and savage pride of their conquerors, which had been so late their dread, became, in these imitations, one of their chief sources of entertainment. Nadir remained at Delhi 58 days, 1739. Before he quitted it, he had a long and secret conference with Mahomet Shah, in which it is supposed he gave him such counsel as he deemed best to enable him to preserve that power to which he was restored. To all the nobles of the court he spoke publicly, and warned them to preserve their allegiance to the emperor, as they valued his favor or dreaded his resentment. To those who were absent he wrote in similar terms. He informed them that he was so united in friendship with Mahomet Shah that they might be esteemed as having one soul in 2 bodies, and after desiring them to continue to walk in the path of duty to the imperial house of Timur, he concluded these circular letters in the following words: "May God forbid, but if accounts of your rebelling against your emperor should reach our ears, we will blot you out of the pages of the book of creation." The conqueror had behaved with considerable moderation and kindness toward the chief Omrahs of the court of Delhi, but he must have despised their luxurious and effeminate habits. We indeed learn his sentiments from a remarkable anecdote. When speaking one day to Kamaruddin, who was then vizier, he demanded how many ladies he had. 850 was the reply. "Let 150 of our female captives," said Nadir, "be sent to the vizier, who will then be entitled to the high military rank of a Mimbashi, or commander of 1,000. The march of Nadir from India was literally encumbered with spoil. The amount of the plunder that he carried from that country has been estimated variously. The highest calculation makes it upward of 70 millions sterling. The lowest is considerably more than 30. A great part of this was in precious stones, of which Nadir was immoderately fond. When on his march from India, he was informed that several of the most valuable crown jewels had been secreted by some of his followers. He made this a pretext for searching the baggage of every man in his army, and appropriating all the jewels that were found to himself. The soldiers murmured, but submitted; and their not resisting this despotic act is an extraordinary proof of the subordination which he had established. He was, however, in general kind and liberal to his troops. He had given to each man a gratuity of 3 months' pay at the fall of Kandahar. He gave them as much more after the victory of Karnal, and they received a still greater bounty before he marched from Delhi. The troops of Nadir, we are told, suffered much in their retreat from India by the intense heat to which they were exposed. Their passage over the rivers of the Punjab and the Indus was delayed by accidents to the temporary bridges which he had constructed, and in one instance by the threatened attack of the mountaineers of Kabul, whose forbearance the proud conqueror did not disdain to purchase. And when we consider the nature of the country through which he had to pass, the immense train of baggage with which his army was accompanied, and the danger that might have arisen from the slightest confusion, we cannot blame the prudence with which he acted upon this occasion. The greatest expectation was excited in Persia at the prospect of the return of their victorious monarch. The inhabitants of that country had already felt the benefit of his triumphs. He had commanded that all taxes should be remitted for 3 years, and they began to anticipate scenes of unheard-of joy and abundance. The most exaggerated reports were circulated of the vast riches which their sovereign and his soldiers had acquired, and all conceived that Nadir was disposed to enjoy himself from the number of artificers and musicians which he brought from India. Curiosity, too, was eager to behold the train of elephants which attended his march. That noble animal had become a stranger to the plains of Persia, and the natives of that country were only familiar with its shape from seeing its figure represented in the sculpture of ancient times. Sanguine minds were led, by a natural association of ideas, to believe that their present ruler was the destined restorer of their country to its former glory, and the conqueror was hailed at his return as a hero whose fame had eclipsed that of a Sapor or a Nushirwan. The soldiers of Nadir were, we are informed, after the expedition to India, most anxious for repose. But that prince was too well acquainted with the consequences of this indulgence to permit them to enjoy it. He had, after he passed the Indus, led them through the deserts of Sind to the attack of a feudatory chief, who had established himself in the government of that province. This ruler had courted Nadir Shah when he first threatened the invasion of India, as he deemed such a measure favorable to his views of independence. But when his possessions were made over to the Persian monarch, he changed his policy, and lodging all his treasure and property in the fortress of Amarkot, made a feeble attempt at opposition. But his capital was taken and plundered, and he was compelled to surrender himself to the mercy of the conqueror, who, however, satisfied with his submission and the possession of his wealth, restored him to the government of the province, which he agreed henceforth to hold as a tributary to the crown of Persia. After this expedition, Nadir marched to Herat, where he made a proud display of the jewels and plunder he had acquired in India, among which the most remarkable was the celebrated throne of the Emperor of Delhi, made in the shape of a peacock, and ornamented with precious stones of every description. This gorgeous exhibition took place on June 4th, 1740, and on that day and several others, the court, army, and populace were amused with pageants, shows, and entertainments of every kind. But Nadir, though satisfied that this public celebration of triumph was calculated to raise his fame with his subjects, and to gratify the vanity of his soldiers, appears always to have dreaded the danger of inaction. He moved his army from Herat, and after meeting his son Riza Kuli, and bestowing valuable presents upon him and the other princes of his family, he moved toward Bach, where he had ordered preparations to be made for his crossing the Oxus to punish the sovereign of Bokhara, who, unmindful of his established alliance, had taken advantage of his absence in India to make inroads into the province of Khorasan. The motives which induced Nadir to proceed upon this expedition were soon apparent. He had no desire to extend the boundary of his empire in a direction where he knew it could not be maintained, but he wished to visit upon the inhabitants of this part of Tartary those calamities which they were in the annual habit of inflicting upon the frontier provinces of Persia. Abul Fayez Khan, who was the ruler of the Uzbeks at this period, boasted a lineal descent from Genghis, but he appears to have inherited none of the spirit of his great ancestor. He was terrified into submission at the approach of Nadir, and sent his vizier to deprecate the wrath of that monarch. The minister was well received, but told that his master must immediately surrender if he desired to save himself from destruction and his country from ruin. While these negotiations were carried on, the Persian army advanced by rapid marches to Bokhara, and on August 23rd, 5 days after they had crossed the Oxus, encamped within 12 miles of that capital, where his short expedition was brought to a close by the personal submission of Abul Fayez Khan, who, attended by all his court, proceeded to the tents of Nadir Shah, and laid his crown and other ensigns of royalty at the feet of the conqueror, who assigned him an honorable place in his assembly, and a few days afterward restored him to his throne on the condition that the Oxus should remain, as it had been in former periods, the boundary of the two empires. This treaty was cemented by an alliance between the daughter of the ruler of Bokhara and the nephew of his conqueror, and after its conclusion a great number of Tartars were, with the concurrence of their own monarch, enrolled in the Persian army, whose commander probably esteemed the services of these hardy warriors as of more consequence to the peace of his own dominions and the fulfillment of his future views of ambition than all the wealth he had brought from India. The arms of Nadir were next directed against the kingdom of Khwarezm, which is situated to the westward of Bokhara, and stretches along both banks of the Oxus to the shores of the Caspian Sea. The prince of this country, whose name was Ilburz, neither merited nor received such human treatment as Abul Fayez Khan. He had committed frequent depredations upon the Persian territories, and conceiving that the strength of his fortresses would secure him from vengeance, he resolved on resistance. The king of Bokhara had sent a mission to advise him to submit to the arms of Nadir. He not only treated this friendly counsel with disdain, but in violation of laws which the most savage nations respect, he slew those through whom it was conveyed. This conduct greatly irritated the monarch of Persia, who, after he had defeated his army and made him prisoner, doomed him and 20 of his chief officers to death. The possessions of Ilburz were bestowed upon Teher Khan, a cousin of the sovereign of Bokhara, and consequently a direct descendant of the celebrated Genghis. When the winter of this year was far advanced, Nadir marched to Khilat, to which place he continued from his most early years to be much attached. He had directed that its fortifications should be improved, that a palace should be built, and that aqueducts should be constructed to improve the fertility of its fields. He had also ordered that all his treasures should be carried thither, and a peaceful retirement to this cherished spot, after the toils and dangers of war were at an end, was one of the most innocent of those dreams which amuse the fancy of this indefatigable conqueror. After a short residence at Khilat, Nadir proceeded to Mushed, which he made the capital of his empire, and during 3 months that he remained in this city, his time was passed in constant festivities. 5 monarchs had been subdued in 5 years. The Empire of Persia had not only been rescued from a foreign yoke, but its limits had been extended as far as the Oxus to the north and the Indus to the east, and the hero by whom all this had been accomplished promised his exulting subjects that the Turks should soon be driven from the banks of the Tigris and the Euphrates. But honor required that, before any other expedition was undertaken, Nadir should revenge the blood of his brother Ibrahim Khan, who had been slain in an attack of the Leskis. When the army was on its march to Dagestan, an event occurred which cast a dark cloud over all the fair prospects that dawned upon Persia, and exhibited in the strongest view the miserable condition of those empires, whose fate hangs upon the disposition and talents of a despotic sovereign. An advanced corps, chiefly composed of Afghans, had, by their extraordinary valor, gained the greatest advantages over the Leskis, and Nadir was hastening by the way of Mazandaran to their support, when, pursuing his march through one of the forests in that country, a ball from an assassin who had concealed himself behind a tree wounded him in the hand and killed his horse. The prince, Riza Kuli, who was near him, galloped toward the spot from which the shot had been fired. But neither his efforts nor those of his guards that aided him could succeed in the attempts to seize the fugitive, who, favored by the thickness of the wood, effected his escape. He was afterward taken, and the historian of Nadir asserts that he was the agent of a chief of a barbarous tribe, who cherished a secret resentment against the conqueror. This accident, though it made a deep and indelible impression upon the mind of Nadir, did not prevent his proceeding to attack the Leskis, but he never engaged in an enterprise of more hazard. These mountaineers defended themselves with the most desperate bravery, and the rugged nature of the whole country of Dagestan, which they inhabit, made it almost impossible to subdue them. The bravest troops of the Persian army were worn out with the fatigue of this harassing war, and the preparations which the Russians began to make at Astrakhan, though dictated by a fear that Nadir meant to invade their country after he had subdued the Leskis, gave the latter every encouragement to persevere in their resistance, and the Persian monarch was compelled to retire from this expedition with very partial success and very great loss. Nadir had, from the day on which his life was attempted, entertained suspicions of his eldest son, Riza Kuli. He summoned him to his presence. The prince instantly obeyed, and was on his arrival made prisoner and deprived of sight. A respectable European writer, who went to Persia 2 years after this event, asserts that the assassin who fired at Nadir in the wood of Mazandaran was employed by the Prince Riza Kuli, who, he informs us, though brave and able, was violent and oppressive. He had, this author asserts, on hearing that Nadir was dead when on his expedition to India, declared himself king, and at the same time put the unfortunate Shah Tahmasp, who was confined at Sabzawar in Khorasan, to death. The same writer assures us that Nadir, though convinced of the guilt of his son, addressed him in the mildest and most human terms, and offered him complete pardon if he would only confess his crime and promise repentance. But that the fierce youth rejected this offer, and said he gloried in the attempt he had made to rid the world of a tyrant, and provoked his fate by the coarsest abuse of his father and sovereign. It is probable that this author received the account which he has given of this transaction from some person who was desirous of palliating the guilt of a reigning tyrant, but we are compelled to refuse our credit of this statement. The flattering historian of Nadir expressly informs us that that sovereign was deceived, by the gross misrepresentations of infamous men, into the commission of this great crime. The European physician who attended that monarch during the latter years of his life asserts the innocence of Riza Kuli. He adds that Nadir was so penetrated with remorse after the deed of horror was done, that he vented his fury on all around him, and 50 noblemen who had witnessed the dreadful act were put to death on the pretext that they should have offered their lives as sacrifices to save the eyes of a prince who was the glory of their country. It is also to be remarked that the impressions which have been transmitted regarding a fact comparatively recent are all against Nadir, who is believed to have had no evidence of his son's guilt but his own suspicions. From the moment that his life had been attempted in Mazandaran, that monarch had become gloomy and irritable. His bad success against the Leskis had increased the natural violence of his temper, and listening to the enemies of Riza Kuli, he, in a moment of rage, ordered him to be blinded. "Your crimes have forced me to this dreadful measure," was, we are told, the speech that Nadir made to his son. "It is not my eyes you have put out," replied Riza Kuli, "but those of Persia." The prophetic truth of this answer sunk deep into the soul of Nadir, and we may believe his historian, who affirms that he never afterward knew happiness, nor desired that others should enjoy it. All his future actions were deeds of horror, except the contest which he carried on against the Turks for 3 years, and even in it he displayed none of that energy and heroic spirit which marked his first wars with that nation. The Persian army had made unsuccessful efforts to reduce the cities of Basra, of Baghdad, and of Mosul. Nadir marched early in the succeeding year to meet a large Turkish force which had advanced to near Erivan, and we are told that he desired to encounter his enemies in battle on the same plain where he had, 10 years before, acquired such renown. But their general, subdued by his own fears, fled and was massacred by his soldiers, who, thrown into confusion at this event, were easily routed by the Persians. This was the last victory of Nadir, and it was gained merely by the terror of his name. Sensible of his own condition, he hastened to make peace. His pretensions regarding the establishment of a 5th sect among Orthodox Mahometans, and the erection of a 5th pillar in the Mosque of Mecca were abandoned. It was agreed that prisoners on both sides should be released, that Persian pilgrims going to the holy cities of Mecca and Medina should be protected, and that the whole of the provinces of Iraq and Azerbaijan should remain with Persia, except an inconsiderable territory that had belonged to the Turkish government in the time of Shah Ismail, the first of the Safavian kings. The conduct of Nadir to his own subjects during the last 5 years of his reign had been described, even by a partial historian, as exceeding in barbarity all that has been recorded of the most bloody tyrants. The acquisition of the wealth of India had at first filled the mind of this monarch with the most generous and patriotic feelings. He had proclaimed that no taxes should be collected from Persia for 3 years, but the possession of riches had soon its usual effect of creating a desire for more, and while the vast treasures he had acquired were hoarded at the fort of Kilat, which, with all the fears of a despot, he continually labored to render inaccessible, he not only paid his armies, but added to his golden heaps, from the arrears of remitted revenue, which he extorted with the most inflexible rigor. Nadir knew that the attack which he had made upon the religion of his country had rendered him unpopular, and that the priests, whom he peculiarly oppressed, endeavored to spread disaffection. This made him suspect those who still adhered to the tenets of the Shah sect, or, in other words, almost all the natives of Persia. The troops in his army upon whom he placed most reliance were the Afghans and Tartars, who were of the Sunni persuasion. Their leaders were his principal favorites, and every pretext was taken to put to death such Persian chiefs as possessed either influence or power. These proceedings had the natural effect of producing rebellion in every quarter, and the spirit of insurrection, which now displayed itself among his subjects, changed the violence of Nadir into outrageous fury. His murders were no longer confined to individuals. The inhabitants of whole cities were massacred, and men, to use the words of his historian, left their abodes and took up their habitations in caverns and deserts, in the hope of escaping his savage ferocity. We are told, and the events which preceded render the tale not improbable, that when on his march to subdue one of his nephews who had rebelled in Sistan, he proposed to put to death every Persian in his army. There can be little doubt that his mind was at this moment in a state of frenzy which amounted to insanity. Some of the principal officers of his court, who learned that their names were on the list of proscribed victims, resolved to save themselves by the assassination of Nadir. The execution of the plot was committed to 4 chief men who took advantage of their stations, and under the pretext of urgent business, rushed past the guards into the inner tents, where the tyrant was asleep. The noise awoke him, and he had slain 2 of the meaner assassins, when a blow from Salah Beg deprived him of existence. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The First Modern Novel, AD 1740, by Edmund Gosse. "Let me make the ballads of a nation," said Fletcher of Saltoun, "and I care not who makes the laws." The place which the ancient ballads held in forming the characters of the people is in our day more than filled by the novels. Everybody reads them, especially in the younger generation, and every character is more or less moulded by the sentiments and teachings they contain. The novel has been almost entirely a modern English development. 2 centuries ago, our ancestors did not read fiction. They had practically none to read, so that the production of the first English novel in 1740, leading as it has to the present state of affairs, may fairly be counted a most important event in the history of our race. Nowadays, 10,000 novels are published every year, and for some of these is claimed the enormous circulation of 500,000 copies. There is nothing offensive to the dignity of literary history in acknowledging that the most prominent piece of work effected by literature in England during the 18th century is the creation, for it can be styled nothing less, of the modern novel. In the 17th century, there had been a very considerable movement in the direction of prose fiction. The pastoral romances of the Elizabethans had continued to circulate. France had set an example in the heroic stories of Dauphin and La Comprenede, which English imitators and translators had been quick to follow, even as early as 1647. The Francion of Sorel and the Roman Bourgeois of Thiers, the latter published in 1666, of especial interest to students of the English novel, had prepared the way for the exact opposite to the heroic romance, namely the realistic story of everyday life. Bunyan and Richard Head, Mrs. Bain and Defoe, each had marked a stage in the development of English fiction. two noble forerunners of the modern novel, Robinson Crusoe and Gulliver's Travels, had inflamed the curiosity and awakened the appetite of British readers. But, although there were already great satires and great romances in the language, the first quarter of the 18th century passed away without revealing any domestic genius in prose fiction, any master of the workings of the human heart. Meanwhile, the drama had decayed. The audiences which had attended the poetic plays of the beginning and the comedies of the close of the 17th century now found nothing on the boards of the theatre to satisfy their craving after intellectual excitement. The descendants of the men and women who had gone out to welcome the poetry of Shakespeare and the wit of Congreve were now rather readers than playgoers, and were most ready to enjoy and appeal to their feelings when that appeal reached them in book form. In the playhouse they came to expect bustle and pantomime rather than literature. This decline in theatrical habits prepared a domestic audience for the novelists, and accounts for that feverish and apparently excessive anxiety with which the earliest great novels were awaited and received. Meanwhile, the part taken by Addison and Steele in preparing for this change of taste must not be overlooked, and the direct link between Addison as a picturesque narrative essayist and Richardson as the first great English novelist is to be found in Pierre de Marivaux, 1688 to 1763, who imitated the Spectator, and who is often assumed, though somewhat too rashly, to have suggested the tone of Pamela. And to this latter question we shall presently have need to inquire again. It is enough to point out here that when the English novel did suddenly and irresistibly make its appearance, it had little in common with the rococo and coquettish work which had immediately preceded it in France, and which at first, even to judges so penetrating as the poet Gray, was apt to seem more excellent because more subtle and refined. The rapidity with which the novel became domiciled among us, and the short space of time within which the principal masterpieces of the novelists were produced, are not more remarkable than the lassitude which fell upon English fiction as soon as the first great generation had passed away. The flourishing period of the 18th century novel lasted exactly 25 years, during which time we have to record the publications of no less than 15 eminent works of fiction. These 15 are naturally divided into three groups. The first contains Pamela, Joseph Andrews, David Simple, and Jonathan Wild. In these books, the art is still somewhat crude, and the science of fiction incompletely understood. After a silence of 5 years, we reach the second and greatest section of the Central period, during which there appeared in quick succession Clarissa, Roderick Random, Tom Jones, Peregrine Pickle, Amelia, and Sir Charles Grandison. As though invention had been exhausted by the publication of this incomparable series of masterpieces, there followed another silence of 5 years, and then were issued, each on the heels of the other, Tristram Shandy, Rasselas, Chrysal, the Castle of Otranto, and the Vicar of Wakefield. 5 years later still, a book born out of time appeared, Humphrey Clinker, and then, with one or two such exceptions as Evelina and Caleb Williams, no great novel appeared again in England for 40 years, until in 1811 the new school of fiction was inaugurated by Sense and Sensibility. The English novel, therefore, in its first great development, should be considered as comprised within the dates 1740 and 1766. And it may not be uninstructive, before entering into any critical examination of the separate authors, to glance at this chronological list of the first 15 great works of English fiction. The novels contained in the catalogue just given, however widely they differed from one another in detail, had this in common, that they dealt with mental and moral phenomena. Before 1740, we possessed romances, tales, prose fiction of various sorts, but in none of these was essayed any careful analysis of character, or any profound delineation of emotion. In Defoe, where the record of imaginary fact was carried on with so much ingenuity and knowledge, the qualities we have just mentioned are notably absent. Nor can it be said that we find them in any prose writer of fiction earlier than Richardson, except in some very slight and imperfect degree in Aphra Behn, especially in her Rousseauish novel of Orinoco. The first great English novelist, Samuel Richardson, 1689 to 1761, was born and bred in Derbyshire. He records of himself that when still a little boy he had two peculiarities. He loved the society of women best, and he delighted in letter writing. Indeed, before he was 11, he wrote a long epistle to a widow of 50, rebuking her for unbecoming conduct. The girls of the neighbourhood soon discovered his insight into the human heart and his skill in correspondence, and they employed the boy to write their love letters for them. In 1706, Richardson was apprenticed to a London printer, served a diligent apprenticeship, and worked as a compositor till he rose, late in life, to be master of the Stationers' Company. He was 50 years of age before he showed symptoms of any higher ambition than that of printing correctly Acts of Parliament and new editions of law books. In 1739, the publishers Rivington and Osborne urged him to compose for them a volume of familiar letters, afterward actually produced as an aid to illiterate persons in their correspondence. Richardson set about this work, gave it a moral flavour, and at last began to write what would serve as a caution to young serving women who were exposed to temptation. At this point, he recollected a story he had heard long before of a beautiful and virtuous maidservant who succeeded in marrying her master. And then, laying the original design aside, Richardson, working rapidly, wrote in 3 months his famous story of Pamela. All Richardson's novels are written in what Mrs. Barbauld has ingeniously described as the most natural and the least probable way of telling a story, namely in consecutive letters. The famous heroine of his first book is a young girl, Pamela Andrews, who describes in letters to her father and mother what goes on in the house of a lady with whom she had lived as maid, and who is just dead when the story opens. The son of Pamela's late mistress, a Mr. B, it was Fielding who wickedly enlarged the name to Booby, becomes enamoured of her charms, and takes every mean advantage of her defenceless position. But fortunately, Pamela is not more virtuous than astute, and after various agonies, which culminate in her thinking of drowning herself in a pond, she brings her admirer to terms, and is discovered to us at last as the rapturous, though still humble, Mrs. B. There are all sorts of faults to be found with this crude book. The hero is a rascal who comes to a good end, not because he has deserved to do so, but because his clever wife has angled for him with her beauty, and has landed him at last like an exhausted salmon. So long as Pamela is merely innocent and frightened, she is charming, but her character ceases to be sympathetic as she grows conscious of the value of her charms, and even the lax morality of the day was shocked at the craft of her latest manoeuvres. But all the world went mad with pleasure over the book. What we now regard as tedious and prolix was looked upon as so much linked sweetness long drawn out. The fat printer had invented a new thing, and inaugurated a fresh order of genius. For the first time the public was invited, by a master of the movements of the heart, to be present at the dissection of that fascinating organ, and the operator could not be leisurely enough, could not be minute enough for his breathless and enraptured audience. In France, for some 10 years past, there had been writers, Crébillon, Marivaux, Prévost, who had essayed this delicate analysis of emotion, but these men were the first to admit the superiority of their rough English rival. In Marianne, where the heroine tells her own story, which somewhat resembles that of Pamela, the French novelist produced a very refined study of emotion, which will probably be one day more largely read than it now is, and which should be looked through by every student of the English novel. This book is prolix and languid in form, and undoubtedly bears a curious resemblance to Richardson's novel. The English printer, however, could not read French, and there is sufficient evidence to show that he was independent of any influences save those which he took from real life. Nonetheless, of course, Marivaux, who has a name for affectation which his writings scarcely deserve, has an interest for us as a harbinger of the modern novel. Pamela was published in 2 volumes in 1740. The author was sufficiently ill-advised to add 2 more in 1741. In this latter instalment, Mrs. B was represented as a dignified matron, stately and sweet under a burden of marital infidelity. But this continuation is hardly worthy to be counted among the works of Richardson. The novelist showed great wisdom in not attempting to repeat too quickly the success of his first work. He allowed the romances of Henry and Sarah Fielding, the latter as grateful to him as the former were repugnant, to produce their effect upon the public, and it was to an audience more able to criticize fiction that Richardson addressed his next budget from the mailbag. Clarissa, or the History of a Young Lady, appeared in instalments, but in 7 volumes in all in 1748, with critical prefaces prefixed to the 1st and 4th volumes. In this book, the novelist put his original crude essay completely into the shade, and added one to the masterpieces of the world. Released from the accident which induced him in the pages of Pamela to make his heroine a servant girl, in Clarissa, Richardson depicted a lady, yet not of so lofty a rank as to be beyond the range of his own observation. The story is again told entirely in letters. It is the history of the abduction and violation of a young lady by a finished scoundrel, and ends in the death of both characters. To enable the novelist to proceed, each personage has a confidant. The beautiful and unhappy Clarissa Harlowe corresponds with the vivacious Miss Howe. Robert Lovelace addresses his friend and quondam fellow-reveller, John Belford. The character of Clarissa is summed up in these terms by her creator: a young lady of great delicacy, mistress of all the accomplishments, natural and acquired, that adorn the sex, having the strictest notions of filial duty. Her piety and purity, in fact, are the 2 lodestars of her moral nature, and the pursuit of each leads her life to shipwreck. By the universal acknowledgment of novel readers, Clarissa is one of the most sympathetic, as she is one of the most lifelike, of all the women in literature, and Richardson has conducted her story with so much art and tact that her very faults canonize her, and her weakness crowns the triumph of her chastity. In depicting the character of Lovelace, the novelist had a difficult task, for to have made him a mere ruffian would have been to ruin the whole purpose of the piece. He is represented as witty, versatile, and adroit, the very type of the unscrupulous gentleman of fashion of the period. He expiates his crimes at the close of a capital duel by the hands of Colonel Morden, a relative of the Harlowe family, who has seen Clarissa die. The success of Clarissa, both here and in France, was extraordinary. As the successive volumes appeared, and readers were held in suspense as to the fate of the exquisite heroine, Richardson was deluged with letters entreating him to have mercy. The women of England knelt sobbing round his knees, and addressed him as though he possessed the power of life and death. The slow and cumbrous form of Clarissa has tended to lessen the number of its students, but there is probably no one who reads at all widely who has not at one time or other come under the spell of this extraordinary book. In France its reputation has always stood very high. Diderot said that it placed Richardson with Homer and Euripides. Rousseau openly imitated it, and Alfred de Musset has styled it the best novel in the world. To those who love to see the passions taught to move at the command of sentiment, and who are not wearied by the excessively minute scale, as of a moral miniature painter, on which the author designs his work, there can scarcely be recommended a more thrilling and affecting book. The author is entirely inexorable, and the reader must not hope to escape till he is thoroughly purged with terror and pity. After the further development of Fielding's genius, and after the advent of a new luminary in Smollett, Richardson once more presented to the public an elaborate and ceremonious novel of extreme prolixity. The History of Sir Charles Grandison, in 7 and 6 volumes, appeared in the spring of 1754, after having been pirated in Dublin during the preceding winter. Richardson's object in this new adventure was, having already painted the portraits of two virtuous young women, the one fortunate, the other a martyr, to produce this time a virtuous hero, and to depict the character and actions of a man of true honour, as before, in a series of familiar letters. There is more movement, more plot in this novel than in the previous ones. The hero is now in Italy, now in England, and there is much more attempt than either in Pamela or Clarissa to give the impression of a sphere in which a man of the world may move. Grandison is, however, a slightly ludicrous hero. His perfections are those of a prig and an egoist, and he passes like the sun itself over his parterre of adoring worshippers. The ladies who are devoted to Sir Charles Grandison are indeed very numerous, but the reader's interest centres in three of them: the mild and estimable Harriet Byron, the impassioned Italian Clementina della Porretta, and the ingenious ward Emily Gervois. The excuse for all this is that the paragon of manly virtue has the most delicate of human minds, and that women are irresistibly attracted to him by his splendid perfections of character. But posterity has admitted that the portrait is insufferably overdrawn, and that Grandison is absurd. The finest scenes in this interesting but defective novel are those in which the madness of Clementina are dwelt upon in that long-drawn, patient manner of which Richardson was a master. The book is much too long. Happy in the fame which the three daughters of his pen had brought him, and enjoying prosperous circumstances, Richardson's life closed in a sort of perpetual tea-party, in which he, the only male, sat surrounded by bevies of adoring ladies. He died in London of apoplexy on July the 4th, 1761. His manners were marked by the same ceremonious stiffness which gives his writing an air of belonging to a far earlier period than that of Fielding or Smollett. But his gravity and sentimental earnestness only helped to endear him to the women. Of the style of Richardson there is little to be said. The reader never thinks of it. If he forces himself to regard it, he sees that it is apt to be slipshod, although so trim and systematic. Richardson was a man of unquestionable genius, dowered with extraordinary insight into female character, and possessing the power to express it. But he had little humour, little rapidity of mind, and his speech was so ductile and so elaborate that he can scarcely compete with later and sharper talents. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Frederick the Great seizes Silesia. Maria Theresa appeals to the Hungarians. A.D. 1740. By William Smyth. Maria Theresa, the Empress Queen, stands out among the most heroic and romantic figures of the 18th century. She was the daughter of Charles VI, last of the real Habsburg emperors of Germany and rulers of Austria. With him ended the male line of this mighty family, but the descendants of his daughter and her husband, the Duke of Lorraine, were known as the House of Habsburg-Lorraine, and gradually the second name disappeared from common usage, leaving only the more famous half. Having no male heirs, Charles was determined that his daughter, Maria, should succeed to all the vast Habsburg estates, and he entered into treaties upon the subject with the various chief powers of Europe, yielding them substantial advantages in return for their gossamer promise to support her in her inheritance. The moment Charles died, in 1740, these treaties were thrown to the wind. Each state planned to snatch what territory it could from the young and apparently helpless Maria Theresa. Frederick II of Prussia, afterward called the Great, was the first of the robbers to move. He also had just come into power in the new kingdom which his father, Frederick I, had created. Part of his inheritance was a splendid standing army, the best drilled and most powerful in Europe. With this, he promptly overran Silesia, a borderland composed of many little duchies and accounted one of the most valuable provinces of the Austrian crown. Frederick openly and cynically announced the maxim which seems in secret to have guided many monarchs, that personal honesty had no part in the business of being a king. His rash and conscienceless seizure of Silesia was successful, but it proved the prelude to a quarter-century of repeated wars, which involved almost the whole of Europe and brought his own country to the verge of ruin. In 1740 Maria Theresa ascends the throne of her ancestors, possessed, it seems, of a commanding figure, great beauty, animation and sweetness of countenance, a pleasing tone of voice, fascinating manners, and uniting feminine grace with a strength of understanding and an intrepidity above her sex. But her treasury contained only 100,000 florins, and these claimed by the Empress Dowager. Her army, exclusive of the troops in Italy and the Low Countries, did not amount to 30,000 effective men. A scarcity of provisions and great discontent existed in the capital. Rumours were circulated that the government was dissolved, that the Elector of Brunswick was hourly expected to take possession of the Austrian territories. Apprehensions were entertained of the distant provinces, that the Hungarians, supported by the Turks, might revive the elective monarchy. Different claimants on the Austrian succession were expected to arise. Besides, the Elector of Bavaria, the Elector of Cologne, and the Elector Palatine were evidently hostile. The ministers themselves, while the Queen was herself without experience or knowledge of business, were timorous, desponding, irresolute, or worn out with age. To these ministers, says Mr. Robinson in his dispatches to the English court, the Turks seemed already in Hungary, the Hungarians themselves in arms, the Saxons in Bohemia, the Bavarians at the gates of Vienna, and France the soul of the whole. The Elector of Bavaria, indeed, did not conceal his claims to the kingdom of Bohemia and the Austrian dominions. And, finally, while the Queen had scarcely taken possession of her throne, a new claimant appeared in the person of Frederick of Prussia, who acted with such consummate address and secrecy, as it is called by the historian, that is, with such unprincipled hypocrisy and cunning, that his designs were scarcely even suspected when his troops entered the Austrian dominions. Silesia was the province which he resolved, in the present helpless situation of the young Queen, to wrest from the House of Austria. He revived some antiquated claims on parts of that duchy. The ancestors of Maria Theresa had not behaved handsomely to the ancestors of Frederick, and the young Queen was now to become a lesson to all princes and states of the real wisdom that always belongs to the honourable and scrupulous performance of all public engagements. Little or nothing, however, can be urged in favour of Frederick. Prescription must be allowed at length to justify possession in cases not very flagrant. The world cannot be perpetually disturbed by the squabbles and collisions of its rulers, and the justice of his cause was, indeed, as is evident from all the circumstances of the case and his own writings, the last and the least of all the many futile reasons which he alleged for the invasion of the possessions of Maria Theresa, the heiress of the Austrian dominions, young, beautiful, and unoffending, but unexperienced and unprotected. The common robber has sometimes the excuse of want. Banditti, in a disorderly country, may pillage and, when resisted, murder, but the crimes of men, even atrocious as these, are confined at least to a contracted space, and their consequences extend not beyond a limited period. It was not so with Frederick. The outrages of his ambition were to be followed up by an immediate war. He could never suppose that, even if he succeeded in getting possession of Silesia, the House of Austria could ever forget the insult and the injury that had thus been received. He could never suppose, though Maria Theresa might have no protection from his cruelty and injustice, that this illustrious house would never again have the power, in some way or other, to avenge their wrongs. One war, therefore, even if successful, was not to be the only consequence. Succeeding wars were to be expected. Long and inveterate jealousy and hatred were to follow, and he and his subjects were, for a long succession of years, to be put to the necessity of defending, by unnatural exertions, what had been acquired, if acquired, by his own unprincipled ferocity. Such were the consequences that were fairly to be expected. What, in fact, took place? The seizure of this province of Silesia was first supported by a war, then by a revival of it, then by the dreadful 7 Years' War. Near 1 million of men perished on the one side and on the other. Every measure and movement of the king's administration flowed as a direct consequence from the original aggression. His military system, the necessity of rendering his kingdom one of the first-rate powers of Europe, and, in short, all the long train of his faults, his tyrannies, and his crimes. We will cast a momentary glance on the opening scenes of this contest between the two houses. As a preparatory step to his invasion of Silesia, the king sent a message to the Austrian court. "I am come," said the Prussian envoy to the husband of Maria Theresa, "with safety for the house of Austria in one hand, and the imperial crown for your royal highness in the other. The troops and money of my master are at the service of the queen, and cannot fail of being acceptable at a time when she is in want of both, and can only depend on so considerable a prince as the King of Austria and his allies, the maritime powers and Russia. As the king, my master, from the situation of his dominions, will be exposed to great danger from this alliance, it is hoped that, as an indemnification, the Queen of Hungary will not offer him less than the whole Duchy of Silesia. Nobody," he added, "is more firm in his resolution than the King of Prussia. He must and will enter Silesia. Once entered, he must and will proceed. But if not secured by the immediate cession of that province, his troops and money will be offered to the electors of Saxony and Bavaria." Such were the king's notifications to Maria Theresa. Soon after, in a letter to the same Duke of Lorraine, the husband of Maria Theresa, "My heart," says Frederick, for he wrote as if he conceived he had one, "My heart," says Frederick, "has no share in the mischief which my hand is doing to your court." The feelings of the young queen may be easily imagined, powerful in the qualities of her understanding, with all the high sensibilities which are often united to a commanding mind, and educated in all the lofty notions which have so uniformly characterized her illustrious house. She resisted, but her arms proved in the event unsuccessful. She was not prepared, and even if she had been, the combination was too wide and powerful against her. According to the plan of her enemies, more particularly of France, her greatest enemy, Bohemia and Upper Austria, spite of all her efforts, were likely to be assigned to the Elector of Bavaria, Moravia and Upper Silesia to the Elector of Saxony, Lower Silesia and the country of Glatz to the King of Prussia, Austria and Lombardy to Spain, and some compensation to be allotted to the King of Sardinia. It was, therefore, at last necessary to detach the King of Prussia from the general combination by some important sacrifice. The sufferings, the agonies of the poor queen were extreme. Lord Hintford, on the part of England as a mediating power, prevailed on the helpless Maria Theresa to abate something of her lofty spirit and make some offers to the king. "At the beginning of the war," said Frederick, "I might have been contented with this proposal, but not now. Shall I again give the Austrians battle, and drive them out of Silesia? You will see that I shall receive other proposals. At present I must have 4 duchies, and not 1. Do not, my lord," said the king, "talk to me of magnanimity. A prince ought first to consult his own interests. I am not averse to peace, but I expect to have 4 duchies, and will have them." At a subsequent period the same scene was to be renewed, and Mr. Robinson, the English ambassador, who was very naturally captivated with the attractions and spirit of Maria Theresa, endeavoured to rouse her to a sense of her danger. "Not only for political reasons," replied the Queen, "but from conscience and honour I will not consent to part with much in Silesia. No sooner is one enemy satisfied than another starts up. Another, and then another, must be contended, and all at my expense." "You must yield to the hard necessity of the times," said Mr. Robinson. "What would I not give, except in Silesia?" replied the impatient Queen. "Let him take all we have in Helderland, and if he is not to be gained by that sacrifice, others may. Let the king, your master, only speak to the Elector of Bavaria. Oh, the king, your master, let him only march, let him march only." But England could not be prevailed upon to declare a war. The dangers of Maria Theresa became more and more imminent, and a consent to further offers was extorted from her. "I am afraid," said Mr. Robinson, "some of these proposals will be rejected by the king." "I wish he may reject them," said the Queen. "Save Limburg, if possible, were it only for the quiet of my conscience. God knows how I shall answer for that cession, having sworn to the States of Brabant never to alienate any part of their country." Mr. Robinson, who was an enthusiast in the cause of the Queen, is understood to have made some idle experiment of his own eloquence on the King of Prussia, to have pleaded her cause in their next interview, to have spoken, not as if he was addressing a cold-hearted, bad man, but as if speaking in the House of Commons of his own country, in the assembly of a free people, with generosity in their feelings and uprightness and honour in their hearts. The king, in all the malignant security of triumphant power, in all the composed conscientiousness of great intellectual talents, affected to return him eloquence for eloquence, said his ancestors would rise out of their tombs to reproach him if he abandoned the rights that had been transmitted to him, that he could not live with reputation if he lightly abandoned an enterprise which had been the first act of his reign, that he would sooner be crushed with his whole army, etc. And then, descending from his oratorical elevation, declared that he would now not only have the 4 duchies, but all Lower Silesia, with the town of Breslau. "If the Queen does not satisfy me in 6 weeks, I will have 4 duchies more. They who want peace will give me what I want. I am sick of ultimatums. I will hear no more of them. My part is taken. I again repeat my demand of all Lower Silesia. This is my final answer, and I will give no other." He then abruptly broke off the conference, and left Mr. Robinson to his own reflections. The situation of the young Queen now became truly deplorable. The King of Prussia was making himself the entire master of Silesia. 2 French armies poured over the countries of Germany. The Elector of Bavaria, joined by one of them, had pushed a body of troops within 8 miles of Vienna, and the capital had been summoned to surrender. The King of Sardinia threatened hostilities. So did the Spanish army. The Electors of Saxony, Cologne, and Palatine joined the Grand Confederacy, and abandoned by all her allies but Great Britain, without treasure, without an army, and without ministers, she appealed, or rather fled for refuge and compassion, to her subjects in Hungary. These subjects she had at her accession conciliated by taking the oath which had been abolished by her ancestor Leopold, the confirmation of their just rights, privileges, and approved customs. She had taken this oath at her accession, and she was now to reap the benefit of that sense of justice and real magnanimity which she had displayed, and which, it may fairly be pronounced, sovereigns and governments will always find it their interest, as well as their duty, to display, while the human heart is constituted, as it has always been, proud and eager to acknowledge with gratitude and affection the slightest condescensions of kings and princes, the slightest marks of attention and benevolence in those who are illustrious by their birth or elevated by their situation. When Maria Theresa had first proposed to repair to these subjects, a suitor for their protection, the grey-headed politicians of her court had, it seems, assured her that she could not possibly succeed, that the Hungarians, when the pragmatic sanction had been proposed to them by her father, had declared that they were accustomed to be governed only by men, and that they would seize the opportunity of withdrawing from her rule and from their allegiance to the House of Austria. Maria Theresa, young and generous and high-spirited herself, had confidence in human virtue. She repaired to Hungary. She summoned the States of the Diet. She entered the hall clad in deep mourning, habited herself in the Hungarian dress, placed the crown of St. Stephen on her head, the scimitar at her side, showed her subjects that she could herself cherish and venerate whatever was dear and venerable in their sight, separated not herself in her sympathies and opinions from those whose sympathies and opinions she was to awaken and direct, traversed the apartment with a slow and majestic step, ascended the tribune whence the sovereigns had been accustomed to harangue the states, committed to her chancellor the detail of her distressed situation, and then herself addressed them in the language which was familiar to them, the immortal language of Rome, which was not now for the first time to be employed against the enterprises of injustice and the wrongs of the oppressor. To the cold and relentless ambition of Frederick, to a prince whose heart had withered at 30, an appeal like this had been made in vain, but not so to the free-born warriors, who saw no possessions to be coveted like the conscious enjoyment of honourable and generous feelings, no fame, no glory like the character of the protectors of the helpless and the avengers of the innocent. Youth, beauty, and distress obtained that triumph, which, for the honour of the one sex, it is to be hoped will never be denied to the merits and afflictions of the other. 1,000 swords leaped from their scabbards and attested the unbought generosity and courage of untutored nature. Moriamur pro rege nostro, Maria Theresa, was the voice that resounded through the hall. We will die for our sovereign, Maria Theresa. The queen, who had hitherto preserved a calm and dignified deportment, burst into tears. I tell but the facts of the story. Tears started to the eyes of Maria Theresa when standing before her heroic defenders, those tears which no misfortunes, no sufferings would have drawn from her in the presence of her enemies and oppressors. Moriamur pro rege nostro, Maria Theresa, was again and again heard. The voice, the shout, the acclamation that re-echoed around her, and enthusiasm and frenzy in her cause, were the necessary effect of this union of every dignified sensibility which the heart can acknowledge and the understanding honour. It is not always that in history we can pursue the train of events and find our moral feelings gratified as we proceed, but in general we may. Philip II overpowered not the Low Countries, nor Louis Holland, and even on this occasion of the distress and danger of Maria Theresa, we may find an important, though not a perfect and complete triumph. The resolutions of the Hungarian Diet were supported by the nation. Croats, Pandurs, Slavonians flocked to the royal standard, and they struck terror into the disciplined armies of Germany and France. The genius of the great General Khevenhuller was called into action by the Queen. Vienna was put into state of defence. Divisions began to rise among the Queen's enemies. A sacrifice was at last made to Frederick. He was bought off by the cession of Lower Silesia and Breslau, and the Queen and her generals, thus obtaining a respite from this able and enterprising robber, were enabled to direct, and successfully direct, their efforts against the remaining hosts of plunderers that had assailed her. France, that with perfidy and atrocity had summoned every surrounding power to the destruction of the House of Austria in the moment of the helplessness and inexperience of the new sovereign, France was at least, if Frederick was not, defeated, disappointed, and disgraced. The interest that belongs to a character like that of Maria Theresa, of strong feelings and great abilities, never leaves the narrative, of which she is the heroine. The student cannot expect that he should always approve the conduct or the sentiments that but too naturally flowed from qualities like these when found in a princess like Maria Theresa, a princess placed in situations so fitted to betray her into violence and even rancour, a princess who had been a first-rate sovereign of Europe at 24, and who had never been admitted to that moral discipline to which ordinary mortals, who act in the presence of their equals, are so happily subjected. That the loss of Silesia should never be forgotten, the King of Prussia never forgiven, that his total destruction would have been the highest gratification to her, cannot be objects of surprise. The mixed character of human nature seldom affords, when all its propensities are drawn out by circumstances, any proper theme for the entire and unqualified praise of a moralist. But everything is pardoned to Maria Theresa when she is compared, as she must constantly be, with her great rival Frederick. Errors and faults we can overlook when they are those of our common nature. Intractability, impetuosity, lofty pride, superstition, even bigotry, an impatience of wrongs, furious and implacable, all these, the faults of Maria Theresa, may be forgiven, may at least be understood. But Frederick had no merits save courage and ability. These, great as they are, cannot reconcile us to a character with which we can have no sympathy, of which the beginning, the middle, and the end, the foundation and the essence, were entire, unceasing, inextinguishable, concentrated selfishness. I do not detain my hearers with any further reference to Maria Theresa. She long occupies the pages of history, the interesting and captivating princess, the able and still attractive queen, the respected and venerable matron, grown prudent by long familiarity with the uncertainty of fortune, and sinking into decline amid the praises and blessings of her subjects. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Defeat of the Young Pretender at Culloden, A.D. 1746, by Justin McCarthy. Obstinate tenacity of purpose, a leading characteristic of the Stuart sovereigns, showed a remarkable survivor in the vain attempt of the grandson of James II to recover the throne of England. The chief historical significance of that attempt lies in the fact that its failure marks the end of the Stuart endeavor for renewed power. Charles Edward Louis Philip Casimir, known as the Young Pretender, also as the Young Chevalier and Bonnie Prince Charlie, was born in Rome in 1720. From his earliest years he was the hope of the Jacobites, as the political descendants of the partisans of James II were called. In 1743, Charles headed an abortive expedition for the invasion of England from France. In August 1745, he landed with 7 followers in the Hebrides, and on the 19th raised the standard of his father in Glenfinnan, Scotland. There at once the Highland clans rallied to his support and began what is known as the Rising of 45, or the 45, the beginning and ending of which are told here in McCarthy's most brilliant manner. From the first young Charles Stuart might well have come to regard himself as the favorite of fortune. The history of the 45 divides itself into 2 distinct parts. The first, a triumphant record of brilliant victories, and the picture of a young prince marching through conquest after conquest to a crown. The second part prefaced by a disastrous resolution leading to overwhelming defeat and ending in ignominious flight and the extinction of the last Stuart hope. From the moment when the Stuart standard fluttered its folds of white and crimson on the Highland wind, it seemed as if the Stuart luck had turned. Charles might well conceive himself happy. Upon his sword sat laurel victory. Smooth success was strewn before his feet. The blundering and bewildered Cope actually allowed Charles and his army to get past him. Cope was neither a coward nor a traitor, but he was a terrible blunderer, and while the English general was marching upon Inverness, Charles was triumphantly entering Perth. From Perth, the young prince, with helpless Cope still in his rear, marched on Edinburgh. The condition of Edinburgh was particular, although a large proportion of its inhabitants, especially those who were well-to-do, were staunch supporters of the House of Hanover. There were plenty of Jacobites in the place, and it only needed the favor of a few victories to bring into open day a great deal of latent Jacobitism that was for the moment prudently kept under by its possessors. The Lord Provost himself was more than suspected of being a Jacobite at heart. The city was miserably defended. Such walls as it possessed were more ornamental than useful, and in any case were sadly in want of repair. All the military force it could muster to meet the advance of the clans was the small but fairly efficient body of men who formed the town guard. The train bands, some thousand strong, who knew no more than so many spinsters of the division of a battle, the small and undisciplined Edinburgh regiment, and a scratch collection of volunteers hurriedly raked together from among the humbler citizens of the town, and about as useful as so many puppets to oppose to the daring and the ferocity of the clans. Edinburgh opinion had changed very rapidly with regard to that same daring and ferocity. When the first rumors of the prince's advance were bruited abroad, the adherents of the House of Hanover in Edinburgh made very merry over the gang of ragged rascals, hen-roost robbers, and drunken rogues upon whom the Pretender relied in his effort to enjoy his ain again. But as the clans came nearer and nearer, as the air grew thicker with flying rumors of the successes that attended upon the prince's progress, as the capacity of the town seemed weaker for holding out, and as the prospect of reinforcements seemed to grow fainter and fainter, the opinion of Hanoverian Edinburgh concerning the clans changed mightily. Had the Highlanders been a race of giants endowed with more than mortal prowess and invulnerable as Achilles, they could hardly have struck more terror into the hearts of loyal and respectable Edinburgh citizens. Still there were some stout hearts in Edinburgh who did their best to keep up the courage of the rest and to keep out the enemy. Andrew Fletcher and Duncan Forbes were of the number. Maloran, the mathematician, turned his genius to the bettering of the fortifications. Old Dr. Stevenson, bedridden but heroic, kept guard in his armchair for many days at the Netherbow Gate. The great question was, would Cope come in time? Cope was at Aberdeen. Cope had put his army upon transports. Cope might be here tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, today, who knows? But in the meantime, the king's dragoons, whom Cope had left behind him when he first started out to meet the Pretender, had steadily and persistently retreated before the Highland advance. They had now halted. They can hardly be said to have made a stand at Corstorphine, some 3 miles from Edinburgh, and here it was resolved to do something to stay the tide of invasion. Hamilton's dragoons were at Leith. These were ordered to join the king's dragoons at Corstorphine, and to collect as many Edinburgh volunteers as they could on their way. Inside the walls of Edinburgh, it was easy enough to collect volunteers, and quite a little army of them marched out with drums beating and colours flying at the heels of Hamilton's dragoons. But on the way to the town gates, the temper of the volunteers changed, and by the time that the town gates were reached and passed, the volunteers had dwindled to so pitiable a handful that they were dismissed, and Hamilton's dragoons proceeded alone to join Cope's King's dragoons at Corstorphine. But the united force of dragoons did not stay long at Corstorphine. The fame of the fierce Highlanders had unhinged their valor, and it only needed a few of the prince's supporters to ride within pistol shot and discharge their pieces at the royal troops to set them into as disgraceful a panic as ever animated frightened men. The dragoons, ludicrously unmanned, turned tail and rode for their lives, rode without drawing bridle and without staying spur till they came to Leith, paused there for a little, and then, on some vague hint that the Highlanders were on their track, they were in the saddle again, and riding for their lives once more. Dismayed Edinburgh citizens saw them sweep along what now is Prince's Street, a pitiable sight, saw them bloody with spurring, fiery hot with haste, ride on into the darkness. On and on the desperate cowards scampered, sheep-like in their shameful fear, till they reached Dunbar, and behind its gates allowed themselves to breathe more freely, and to congratulate themselves upon the dangers they had escaped. Such is the story of the famous or infamous Canter of Coltbrigg, one of the most disgraceful records of the abject collapse of regular troops before the terror of an almost unseen foe that are to be found in history. Well might loyal Edinburgh despair if such were its best defenders. The town was all tumult. The Loyalists were in utter gloom. The secretly exulting Jacobites were urging the impossibility of resistance, and the necessity for yielding, while yielding was still an open question. On the top of all this came a summons from the prince demanding the immediate surrender of the city. A deputation was at once dispatched to Gray's Mill, where the prince had halted, to confer with him. Scarcely had the deputation gone when rumor spread abroad in the town that Cope, the long expected, the almost given up, was actually close at hand, and the weathercock emotions of the town veered to a new quarter. Perhaps they might be able to hold out after all. The great thing was to gain time. The deputation came back to say that Prince Charles must have a distinct answer to his summons before 2 o'clock in the morning, and it was now 10 at night. Still spurred by the hope of gaining time and allowing Cope to arrive, if indeed he were arriving, the deputation was sent back again. But the prince refused to see them, and the deputation returned to the city and all unconsciously decided the fate of Edinburgh. Lochiel and Murray, with some 500 Camerons, had crept close to the walls under the cover of the darkness of the night in the hope of finding some means of surprising the city. Hidden close by the Netherbow port, they saw the coach which had carried the deputation home drive up and demand admittance. The admittance, which was readily granted to the coach, could not well be refused to the Highlanders, who leaped up the moment the doors were opened, overpowered the guard, and entered the town. Edinburgh awoke in the morning to find its doubts at an end. It was in the hands of the Highlanders. Jacobite Edinburgh went wild with delight over its hero prince. He entered Holyrood with the white rose in his bonnet and the star of St. Andrew on his breast, through enthusiastic crowds that fought eagerly for a nearer sight of his face or the privilege of touching his hand. The young prince looked his best. The hereditary melancholy which cast its shadow over the faces of all the Stuarts was for the moment dissipated. Flushed with easy triumph, popular applause, and growing hope, the young prince entered the palace of its ancestors like a king returning to his own. James Hepburn of Keith, with drawn sword, led the way. Beautiful women distributed white cockades to enraptured Jacobites. The stateliest chivalry of Scotland made obeisance to its rightful prince. The intoxicating day ended with a great ball at the palace, at which the youthful grace of Charles Stuart confirmed the charm that already belonged to the adventurous and victorious Prince of Wales. September 17, 1745, was one of the brightest days in the Stuart calendar. The conquest of Edinburgh was but the prelude to greater glories. Cope was rallying his forces at Dunbar, was marching to the relief of Edinburgh. Charles, acting on the advice of his generals, marched out to meet him. Cope's capacity for blundering was by no means exhausted. He affected a contemptuous disregard for his foes, delayed attack in defiance of his wisest generals, was taken unawares in the grey morning of the 21st at Prestonpans, and routed completely and ignominiously in 5 minutes. Seldom had it been the misfortune of an English general to experience so thorough, so humiliating a defeat. The wild charges of the Highlandmen broke up their ordered ranks of the English troops in hopeless confusion. Almost all of the infantry was cut to pieces, and the cavalry escaped only by desperate flight. Cope's dragoons were accustomed to flight by this time. The clatter of their horses' hoofs as they cantered from Coltbrigg was still in their ears, and as they once again tore in shameless flight up the Edinburgh High Street, they might well have reflected upon the rapidity with which such experiences repeated themselves. General Preston of the castle refused to admit the cowards within his gate, so there was nothing for them but to turn their horses' heads again and spur off into the west country. As for Cope, he managed to collect some ragged remnant of his ruined army about him, and to make off with all speed to Berwick, where he was received by Lord Mark Kerr, with the scornful assurance that he was the first commander-in-chief in Europe who had brought with him the news of his own defeat. The victorious Highlanders were unable, if they had wished, to follow up the flight, owing to their lack of cavalry. They remained on the field to ascertain their own losses and to count their spoil. The losses were trifling, the gain was great. Only 30 Highlanders were killed, only 70 wounded in that astonishing battle. As for the gain, not merely were the honorable trophies of victory, the colours and the standards, left in Highland hands, but the artillery and the supplies, with some 2,000 pounds in money, offered the prince's troops a solid reward for their daring. It is to the credit of Charles that after the fury of attack was over, he insisted upon the wounded enemy and the prisoners be treated with all humanity. An incident is told of him which brings into relief the better qualities of his race. One of his officers, pointing to the ghastly field all strewn with dead bodies, with severed limbs and mutilated trunks, said to the prince, "Sir, behold your enemies at your feet." The prince sighed. "They are my father's subjects," he said sadly as he turned away. The Battle of Prestonpans is enshrined in Jacobite memories as the Battle of Gladsmuir for a reason very characteristic of the Stuarts and their followers. Some queer old book of prophecies had foretold, more than a century earlier, that there should be a battle at Gladsmuir. The Battle of Prestonpans was not fought really on Gladsmuir at all. Gladsmuir lies a good mile away from the scene of Charles's easy triumph and Copes's inglorious rout. But for the enthusiastic Jacobite purposes, it was near enough to seem an absolute fulfillment of the venerable prediction. A battle was to be fought at Gladsmuir. Then a battle was fought at Gladsmuir, or near Gladsmuir, which is very much the same thing. Anyhow, not very far away from Gladsmuir. And so the Jacobites were contented, and more than ever convinced of the advantages of prophecy in the affairs of practical politics. Some busy days were passed in Edinburgh, in which councils of war alternated with semi-regal entertainments, and in which the prince employed his ready command of language in paying graceful compliments to the pretty women who wore the white cockade, and in issuing proclamations in which the Union was dissolved and the religious liberty promised. One thing the young prince could not be induced to do. None of the arguments of his counselors could prevail upon him to threaten severe measures against the prisoners fallen into his hands. It was urged that unless the government treated their prisoners as prisoners of war and not as rebels, the prince would be well advised to retaliate by equal harshness to the captives in his power. But on this point the prince was obdurate. He would not take in cold blood the lives that he had saved in the heat of action. Then, and all through this meteoric campaign, the conduct of Charles was characterized by a sincere humanity, which stands out in startling contrast with the cruelties practiced later by his enemy, the Butcher of Cumberland. It prevented the prince from gaining an important military advantage by the reduction of Edinburgh Castle. He attempted the reduction of the castle by cutting off its supplies, but when the general in command threatened to open fire upon the town in consequence, Charles immediately rescinded the order, although his officers urged that the destruction of a few houses, and even the loss of a few lives, was, in a military sense, of scant importance in comparison with the capture of so valuable a stronghold as Edinburgh Castle. The prince held firmly to his resolve, and Edinburgh Castle remained to the end in the hands of the royal troops. Charles displayed a great objection, too, to any plundering or lawless behavior on the part of his wild Highland army. We learn from the Bland Burgess papers that when the house of Lord Somerville, who was opposed to the prince, was molested by a party of Highlanders, the prince, on hearing of it, sent an apology to Lord Somerville and an officer's guard to protect him from further annoyance. But time was running on, and it was necessary to take action again. England was waking up to a sense of its peril. Armies were gathering. The king had come back from Hanover. The troops were almost all recalled from Flanders. It was time to make a fresh stroke. Charles resolved upon the bold course of striking south at once for England, and early in November he marched. He set off on the famous march south. In this undertaking, as before, the same extraordinary good fortune attended upon the Stuart arms. His little army of less than 6,000 men reached Carlisle, reached Manchester without opposition. On December 4th he was at Derby, only 127 miles from London. Once again, by skill or by good fortune, he had contrived to slip past the English general sent out to bar his way. Cumberland, with his forces, was at Stafford, 9 miles farther from the capital than the young prince, who was now only 6 days from the city, with all his hopes and his ambitions ahead of him, and behind him the hostile army of the general he had eluded. Never, perhaps, in the history of warfare did an invader come so near the goal of his success and throw it so wantonly away, for that is what Charles did. With all that he had come for apparently within his reach, he did not reach out to take it. The crown of England was in the hollow of his hand, and he opened his hand and let the prize fall from it. It is difficult to understand now what curious madness prompted the prince's advisers to counsel him as they did, or the prince to act upon their counsels. He was in the heart of England. He was hard by the capital, which he would have to reach if he was ever to mount the throne of his fathers. He had a devoted army with him. It would seem as if he had only to advance and to win, and yet, with a fatuity which makes the student of history gasp, he actually resolved to retreat, and did retreat. It is true, and must not be forgotten, that Charles did not know and could not know all his advantages, that many of the most urgent arguments for advance could not present themselves to his mind. He could not know the panic in which Hanoverian London was cast. He could not know that desperate thoughts of joining the Stuart cause were crossing the craven mind of the Duke of Newcastle. He could not know that the frightening bourgeoisie were making a maddened rush upon the Bank of England. He could not know that the King of England had stored all his most precious possessions on board of yachts that waited for him at the Tower stairs, ready at a moment's notice to carry him off again into the decent obscurity of the electoralship of Hanover. He could not know the exultation of the metropolitan Jacobites. He could not know the perturbation of the Hanoverian side. He could not know the curious apathy with which a large proportion of the people regarded the whole proceeding, people who were as willing to accept one king as another, and who would have witnessed with absolute unconcern George the Elector scuttling away from the Tower stairs at one end of the town, while Charles the Prince entered it from another. These factors in his favor he did not know, could hardly be expected even to guess. But what he could know, what he did know, was this. He was at the head of a devoted army, which if it was small had hitherto found its career marked by triumph after triumph. He was in the heart of England, and had already found that the Stuart war cry was powerful enough to rally many an English gentleman to his standard. Sir Walter Williams Wynne, whom men called the King of Wales, was on his way to join the Prince of Wales. So was Lord Barrymore, the Member of Parliament. So was many another gallant gentleman of name, of position, of wealth. Manchester had given him the heroic, the ill-fated James Dawson, and a regiment 300 strong. Lord James Drummond had landed at Montrose with men, money, and supplies. The young Chevalier's troops were eager to advance. They were flushed with victories, their hearts were high, they believed in the wild Gaelic way, in the sanctity of their cause, they believed that the Lord of Hosts was on their side, and such a belief strengthened their hands. For a prince seeking his principality, it would seem that there was one course, and one only, to pursue. He might go and take it and win the great game he played for, or, failing that, he might die as become a royal gentleman, sword in hand and fighting for his rights. The might-have-beens are indeed for the most part a vanity, but we can fairly venture to assert now that if Charles had pushed on, he would, for the time at least, have restored the throne of England to the House of Stuart. We may doubt, and doubt with reason, whether any fortuitous succession of events could have confirmed the Stuart hold upon the English crown. But we can scarcely doubt that the hold would have been for the time established, that the old pretender would have been King James III, and that George the Elector would have been posting bag and baggage to the rococo shades of Herrenhausen. But as we have said, failing that, if Charles had fallen in battle at the head of his defeated army, how much better that end would have been than the miserable career which was yet to lend no tragic dignity to the prolonged, pitiful, pitiable life of the young pretender. However, for good or evil, the insane decision was made. Charles's council of war persistently argued for retreat. There were 30,000 men in the field against them. If they were defeated, they would be cut to pieces, and the prince, if he escaped slaughter, would escape it only to die as a rebel on Tower Hill, whereas if they were once back in Scotland, they would find new friends, new adherents, and even if they failed to win the English crown, might at least count, with reasonable security, upon converting Scotland, as of old, into a separate kingdom with a Stuart king on its throne. By arguments such as these, the prince's officers caused him to throw away the one chance he had of gaining all that he had crossed the seas to gain. It is only fair to remember that the young prince himself was from the first to last in favor of the braver course of boldly advancing upon London. When his two prudent counselors told him that if he advanced he would be in Newgate in a fortnight, he still persisted in pressing his own advice. Perhaps he thought that where the stake was so great, and the chance of success not too forbidding, failure might as well end in Newgate as in the purlieus of petty foreign courts. But with the exception of his Irish officers, he had nobody on his side. The Duke of Perth and Sir John Gordon had a little plan of their own. They thought that a march into Wales would be a good middle course to adopt, but their suggestion found no backers. All Charles's other councillors were to a man in favor of retreat, and Charles, after at first threatening to regard as traitors all who urged such a course, at last gave way. Sullenly he issued the disastrous order to retreat. Sullenly he rode in the rear of that retreat, assuming the bearing of a man who was no longer responsible for failure. The cheery good humor, the bright heroism which had so far characterized him, he had now completely lost. And he rode, a dejected, a despairing, almost a doomed man among his disheartened followers. It is dreary reading the record of that retreat, yet it is starred by some bright episodes. At Clifton there was an engagement where the retreating Highlanders held their own and inflicted a distinct defeat upon Cumberland's army. Again, when they were once more upon Scottish soil, they struck a damaging blow at Hawley's army at Falkirk. But the end came at last on the day when the dwindling, discouraged, retreating army tried its strength with Cumberland at Culloden. Men of the Cumberland type are to be found in all ages and in history of all nations. Men in whom the beast is barely under the formal restraint of ordered society, men in whom a savage sensuality is accompanied by a savage cruelty, men who take a hideous physical delight in bloodshed, darken the pages of all chronicles. It would be unjust to the memory of Cumberland to say that in his own peculiar line he had many, if any, superiors, that many men are more worthy of the fame which he won. To be remembered with a just loathing as a man by whom brutalities of all kinds were displayed, and almost to the point of madness, is not the kind of memory most men desire. It is probably not the kind of memory that even Cumberland himself desired to leave behind him, but if he had cherished the ambition of handing down his name to other times, linked with one virtue and 1,000 crimes, if he had deliberately proposed to force himself upon the attention of posterity as a mere abominable monster, he could hardly have acted with more persistent determination such toward a purpose. In Scotland, for long years after he was dead in dust, the mention of his name was like a curse, and even in England, where the debt due to his courage counted for much, no one has been found to palliate his conduct or to whitewash his infamy. As Butcher Cumberland he was known while he lived. As Butcher Cumberland he will be remembered so long as men remember the 45 and the horrors after Culloden fight. Some of those horrors no doubt were due to the wild fury of revenge that always follows a wild fear. The invasion of the young Stuart had struck terror. The revenge for that terror was bloodily taken. Everything contributed to make Culloden fatal to the fortunes of the Pretender. The discouragement of some of the clans, the disaffection of others, the wholesale desertions which had thinned the ranks of the rebel army, the prince's sullen distrust of his advisers, the position of the battlefield, the bitter wintry weather, which drove a blinding hail and snow into the eyes of the Highlanders. All these were so many elements of danger that would have seriously handicapped a better conditioned army than that which Charles Stuart was able to oppose to Cumberland. But the prince's army was not well conditioned. It was demoralized by retreat, hungry, ragged, dizzy with lack of sleep. Even the terrors of the desperate Highland attack were no longer so terrible to the English troops. Cumberland had taught his men, in order to counteract the defense which the target offered to the bodies of the Highlanders, to thrust with their bayonets in a slanting direction, not against the man immediately opposite to its point, but at the unguarded right side of the man attacking their comrade on the right. After enduring for some time the terrible cannonade of the English, the battle began when the Macintoshes charged with all their old desperate valor upon the English. But the English were better prepared than before, and met the onslaught with such a volley as shattered the Highland attack, and literally matted the ground with Highland bodies. Then the royal troops advanced and drove the rebels in helpless rout before them. The fortunes of the fight might have gone very differently if all the Highlanders had been as true to their cause as those who formed this attacking right wing. English gold and Scotch traitors, says an old ballad of another fight, won, but no Englishmen. To no English gold can the defeat of Culloden be attributed, but unhappily Scotch treason played its part in the disaster. The Macdonalds had been placed at the left wing of battle instead of at the right, which they considered to be their proper place. Furious at what they believed to be an insult, they took no part whatever in the fight after they had discharged a single volley, but stood and looked on in sullen apathy while the left wing and center of the prince's army were being whirled into space by the royalist advance. The Duke of Perth appealed desperately and in vain to their hearts, reminded them of their old-time valor, and offered, if they would only follow his cry of Claymore, to change his name and be henceforward called MacDonald. In vain Keppoch rushed forward almost alone, and met his death, moaning that the children of his tribe had deserted him. There are few things in history more tragic than the picture of that inert mass of moody Highlanders, frozen into traitors through an insane pride and savage jealousy, witnessing the ruin of their cause and the slaughter of their comrades unmoved, and listening impassively to the entreaties of the gallant Perth and the death groans of the heroic Keppoch. In a few minutes the battle was over, the rout was complete. The rebel army was in full retreat, with 1/3 of its number lying on the field of battle. The Duke of Cumberland was master of the field, of all the Highland baggage and artillery, of 14 stands and more than 2,000 muskets. Culloden was fought and won. It is not necessary to believe the stories that have been told of Charles Stuart, attributing to him personal cowardice on the fatal day of Culloden. The evidence in favor of such stories is of the slightest. There is nothing in the prince's earliest conduct to justify the accusation, and there is sufficient evidence in favor of the much more likely version that Charles was, with difficulty, prevented from casting away his life in one desperate charge when the fortune of the day was decided. It is part of a prince's business to be brave, and if Charles Stuart had been lacking in that essential quality of sovereignty, he could scarcely have concealed the want until the day of Culloden, or have inspired the clans with the personal enthusiasm which so readily evinced for him. Through all the stormy and terrible days over which poetry and romance have so often and so fondly lingered, the fugitive found that he is still, in the season of his misfortunes, friends as devoted as he had known in the hours of his triumph. His adventures in women's dress, his escape from the English ship, the touching devotion of Flora MacDonald, the loyalty of Lochiel, the fidelity of Cluny Macpherson, all these things have been immortalized in 1,000 tales and ballads, and will be remembered in the North Country as long as tales and ballads continue to charm. At last, at Luckenow, the prince embarked upon a French ship that had been sent for him, and early in October 1746 he landed in Brittany. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Benjamin Franklin Experiments with Electricity, A.D. 1747, by John Bigelow and Benjamin Franklin. It was not only by his demonstration that lightning is identical with electricity that Franklin did an important work in connection with electrical science. He is also entitled to great credit for the stimulus imparted by his experiments and writings to further discoveries in this field. Franklin was by far the most practical among the natural philosophers of his time, and the development of science in the knowledge and application of electricity has continued to reflect upon mankind his genius for the useful. The ancients had no scientific acquaintance with electricity. The early Greeks, so far as known, observed but a single phenomenon in connection with it, the electrification of amber by friction. Aristotle and Pliny note the production of electricity by certain fishes, especially the torpedo, a ray possessing an electrical apparatus with which it kills or stuns its prey and defends itself against its enemies. Not before the 16th century of the Christian era was there any recorded scientific study of electrical phenomena. The early predecessors of Franklin, such as Gilbert, Boyle, and others, are considered to have created the science of electricity and magnetism. The invention of the Leyden jar or vial in 1745, said to have been hit upon by at least 3 persons working independently, was a very important advance. The work of Franklin, following so soon upon the then latest step of progress in Europe, is best made known to the world through his own writings, particularly in the letters selected by Bigelow, which appear in the present account of the philosopher's experiments. While on a visit to Boston in 1746, Franklin witnessed some electrical experiments performed by a Mr. Spence, recently arrived from Scotland. Shortly after his return to Philadelphia, the Library Company received from Mr. Collinson of London and a member of a Royal Society a glass tube, with instructions for making experiments with it. With this tube, Franklin began a course of experiments which resulted in discoveries which, humanly speaking, seem to be exerting a larger material influence upon the industries of the world than any other discovery of the human intellect. Dr. Stuber, then a resident of Philadelphia and author of the first continuation of Franklin's life, who seems to have enjoyed a peculiar opportunity of obtaining full and authentic information upon the subject, gives us the following account of the observations which this letter brought for the first time to the notice of the world through Mr. Collinson. His observations, says Dr. Stuber, he communicated in a series of letters to his friend Collinson, the first of which is dated March 28, 1747. In these he shows the power of points in drawing and throwing off the electrical matter which had hitherto escaped the notice of electricians. He also made the grand discovery of a plus and minus, or of a positive and negative state of electricity. We give him the honour of this without hesitation, although the English have claimed it for their countryman Dr. Watson. Watson's paper is dated January 21st, 1748. Franklin's, July 11th, 1747, several months prior. Shortly after Franklin, from his principles of the plus and minus state, explained in a satisfactory manner the phenomena of the Leyden vial, first observed by Mr. Cuneus, or by Professor Muschenbroek of Leyden, which had much perplexed philosophers. He showed clearly that when charged, the bottle contained no more electricity than before, but that as much was taken from one side as was thrown on the other, and that to discharge it nothing was necessary but to produce a communication between the two sides, by which the equilibrium might be restored, and that then no sign of electricity would remain. He afterward demonstrated by experiments that the electricity did not reside in the coating, as had been supposed, but in the pores of the glass itself. After a vial was charged, he removed the coating, and found that upon applying a new coating, the shock might still be received. In the year 1749 he first suggested his idea of explaining the phenomena of thunder gusts and of the aurora borealis upon electrical principles. He points out many particulars in which lightning and electricity agree, and he adduces many facts and reasonings from facts in support of his positions. In the same year he received the astonishingly bold and grand idea of ascertaining the truth of his doctrine by actually drawing down the lightning by means of sharp-pointed iron rods raised into the region of the clouds. Even in this uncertain state his passion to be useful to mankind displayed itself in a powerful manner. Admitting the identity of electricity and lightning, and knowing the power of points in repelling bodies charged with electricity, and in conducting their fires silently and imperceptibly, he suggested the idea of securing houses, ships, etc., from being damaged by lightning, by erecting pointed rods that should rise some feet above the most elevated part, and descend some feet into the ground or water. The effect of these, he concluded, would be either to prevent a stroke by repelling the cloud beyond the striking distance, or by drawing off the electrical fire which it contained, or, if they could not effect this, they would at least conduct the electric matter to the earth without any injury to the building. It was not till the summer of 1752 that he was enabled to complete his grand and unparalleled discovery by experiment. The plan which he had originally proposed was to erect on some high tower or other elevated place a sentry box, from which should rise a pointed iron rod, insulated by being fixed in a cake of resin. Electrified clouds passing over this would, he conceived, impart to it a portion of their electricity, which would be rendered evident to the senses when a key, the knuckle, or other conductor was presented to it. Philadelphia at this time afforded no opportunity of trying an experiment of this kind. While Franklin was waiting for the erection of a spire, it occurred to him that he might have more ready access to the region of clouds by means of a common kite. He prepared one by fastening 2 cross sticks to a silken handkerchief, which would not suffer so much from the rain as paper. To the upright stick was affixed an iron point. The string was, as usual, of hemp, except the lower end, which was silk. Where the hempen string terminated, a key was fastened. With this apparatus, on the appearance of a thundergust approaching, he went out into the commons, accompanied by his son, to whom alone he communicated his intentions, well knowing the ridicule which, too generally for the interest of science, awaits unsuccessful experiments in philosophy. He placed himself under a shed to avoid the rain. His kite was raised. A thundercloud passed over it. No sign of electricity appeared. He almost despaired of success, when suddenly he observed the loose fibres of his string to move toward an erect position. He now presented his knuckle to the key and received a strong spark. How exquisite must his sensations have been at this moment! On this experiment depended the fate of his theory. If he succeeded, his name would rank high among those who had improved science. If he failed, he must inevitably be subjected to the derision of mankind, or, what is worse, their pity as a well-meaning man but weak, silly projector. The anxiety with which he looked for the result of his experiment may be easily conceived. Doubts and despair had begun to prevail when the fact was ascertained in so clear a manner that even the most incredulous could no longer withhold their assent. Repeated sparks were drawn from the key, a vial was charged, a shock given, and all the experiments made which are usually performed with electricity. About a month before this period, some ingenious Frenchmen had completed the discovery in the manner originally proposed by Dr. Franklin. The letters which he sent to Mr. Collinson, it is said, were refused a place in the Transactions of the Royal Society of London. However this may be, Collinson published them in a separate volume under the title of New Experiments and Observations of Electricity, made at Philadelphia in America. They were read with avidity, and soon translated into different languages. A very incorrect French translation fell into the hands of the celebrated Buffon, who, notwithstanding the disadvantages under which the work laboured, was much pleased with it, and repeated the experiments with success. He prevailed on his friend, Messier d'Alibert, to give his countrymen a more correct translation of the works of the American electrician. This contributed much towards spreading a knowledge of Franklin's principles in France. The king, Louis XV, hearing of these experiments, expressed a wish to be a spectator of them. A course of experiments was given at the seat of the Duc d'Ayen at Saint-Germain by Monsieur Delors. The applause which the king bestowed upon Franklin excited in Buffon, d'Alibert, and Delors an earnest desire of ascertaining the truth of his theory of thundergusts. Buffon erected his apparatus on the tower of Montbard, Monsieur d'Alibert at Marly-le-Ville, and Delors at his house in the Estrapade at Paris, some of the highest grounds in that capital. D'Alibert's machine first showed signs of electricity. On May 16, 1752, a thundercloud passed over it in the absence of Monsieur d'Alibert, and a number of sparks were drawn from it by Coiffier, joiner, with whom d'Alibert had left directions how to proceed, and by Monsieur Paulet, the prior of Marly-le-Ville. An account of this experiment was given to the Royal Academy of Sciences by Monsieur d'Alibert in a memoir dated May 13, 1752. On May 18, Monsieur Delors proved equally as successful with the apparatus erected at his own house. These philosophers soon excited those of other parts of Europe to repeat the experiment, among whom none signalized themselves more than Father Beccaccia of Turin, to whose observations science is much indebted. Even the cold regions of Russia were penetrated by the ardor of discovery. Professor Richmann bade fair to add much to the stock of knowledge on this subject, when an unfortunate flash from his conductor put a period to his existence. By these experiments Franklin's theory was established in the most convincing manner. Besides these great principles, Franklin's letters on electricity contain a number of facts and hints which have contributed greatly toward reducing this branch of knowledge to a science. His friend, Mr. Kinnersley, communicated to him a discovery of the different kind of electricity excited by rubbing glass and sulphur. This was first observed by Monsieur Dufay, but it was for many years neglected. The philosophers were disposed to account for the phenomena rather from a difference in the quantity of electricity collected, and even Dufay himself seems to have at last adopted this doctrine. Franklin at first entertained the same idea, but upon repeating the experiments he perceived that Mr. Kinnersley was right, and that the vitreous and resinous electricity of Dufay were nothing more than the positive and negative states which he had before observed, and that the glass globe charged positively or increased the quantity of electricity on the prime conductor, while the globe of sulphur diminished its natural quantity or charged negatively. These experiments and observations opened a new field for investigation, upon which electricians entered with avidity, and their labours have added much to the stock of our knowledge. Franklin's letters have been translated into most of the European languages and into Latin. In proportion as they have become known, his principles have been adopted. In speaking of the first publication of his papers on electricity, Franklin himself says, Obliged as we were to Mr. Collinson for the present of the tube, etc., I thought it right he should be informed of our success in using it, and wrote him several letters containing accounts of our experiments. He got them read in the Royal Society, where they were at first not thought worth so much notice as to be printed in their Transactions. One paper, which I wrote to Mr. Kinnersley, on the sameness of lightning with electricity, I sent to Mr. Mitchell, an acquaintance of mine, and one of the members also of that society, who wrote me word that it had been read, but was laughed at by the connoisseurs. The papers, however, being shown to Dr. Fothergill, he thought them of too much value to be stifled, and advised the printing of them. Mr. Collinson then gave them to Cave for publication in his Gentleman's Magazine, but he chose to print them separately in a pamphlet, and Dr. Fothergill wrote the preface. Cave, it seemed, judged rightly for his profession, for by the additions that arrived afterward they swelled to a quarto volume, which has had 5 editions, and cost him nothing for copy money. The following is an extract from the preface to the first edition of the pamphlet published by Cave, as above mentioned. It may be necessary to acquaint the reader that the following observations and experiments were not drawn up with the view to their being made public, but were communicated at different times, and most of them in letters, written on various topics, as matter only of private amusement. But some persons to whom they were read, and who had themselves been conversant in electrical disquisitions, were of opinion they contained so many curious and interesting particulars relative to this affair, that it would be doing a kind of injustice to the public to confine them solely to the limits of a private acquaintance. The editor was therefore prevailed upon to commit such extracts of letters and other detached pieces as were in his hands to the press, without waiting for the ingenious author's permission to do so, and this was done with the less hesitation as it was apprehended the author's engagements in other affairs would scarce afford him leisure to give the public his reflections and experiments on the subject, finished with that care and precision of which the treatise before us shows he is alike studious and capable. Dr. Priestley, in his History of Electricity, published in the year 1767, gives a full account of Franklin's experiments and discoveries. Nothing was ever written upon the subject of electricity, he says, which was more generally read and admired in all parts of Europe than these letters. There is hardly any European language into which they have not been translated, and, as if this were not sufficient to make them properly known, a translation of them has lately been made into Latin. It is not easy to say whether we are most pleased with the simplicity and perspicuity with which these letters are written, the modesty with which the author proposes every hypothesis of his own, or the noble frankness with which he relates his mistakes when they were corrected by subsequent experiments. Though the English have not been backwards in acknowledging the great merit of this philosopher, he has had the singular good fortune to be, perhaps, even more celebrated abroad than at home, so that, to form a just idea of the great and deserved reputation of Dr. Franklin, we must read the foreign publications on the subject of electricity, in many of which the terms Franklinism, Franklinist, and the Franklinian system occur in almost every page. In consequence of this, Dr. Franklin's principles bid fair to be handed down to posterity as equally expressive of the true principles of electricity as the Newtonian philosophy is of the system of nature in general. The observations and theories of Franklin met with high favour in France, where his experiments were repeated and the results verified to the admiration of the scientific world. In the year 1753, his friend Peter Collinson wrote to him from London, "The King of France strictly commands the Abbé Mazias to write a letter in the politest terms to the Royal Society, to return the King's thanks and compliments in an express manner to Mr. Franklin of Pennsylvania for his useful discoveries in electricity and the application of pointed rods to prevent the terrible effect of thunderstorms." And the same Mr. Collinson wrote as follows to the Reverend Jared Elliot of Connecticut, in a letter dated London, November 22nd, 1753. "Our friend Franklin will be honoured on St. Andrew's Day the 30th instant, the anniversary of the Royal Society, when the Right Honourable the Earl of Macclesfield will make an oration on Mr. Franklin's new discoveries in electricity, and, as a reward and encouragement, will bestow on him a gold medal. This ceremony accordingly took place, and the medal was conferred. Philadelphia, March 28, 1747. To Peter Collinson. Sir, your kind present of an electric tube, with directions for using it, has put several of us on making electrical experiments, in which we have observed some particular phenomena that we look upon to be new. I shall therefore communicate them to you in my next, though possibly they may not be new to you, as among the numbers daily employed in those experiments on your side of the water, it is probable some one or other has hit upon the same observations. For my own part, I never was before engaged in any study that so totally engrossed my attention and my time as this has lately done. For what with making experiments when I can be alone, and repeating them to my friends and acquaintance, who, from the novelty of the thing, come continually in crowds to see them, I have during some months past had little leisure for anything else. I am, etc., B. Franklin. Philadelphia, July 11th. To Peter Collinson. Sir, in my last I informed you that in pursuing our electrical inquiries we had observed some particular phenomena which we looked upon to be new, and of which I promised to give you some account, though I apprehended they might not possibly be new to you, as so many hands are daily employed in electrical experiments on your side of the water, some or other of which would probably hit on the same observations. The first thing is the wonderful effect of pointed bodies, both in drawing off and throwing off the electrical fire. For example, place an iron shot of 3 or 4 inches diameter on the mouth of a clean dry glass bottle. By a fine silken thread from the ceiling, right over the mouth of the bottle, suspend a small cork ball about the bigness of a marble, the thread of such a length as that the cork ball may rest against the side of the shot. Electrify the shot, and the ball will be repelled to the distance of 4 or 5 inches, more or less, according to the quantity of electricity, when in this state, if you present to the shot the point of a long, slender, sharp bodkin at 6 or 8 inches distance, the repellency is instantly destroyed, and the cork flies to the shot. A blunt body must be brought within an inch and draw a spark to produce the same effect. To prove that the electrical fire is drawn off by the point, if you take the blade of the bodkin out of the wooden handle and fix it in a stick of sealing wax, and then present it at the distance aforesaid, or if you bring it very near, no such effect follows. But sliding one finger along the wax till you touch the blade, the ball flies to the shot immediately. If you present the point in the dark, you will see, sometimes at a foot distance and more, a light gather upon it, like that of a firefly or glowworm. The less sharp the point, the nearer you must bring it to observe the light, and at whatever distance you see the light, you may draw off the electrical fire and destroy the repellency. If a cork ball so suspended be repelled by the tube, and a point be presented quick to it, though at a considerable distance, it is surprising to see how suddenly it flies back to the tube. Points of wood will do near as well as those of iron, provided the wood is not dry, for perfectly dry wood will no more conduct electricity than sealing wax. To show that points will throw off, as well as draw off, the electrical fire, lay a long sharp needle upon the shot, and you cannot electrize the shot so as to make it repel the cork ball. Or fix a needle to the end of a suspended gun barrel or iron rod, so as to point beyond it like a little bayonet, and while it remains there, the gun barrel or rod cannot, by applying the tube to the other end, be electrized so as to give a spark, the fire continually running out silently at the point. In the dark you may see it make the same appearance as it does in the case before mentioned. The repellency between the cork ball and the shot is likewise destroyed, first, by sifting fine sand on it, this does it gradually, secondly, by breathing on it, Thirdly, by making a smoke about it from burning wood. Fourthly, by candlelight, even though the candlelight is at a foot distance. These do it suddenly. The light of a bright coal from a wood fire, and the light of a red-hot iron do it likewise, but not at so great a distance. Smoke from dry rosin, dropped on hot rod, does not destroy the repellency, but is attracted by both shot and cork ball, forming proportionable atmospheres round them, making them look beautifully, somewhat like some of the figures in Burnet's or Whitson's theory of the earth. Nota bene. This experiment should be made in a closet where the air is very still, or it will be apt to fail. The light of the sun thrown strongly upon both cork and shot by a looking-glass for a long time together does not impair the repellency in the least. This difference between firelight and sunlight is another thing that seems new and extraordinary to us. We had for some time been of opinion that the electrical fire was not created by friction but collected, being really an element diffused among and attracted by other matter, particularly by water and metals. We had even discovered and demonstrated its afflux to the electrical sphere, as well as its efflux, by means of little light windmill wheels made of stiff paper vanes fixed obliquely and turning freely on fine wire axes. Also by little wheels of the same matter, but formed like water wheels, of the disposition and application of which wheels, and the various phenomena resulting, I could, if I had time, fill you a sheet. The impossibility of electrizing one's self, though standing on wax, by rubbing the tube and drawing the fire from it, and the manner of doing it by passing it near a person or thing standing on the floor, etc., had also occurred to us some months before. Mr. Watson's ingenious sequel came to hand, and these were some of the new things I intended to have communicated to you. But now I need only mention some particulars not hinted in that piece, with our reasonings thereupon, though perhaps the latter might well enough be spared. 1. A person standing on wax and rubbing the tube, and another person on wax drawing the fire, they will both of them, provided they do not stand so as to touch one another, appear to be electrized to a person standing on the floor. That is, he will perceive a spark on approaching each of them with his knuckle. 2. But if the persons on wax touch one another during the exciting of the tube, neither of them will appear to be electrized. 3. If they touch one another after exciting the tube and drawing the fire as aforesaid, there will be a stronger spark between them than was between either of them and the person on the floor. 4. After such strong spark, neither of them discover any electricity. These appearances we attempt to account for thus. We suppose, as aforesaid, that electrical fire is a common element, of which every one of the three persons above mentioned has his equal share. Before any operation is begun with the tube, A, who stands on wax and rubs the tube, collects the electrical fire from himself into the glass, and, his communication with the common stock being cut off by the wax, his body is not again immediately supplied. B, who stands on wax likewise, passing his knuckle along near the tube, receives the fire which was collected by the glass from A, and his communication with the common stock being likewise cut off, he retains the additional quantity received. To C, standing on the floor, both appear to be electrized, for he, having only the middle quantity of electrical fire, receives a spark upon approaching B, who has an over quantity, but gives one to A, who has an under quantity. If A and B approach to touch each other, the spark is stronger, because the difference between them is greater. After such touch there is no spark between either of them and C, because the electrical fire in all is reduced to the original equality. If they touch while electrizing, the equality is never destroyed, the fire only circulating. Hence have arisen some new terms among us. We say B, and bodies like circumstanced, is electrized positively, A negatively, or rather B is electrized plus, A minus. and we daily in our experiments electrize bodies plus or minus as we think proper. To electrize plus or minus, no more needs to be known than this, that the parts of the tube or sphere that are rubbed do in the instant of the friction attract the electrical fire, and therefore take it from the thing rubbing. The same parts immediately, as the friction upon them ceases, are disposed to give the fire they have received to any body that has less. Thus you may circulate it, as Mr. Watson has shown. You may also accumulate it, or subtract it, upon or from any body, as you connect that body with the rubber or with the receiver, the communication with the common stock being cut off. We think that ingenious gentleman was deceived when he imagined, in his sequel, that the electrical fire came down the wire from the ceiling to the gun barrel, thence to the sphere, and so electrized the machine and the man turning the wheel, etc. We suppose that it was driven off, and not brought on through that wire, and that the machine and man, etc., were electrized minus, that is, had less electrical fire in them than things in common. As the vessel is just upon sailing, I cannot give you so large an account of American electricity as I intended. I shall only mention a few particulars more. We find granulated lead better to fill the vial with than water, being easily warmed, and keeping warm and dry in damp air. We fire spirits with the wire of the vial. We light candles just blown out by drawing a spark among the smoke between the wire and snuffles. We represent lightning by passing the wire in the dark over a china plate that has gilt flowers, or applying it to gilt frames of looking glasses, etc. We electrize a person 20 or more times running, with a touch of the finger on the wire. Thus, he stands on wax. Give him the electrized bottle in his hand. Touch the wire with your finger, and then touch his hand or face. There are sparks every time. We increase the force of the electrical kiss vastly. Thus, let A and B stand on wax, or A on wax and B on the floor. Give one of them the electrized vial in hand. Let the other take hold of the wire. There will be a small spark, but when their lips approach, they will be struck and shock. The same if another gentleman and lady, C and D, standing also on wax, and joining hands with A and B, salute or shake hands. We suspend by fine silk thread a counterfeit spider made of a small piece of burnt cork, with legs of linen thread, and a grain or two of lead stuck in him to give him more weight. Upon the table over which he hangs, we stick a wire upright, as high as the vial and wire, 4 or 5 inches from the spider. Then we animate him by setting the electrical vial at the same distance on the other side of him. He will immediately fly to the wire of the vial, bend his legs in touching it, then spring off and fly to the wire of the vial, playing with his legs against both, in a very entertaining manner, appearing perfectly alive to the persons unacquainted. He will continue this motion an hour or more in dry weather. We electrify, upon wax in the dark, a book that has a double line of gold round upon the covers, and then apply a knuckle to the gilding. The fire appears everywhere upon the gold like a flash of lightning, not upon the leather, nor if you touch the leather instead of the gold. We rub our tubes with buckskin, and observe always to keep the same side to the tube, and never to sully the tube by handling. Thus they work readily and easily, without the least fatigue, especially if kept in tight pasteboard cases lined with flannel, and sitting close to the tube. This I mention because the European papers on electricity frequently speak of rubbing the tubes as a fatiguing exercise. Our spheres are fixed on iron axes, which pass through them. At one end of the axis there is a small handle with which you turn the sphere like a common grindstone. This we find very commodious, as the machine takes up but little room, is portable, and may be enclosed in a tight box when not in use. It is true the sphere does not turn so swift as when the great wheel is used, but swiftness we think of little importance, since a few turns will charge the vial, etc., sufficiently. I am, etc., B. Franklin. Read before the Royal Society, December 21st, 1752. Philadelphia, 19th of October, 1752. To Peter Collinson. Sir, as frequent mention is made in public papers from Europe of the success of the Philadelphia experiment for drawing the electric fire from clouds by means of pointed rods of iron erected on high buildings, etc., it may be agreeable to the curious to be informed that the same experiment has succeeded in Philadelphia, though made in a different and more easy manner, which is as follows. Make a small cross of 2 light strips of cedar, the arms so long as to reach to the 4 corners of a large thin silk handkerchief when extended. Tie the corners of the handkerchief to the extremities of the cross, so you have the body of a kite, which, being properly accommodated with a tail, loop, and string, will rise in the air, like those made of paper, but this being of silk is fitter to bear the wet and wind of a thunder gust without tearing. To the top of the upright stick of the cross is to be fixed a very sharp pointed wire, rising a foot or more above the wood. To the end of the twine, next the hand, is to be tied a silk ribbon, and where the silk and twine join, a key may be fastened. This kite is to be raised when a thunder gust appears to be coming on, and the person who holds the string must stand within a door or window, or under some cover, so that the silk ribbon may not be wet. And care must be taken that the twine does not touch the frame of the door or window. As soon as any of the thunder clouds come over the kite, the pointed wire will draw the electric fire from them, and the kite, with all the twine, will be electrified, and the loose filaments of the twine will stand out every way, and be attracted by an approaching finger. And when the rain has wetted the kite and twine, so that it can conduct the electric fire freely, you will find it stream out plentifully from the key on the approach of your knuckle. At this key the vial may be charged, and from electric fire thus obtained spirits may be kindled, and all the other electric experiments be performed, which are usually done by the help of a rubbed glass globe or tube, and thereby the sameness of the electric matter with that of the lightning completely demonstrated. B. Franklin. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 13, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Voltaire directs European thought from Geneva, A.D. 1755, by John Morley. To set an exact date as marking the culmination of the vast influence of Voltaire upon the world is not easy. He was the chief leader, the most prominent and central figure of that widespread intellectual revolt which extended from France over Europe during the middle of the 18th century. The spirit of doubt, questioning all ancient institutions, challenging them to prove their truth, arose everywhere, at times mocking, bitter, and superficial, or again earnest, thoughtful, deep as the deepest springs of human being. It has become almost a commonplace to say that Voltaire and his chief successor Rousseau caused the French Revolution. François-Marie Arouet, who himself assumed his literary name Voltaire, was born in 1694. He was recognized as among the foremost writers of France at least as early as 1723, and Frederick the Great of Prussia established a friendship with him, which resulted in Voltaire's living at the Prussian court as king's chamberlain for nearly 3 years, 1750 to 1753. It was largely due to Voltaire's influence that the celebrated French Encyclopédie, the first volume of which appeared in 1751, took its tone of skepticism, of cold scientific criticism. It preached heresy and revolution. The publication was repeatedly stopped by the government, but was encouraged by Madame Pompadour and others, and finally finished in 1765. Meanwhile, Voltaire, who had been repeatedly exiled from the French court for the daring of his writings, settled near Geneva in 1755, and resided there during his active and fiery old age. The beginning of this residence has, therefore, been selected as marking the acme of his power. From his mountain chateau his writings poured like a torrent over the surrounding countries. Wherever there was oppression, his voice was raised in protest. Wherever there was falsity, his rapier wit assailed it. He held correspondence with and influenced most of the crowned heads of Europe. He became the hero of his countrymen. Christianity, and especially Catholicism, served only too often as his subjects of assault, but he was never, as his enemies called him, an atheist. In 1778, an old man of 83, he ventured to return to Paris to see the production of his last tragedy, Irene. Tremendous was the enthusiasm. Paris, grown more Voltairean than Voltaire himself, went mad in its reception of its teacher. The excitement proved too much for his feeble frame, and he died in the full tide of his triumph. John Morley. When the right sense of historical proportion is more fully developed in men's minds, the name of Voltaire will stand out, like the names of the great decisive movements in the European advance, like the revival of learning or the Reformation. The existence, character, and career of this extraordinary person constituted in themselves a new and prodigious era. The peculiarities of his individual genius changed the mind and spiritual conformation of France, and in a less degree of the whole of the West, with as far-spreading and invincible an effect as if the work had been wholly done, as it was actually aided, by the sweep of deep-lying collective forces. A new type of belief, and of its shadow disbelief, was stamped by the impression of his character and work into the intelligence and feeling of his own and the following times. We may think of Voltairism in France somewhat as we think of Catholicism, or the Renaissance, or Calvinism. It was one of the cardinal liberations of the growing race, one of the emphatic manifestations of some portion of the minds of men, which an immediately foregoing system and creed had either ignored or outraged. Voltairism may stand for the name of the Renaissance of the 18th century, for that name takes in all the serious haltings and shortcomings of this strange movement, as well as all its terrible fire, swiftness, sincerity, and strength. The rays from Voltaire's burning and far-shining spirit no sooner struck upon the genius of the time, seated dark and dead like the black stone of Memnon's statue, than the clang of the breaking chord was heard through Europe, and men awoke in new day and more spacious air. The sentimentalist has proclaimed him a mere mocker. To the critic of the schools, ever ready with compendious label, he is the revolutionary destructive. To each alike of the countless orthodox sects, his name is the symbol for the prevailing of the gates of hell. Erudition figures him as shallow and a trifler, Culture condemns him for pushing his hatred of spiritual falsehood much too seriously. Christian charity feels constrained to unmask a demon from the depths of the pit. The plain men of the earth, who are apt to measure the merits of a philosopher by the strength of his sympathy with existing sources of comfort, would generally approve the saying of Dr. Johnson, that he would sooner sign a sentence for Rousseau's transportation than that of any felon who had gone from the Old Bailey these many years, and that the difference between him and Voltaire was so slight that it would be difficult to settle the proportion of iniquity between them. Those of all schools and professions who have the temperament which mistakes strong expression for strong judgment, and violent phrase for grounded conviction, have been stimulated by antipathy against Voltaire, to a degree that in any of them with latent turns for humor must now and then have even stirred a kind of reacting sympathy. The rank vocabulary of malice and hate, that noisome fringe of the history of opinion, has received many of its most fulminant terms from critics of Voltaire, along with some from Voltaire himself, who unwisely did not always refuse to follow an adversary's bad example. Yet Voltaire was the very eye of 18th century illumination. It was he who conveyed to his generation, in a multitude of forms, the consciousness at once of the power and the rights of human intelligence. Another might well have said of him what he magnanimously said of his famous contemporary Montesquieu, that humanity had lost its title deeds, and he had recovered them. The 80 volumes which he wrote are the monument, as they were in some sort the instrument, of a new Renaissance. They are the fruit and representation of a spirit of encyclopedic curiosity and productiveness. Hardly a page of all these countless leaves is common form. Hardly a sentence is there which did not come forth alive from Voltaire's own mind, or which was said because someone else had said it before. His works, as much as those of any man that ever lived and thought, are truly his own. It is not given, we all know, even to the most original and daring of leaders, to be without precursors, and Voltaire's march was prepared for him before he was born, as it is for all mortals. Yet he impressed on all he said, on good words and bad alike, a marked autochthonic quality, as of the self-raised spontaneous products of some miraculous soil, from which prodigies and portents spring. Many of his ideas were in the air, and did not belong to him peculiarly, but so strangely rapid and perfect was his assimilation of them, so vigorous and minutely penetrative was the quality of his understanding, so firm and independent his initiative, that even these were instantly stamped with the express image of his personality. In a word, Voltaire's work, from first to last, was alert with unquenchable life. Some of it, much of it, has ceased to be alive for us now in all that belongs to its deeper significance. Yet we recognize that none of it was ever the dreary stillbirth of a mind of hearsays. There is no mechanical transmission of untested bits of current coin. In the realm of mere letters, Voltaire is one of the little band of great monarchs, and in style he remains of the supreme potentates. But literary variety and perfection, however admirable, like all purely literary qualities, are a fragile and secondary good, which the world is very willing to let die, where it has not been truly begotten and engendered of living forces. Voltaire was a stupendous power, not only because his expression was incomparably lucid, or even because his sight was exquisitely keen and clear, but because he saw many new things after which the spirits of others were unconsciously groping and dumbly yearning. Nor was this all. Fontenelle was both brilliant and far-sighted, but he was cold, and one of those who love ease and a safe hearth, and carefully shun the din, turmoil, and danger of the great battle. Voltaire was ever in the front and center of the fight. His life was not a mere chapter in a history of literature. He never counted truth a treasure to be discreetly hidden in a napkin. He made it a perpetual war cry, and emblazoned it on a banner that was many a time rent, but was never out of the field. There are things enough to be said of Voltaire's moral size, and no attempt is made in these pages to dissemble in how much he was condemnable. It is at least certain that he hated tyranny, that he refused to lay up his hatred privily in his heart, and insisted on giving his abhorrence a voice, and tempering for his just rage a fine sword, very fatal to those who laid burdens too hard to be borne upon the conscience and life of men. Voltaire's contemporaries felt this. They were stirred to the quick by the sight and sound and thorough directness of those ringing blows. If he was often a mocker in form, he was always serious in meaning and laborious in matter. If he was unflinching against theology, he always paid religion respect enough to treat it as the most important of all subjects. The old-fashioned nomenclature puts him down among skeptics, because those who had the official right to affix these labels could think of no more contemptuous name, and could not suppose the most audacious soul capable of advancing, even under the leadership of Satan himself, beyond a stray doubt or so. He had perhaps as little of the skeptic in his constitution as Bossuet or Butler, and was much less capable of becoming one than de Maistre or Paley. This was a prime secret of his power, for the mere critic and propounder of unanswered doubts never leads more than a handful of men after him. Voltaire boldly put the great question, and he boldly answered it. He asked whether the sacred records were historically true, the Christian doctrine divinely inspired and spiritually exhaustive, and the Christian Church a holy and beneficent organization. He answered these questions for himself and for others beyond possibility of misconception. The records, he declared, saturated with fable and absurdity, the doctrine imperfect at its best, and a dark and tyrannical superstition at its worst, and the Church was the arch curse and infamy. Say what we will of these answers, they were free from any taint of skepticism. Our lofty new idea of rational freedom as freedom from conviction, and of emancipation of understanding as emancipation from the duty of settling whether important propositions are true or false, had not dawned on Voltaire. He had just as little part or lot in the complacent spirit of the man of the world, who, from the depths of his mediocrity and ease, presumes to promulgate the law of progress, and as a dictator to fix its speed. Who does not know this temper of the man of the world, that worst enemy of the world? His inexhaustible patience of abuses that only torment others, his apologetic word for beliefs that may perhaps not be so precisely true as one might wish, and institutions that are not altogether so useful as some might think possible, his cordiality toward progress and improvement in a general way, and his coldness or antipathy to each progressive proposal in particular, his pygmy hope that life will one day become somewhat better, punily shivering by the side of his gigantic conviction that it might well be infinitely worse. To Voltaire, far different from this, an irrational prejudice was not the object of a polite coldness, but a real evil to be combated and overthrown at every hazard. Cruelty was not to him as a disagreeable dream of the imagination, from thought of which he could save himself by arousing to a sense of his own comfort, but a vivid flame burning into his thoughts and destroying peace. Wrong-doing and injustice were not simple words on his lips. They went as knives to the heart. He suffered with the victim, and consumed with an active rage against the oppressor. To Voltaire, reason and humanity were but a single word, and love of truth and passion for justice but one emotion. None of the famous men who have fought that they themselves might think freely and speak truly has ever seen more clearly that the fundamental aim of the contest was that others might live happily. Who has not been touched by that admirable word of his, of the 3 years in which he labored without remission for justice to the widow and descendants of Callus? During that time not a smile escaped me without my reproaching myself for it as for a crime. Or by his sincere avowal that of all the words of enthusiasm and admiration which were so prodigally bestowed upon him on the occasion of his last famous visit to Paris in 1778, none went to his heart like that of a woman of the people, who in reply to one asking the name of him whom the crowd followed, gave answer, "Do you not know that he is the preserver of the callous?" The same kind of feeling, though manifested in ways of much less unequivocal nobleness, was at the bottom of his many efforts to make himself of consequence in important political business. We know how many contemptuous sarcasms have been inspired by his anxiety at various times to perform diplomatic feats of intervention between the French government and Frederick II. In 1742, after his visit to the Prussian king at Aix-la-Chapelle, he is supposed to have hinted to Cardinal Fleury that to have written epic and drama does not disqualify a man for serving his king and country on the busy fields of affairs. The following year, after Fleury's death, when French fortunes in the War of the Austrian Succession were near their lowest, Voltaire's own idea that he might be useful from his intimacy with Frederick seems to have been shared by Amelot, the Secretary of State, and at all events he aspired to do some sort of active, if radically futile, diplomatic work. In later times, when the tide had turned, and Frederick's star was clouded over with disaster, we again find Voltaire, the eager intermediary with Choiseul, pleasantly comparing himself to the mouse of the fable, busily striving to free the lion from the meshes of the hunter's net. In short, on all sides, whatever men do and think was real and alive to Voltaire. Whatever had the quality of interesting any imaginable temperament had the quality of interesting him. There was no subject which any set of men have ever cared about which, if he once had mention of it, Voltaire did not care about likewise. And it was just because he was so thoroughly alive himself that he filled the whole era with life. The more closely one studies the various movements of that time, the more clear it becomes that, if he was not the original center and first fountain of them all, At any rate, he made many channels ready and gave the sign. He was the initial principle of fermentation throughout that vast commotion. We may deplore, if we think fit, as Erasmus deplored in the case of Luther, that the great change was not allowed to work itself out slowly, calmly, and without violence and disruption. These graceful regrets are powerless, and on the whole they are very enervating. Let us make our account with the actual, rather than seek excuses for self-indulgence in pensive preference of something that might have been. Practically in these great circles of affairs, what only might have been is as though it could not be, and to know this may well suffice for us. It is not in human power to choose the kind of men who rise from time to time to the supreme control of momentous changes. The force which decides this immensely important matter is as though it were chance. We cannot decisively pronounce any circumstance whatever an accident. Yet history abounds with circumstances which in our present ignorance of the causes of things are as if they were accidents. It was one of the happy chances of circumstance that there arose in France, on the death of Louis XIV, a man with all Voltaire's peculiar gifts of intelligence, who added to them an incessant activity in their use, and who, besides this, enjoyed such length of days as to make his intellectual powers effective to the very fullest extent possible. This combination of physical and mental conditions, so amazingly favorable to the spread of the Voltairean ideas, was a circumstance independent of the state of the surrounding atmosphere, and was what, in the phraseology of pre-scientific times, might well have been called providential. If Voltaire had seen all that he saw, and yet been indolent, or if he had been as clear-sighted and as active as he was, and yet had only lived 50 years instead of 84, Voltairism would never have struck root. As it was, with his genius, his industry, his longevity, and the conditions of the time being what they were, that far-spreading movement of destruction was inevitable. There are more kinds of Voltairians than one, but no one who has marched ever so short a way out of the great camp of old ideas is directly or indirectly out of the debt and out of the hand of the first liberator, however little willing he may be to recognize one or the other. Attention has been called by every writer on Voltaire to the immense number of the editions of his works, a number probably unparalleled in the case of any author within the same limits of time. Besides being one of the most voluminous book writers, he is one of the cheapest. We can buy one of Voltaire's books for a few halfpence, and the keepers of the cheap stalls in the cheap quarters of London and Paris will tell you that this is not from lack of demand, but the contrary. So clearly does that light burn for many even now, which scientifically speaking ought to be extinct, and for many indeed is long ago extinct and superseded. The reasons for this vitality are that Voltaire was himself thoroughly alive when he did his work, and that the movement which that work began is still unexhausted. How shall we attempt to characterize this movement? The historian of the Christian Church usually opens his narrative with an account of the depravation of human nature and the corruption of society which preceded the new religion. The Reformation, in like manner, is only to be understood after we have perceived the enormous mass of superstition, injustice, and wilful ignorance by which the theological idea had become so encrusted as to be wholly incompetent to guide society. because it was equally repugnant to the intellectual perceptions and the moral sense, the knowledge and the feelings of the best and most active-minded persons of the time. The same sort of consideration explains and vindicates the enormous power of Voltaire. France had outgrown the system that had brought her through the Middle Ages. The further development of her national life was fatally hindered by the tight bonds of an old order, which clung with the hardy tenacity of a thriving parasite, diverting from the roots all their sustenance, eating into the tissue, and feeding on the juices of the living tree. The picture has often been painted, and we need not try to paint it once more in detail here. The whole power and ordering of the nation were with the sworn and chartered foes of light, who had every interest that a desire to cling to authority and wealth can give in keeping the understanding subject. The glories of the age of Louis XIV were the climax of a set of ideas that instantly afterward lost alike their grace, their usefulness, and the firmness of their hold on the intelligence of men. A dignified and venerable hierarchy, an august and powerful monarch, a court of gay and luxurious nobles, all lost their grace, because the eyes of men were suddenly caught and appalled by the awful phantom, which was yet so real, of a perishing nation. Turn from Bossuet's orations to Bois-Guilbert's Detail de la France, from the pulpit rhetorician's courtly reminders that even majesty must die, to Vauban's pity for the misery of the common people, from Corneille and Racine to La Bruyère's picture of certain wild animals, male and female, scattered over the fields, black, livid, all burned by the sun, bound to the earth that they dig, and work with unconquerable pertinacity. They have a sort of articulate voice, and when they rise on their feet, they show a human face, and, in fact, are men. The contrast had existed for generations. The material misery caused by the wars of the great Louis deepened the dark side, and the luster of genius, consecrated to the glorification of traditional authority and the order of the hour, heightened the brightness of the bright side, until the old contrast was suddenly seen by a few startled eyes, and the new and deepest problem, destined to strain our civilization to a degree that not many have even now conceived, came slowly into pale outline. There is no reason to think that Voltaire ever saw this gaunt and tremendous spectacle. Rousseau was its first voice. Since him, the reorganization of the relations of men has never faded from the sight, either of statesmen or philosophers, with vision keen enough to admit to their eyes even what they dreaded and execrated in their hearts. Voltaire's task was different and preparatory. It was to make popular the genius and authority of reason. The foundations of the social fabric were in such a condition that the touch of reason was fatal to the whole structure, which instantly began to crumble. Authority and use oppose a steadfast and invincible resistance to reason, so long as the institutions which they protect are of fair practicable service to a society. But after the death of Louis XIV, not only the grace and pomp, but also the social utility of spiritual and political absolutism passed obviously away. Spiritual absolutism was unable to maintain even a decent semblance of unity and theological order. Political absolutism, by its material costliness, its augmenting tendency to repress the application of individual energy and thought to public concerns, and its pursuit of a policy in Europe, which was futile and essentially meaningless as to its ends, and disastrous and incapable in its choice of means, was rapidly exhausting the resources of national well-being, and viciously severing the very taproot of national life. To bring reason into an atmosphere so charged was, as the old figure goes, to admit air to the chamber of the mummy. And reason was exactly what Voltaire brought. Too narrow, if we will, too contentious, too derisive, too unmitigatedly reasonable, but still reason. And who shall measure the consequence of this difference in the history of two great nations, that in France absolutism in church and state fell before the sinewy genius of stark reason, while in England it fell before a respect for social convenience, protesting against monopolies, benevolences, ship money; that in France speculation had penetrated over the whole field of social inquiry, before a single step had been taken toward application; while in England social principles were applied before they received any kind of speculative vindication; that in France the first effective enemy of the principles of despotism was Voltaire, poet, philosopher, historian, critic; in England a band of homely squires. Voltaire, there can be little doubt, never designed a social revolution, being in this the representative of the method of Hobbes. His single object was to reinstate the understanding in its full rights, to emancipate thought, to extend knowledge, to erect the standard of critical common sense. He either could not see, or else, as one sometimes thinks, he closes his eyes and refuses for his part to see, that it was impossible to revolutionize the spiritual basis of belief without touching the social forms, which were inseparably connected with the old basis by the strong bonds of time, and 1,000 fibers of ancient association and common interest. Rousseau began where Voltaire left off. He informs us that, in the days when his character was forming, nothing which Voltaire wrote escaped him, and that the philosophical letters, that is, the letters on the English, though assuredly not the writer's best work, were what first attracted him to study, and implanted a taste which never afterward became extinct. The correspondence between Voltaire and the Prince of Prussia, afterward the great Frederick, inspired Rousseau with a passionate desire to learn how to compose with elegance and to imitate the coloring of so fine an author. Thus Voltaire, who was 18 years his elder, gave this extraordinary genius his first productive impulse. But a sensibility of temperament to which perhaps there is no parallel in the list of prominent men impelled Rousseau to think, or rather to feel, about the concrete wrongs and miseries of men and women, and not the abstract rights of their intelligence. Hence the two great revolutionary schools, the school which appealed to sentiment, and the school which appealed to intelligence. The Voltairean principles of the strictest political moderation, and of literary common sense, negative, merely emancipatory, found their political outcome, as French historians early pointed out, in the Constituent Assembly, which was the creation of the upper and middle class, while the spirit of Rousseau, ardent, generous, passionate for the relief of the suffering, overwhelmed by the crowding forms of manhood chronically degraded and womanhood systematically polluted, came to life and power in the Convention and the sections of the Commune of Paris which overawed the Convention. "It will not do," wrote d'Alembert to Voltaire, as early as 1762, to speak too loudly against Jean-Jacques or his book, for he is rather a king in the Hellas. This must have been a new word in the ears of the old man, who had grown up in the habit of thinking of public opinion as the opinion, not of markets where the common people bought and sold, but of the galleries of Versailles. Except for its theology, the age of Louis XIV always remained the great age to Voltaire, the age of pomp and literary glory, and it was too difficult a feat to cling on one side to the grand monarch, and to stretch out a hand on the other to the social contract. It was too difficult for the man who had been embraced by Nignon de l'Enclos, who was the correspondent of the greatest sovereigns in Europe, and the intimate of some of the greatest nobles in France, to feel much sympathy with writings that made their author king of the Hellas. Frederick offered Rousseau shelter, and so did Voltaire, but each of them disliked his work as warmly as the other. They did not understand one who, if he wrote with an eloquence that touched all hearts, repulsed friends and provoked enemies like a madman or a savage. The very language of Rousseau was to Voltaire as an unknown tongue, for it was the language of reason clothing the births of passionate sensation. Emile only wearied him, though there were perhaps 50 pages of it which he would have had bound in morocco. It is a stale romance, he cries, while the social contract is only remarkable for some insults rudely thrown at kings by a citizen of Geneva, and for 4 insipid pages against the Christian religion, which are simply plagiarized from Bayle's centos. Partly, no doubt, this extreme irritation was due to the insults with which Jean-Jacques had repulsed his offers of shelter and assistance, had repudiated Voltaire's attempts to defend him, and had held up Voltaire himself as a proper object for the persecutions of Geneva. But there was a still deeper root of discrepancy, which we have already pointed out. Rousseau's exaggerated tone was an offense to Voltaire's more just and reasonable spirit, and the feigned austerity of a man whose life and manners he knew assumed in his eyes a disagreeable shade of hypocrisy. Besides these things, he was clearly apprehensive of the storms which Rousseau's extraordinary hardihood had the very natural effect of raising in the circles of authority, though it is true that the most acute observers of the time thought that they noticed a very perceptible increase of Voltaire's own hardihood as a consequence of the example which the other set him. The rivalry between the schools of Rousseau and Voltaire represents the deadlock to which social thought had come, a deadlock of which the catastrophe of the Revolution was both expression and result. At the time of Voltaire's death, there was not a single institution in France with force enough to be worth a month's purchase. The monarchy was decrepit. The aristocracy was as feeble and impotent as it was arrogant. The bourgeoisie was not without aspiration, but it lacked courage, and it possessed no tradition. And the Church was demoralized, first by the direct attack of Voltaire, and the not less powerful indirect attack of the Encyclopédie, and second by the memory of its own cruelty and selfishness in the generation just closing. But Voltaire's theory, so far as he ever put it into its most general form, was that the temporal order was safe and firm, and that it would endure until criticism had transformed thought and prepared the way for a regime of enlightenment and humanity. Rousseau, on the contrary, directed all the engines of passion against the whole temporal fabric, and was so little careful of freedom of thought so little confident in the plenary efficacy of rational persuasion as to insist upon the extermination of atheists by law. The position of each was at once irrefragable and impossible. It was impossible to effect a stable reconstitution of the social order until men had been accustomed to use their minds freely, and had gradually thrown off the demoralizing burden of superstition. But then the existing social order had become intolerable, and its forces were practically extinct, and consequently such an attack as Rousseau's was inevitable, and was at the same time, and for the same reasons, irresistible. To overthrow the power of the Church only was to do nothing in a society perishing from material decay and political emasculation. Yet to regenerate such a society without the aid of moral and spiritual forces, with whose activity the existence of a dominant ecclesiastical power was absolutely incompatible, was one of the wildest feats that ever passionate sophist attempted. End of Section 13.